Welcome in, everybody, to the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs. We had 8 exciting regular season weeks that have led us to the final 8 teams that are vying to be the champions of North America. My name is Shiny Hunter Zach, and joining me today are 2 of the finest commentators and analysts that you will find anywhere in North America. And I have to introduce first my good buddy and accomplished caster, Mr. Nine-Hole Grains. Nine, how are you doing today, sir?
Zach, I could not be more excited. This is the deepest field that we have seen in North American League playoffs ever. The teams have prepped themselves quite well, and today we should see the best this game has to offer.
And of course, joining Nine is one of Canada's finest casters, a player in their own right as well. Siren, how are you doing today, and what are you looking forward to?
I am doing amazing today. I'm so excited to see these amazing teams finally come together, setting the stage for what's going to happen this weekend. These top 8 teams have worked so hard, tooth and nail, to get to this point, and I'm really excited to see the culmination of it all.
Well, Siren said it. It is going to be an exciting 2 days of playoff action, and let's go ahead and set that stage with the rules for our top 8 that will govern the entirety of these playoffs. As you can see, we will be best of 5 as we have been in top 8s the entire way through. The higher seed will choose the mode to start us out, and the lower seed will therefore choose the stage. After that first game, you'll have the winning team choosing the mode and the losing team choosing the stage. Speaking of modes, all 5 of our game modes can be played here: Turf War, Clan Blitz, Splat Zones, Tower Control, and Rainmaker, but each mode can only be played once per match. And Nine, taking a look at the stage list here, expanded just a little bit from our 2025 season. What have you thought of it this year?
It's been so interesting, Zach, to see teams pick a stage that they have truly made their own. You look at some of the teams with the E-Leader and long-range players loving Crab Leg Capital, some of the more fight-heavy teams really getting set at Mako Mart typically. Some others, Robo Ramen, Scorch Gorge, have been popular in certain modes, but it's been so interesting to see with this expanded format and with these expanded stage lists with what they've gone to.
Sure, we'll get to look at most, if not all, of our stages today, but we have to fully set the stage with our bracket starting our playoff. And here in Siren, taking a look, we have Milky Way versus Scuba in our 1 vs 8, Content Cat versus Moonlight in our 4v5, Cream Soda versus Duck Motif in the 2v7, and rounding us out, NME versus Healbook. Any of those matches jumping out to you?
Obviously, Content Cat and Moonlight is pointing right at me, given the fact that it's the 4 and 5 matchup. They're super close in seeding going into this bracket. I know a lot of people have Moonlight picked to win that particular game. I'm one of them, but given the experience of both of these teams, I think it could go either way today.
If you saw the Splatoon 3 North American League show this most recent week, you'll have seen some of our brackets and predictions, but we have to take a look at our first matchup, which is going to be Milky Way versus Scuba here. And Nine, you've covered these players and even this team for what feels like years now. Let's have you take a look at what Milky Way has to offer.
Guess who's back? It's Milky Way, last season's champions. They have come back just as strong as well. What's so interesting about this squad is if you look at last season and you look at the weapons they brought to the game, it hasn't changed a whole lot throughout it. Every one of these players, Q, Bran, Ice, Jared, they have a weapon or two that they play at the absolute top level and have just not seen a real reason to change it. Everybody who went at them knew exactly what they were going to be running, and it just didn't matter. This is a team that, although they maybe don't use as many specials as some of the others, all their specials are perfectly timed. You see on Jared's Crab Tank right there. And they maintain control of the entire stage for what feels like an eternity, Zach. They can hold, they can turf with the best of them, and as you've seen in this highlight show, every single one of these players can take over a game on a dime.
You used the word hold there, possibly one of the last holdouts of maybe what some might call a meta gone by, but a meta that they quite possibly created. You have players like Bran on the Slosher and Ice commonly on the Forge Splattershot Pro, but Siren, they're going to be facing our number 8 team in Scuba. Let's take a look at what they have brought to the party.
I'm so happy to be looking at Scuba here. We know how hard Scuba fought to get into this bracket, taking it up to the very last week of the regular season to get to this point. But Scuba has a squad of players who have been together for a very long time and known to collaborate well in how they play. We have a lot of really good frontline pressure, players like Grape, Leafy, Fornana as well. And so they are very explosive at how they play, extremely fast. And you can see how that goes into their objective movement as well. They've been able to just win fights that no one expects them to pull out of.
Nine, one thing that Siren just noted there is the player for Nana, and that has actually been their sub throughout this regular season, but it's possible that they might be missing a key piece this year in Kara, who they've relied on as their Snipe Rider player throughout this regular season. What a devastating blow to potentially not have that player for the playoffs.
It entirely changes the dynamic of their team. Of course, we all know that you need a tacticaler player in this day and age, and many teams opt to also stack that on top of an anchor role with the Snipe Rider 5H. It is by far and away the most picked weapon over the course of not only this season, but last season of the Splatoon 3 North American League as well. So when your Snipe Rider 5H player has to sub out, and they do have Mecha who can sub in on it as well, it doesn't mean that you're totally lost. You do have some answers, but I agree. They're looking at maybe 2 Slosher players, and that's not a composition that we see very often. I'm not saying it can't work, but again, when your weapons and your players start to overlap, it really leaves you with a lot of answers that you have to find in a hurry.
That being Grape and for Nana potentially on the Slosher. And Siren, we get into a sequence of potential mirror matches here. The first thing that we're seeing between Milky Way and Scuba is Bran on the Slosher. They've played it, I think, over 100 times this year. And then you have Grape and for Nana. They might be having to work out who's going to be playing the Slosher and who might have to sub off to something like a Tri-Slosher Devo or maybe a Blaster if they want to be a bit more aggressive.
I'm with you there, Zach, but one thing to consider about these Slosher comps and just looking at the seeding of this bracket is that that number 1 seed gets to pick that mode, but the second seed here in this situation, which is going to be Scuba, they get to pick the stage that they play on. So they can ideally even pick stages where double Slosher might be a very viable comp. That could play into this matchup, and they can go, okay, let's play into our strengths and let's work with the players that we have and just slot them based on where we're going here.
9, Siren talks about this counterpicking ideology where, especially when you're starting out, you don't have control if you're a team like Scuba over the mode and you have to make the most out of the stage picks. Is there a stage or stages that might fit Scuba's playstyle a little bit better? And conversely, is there something that Milky Way either really wants to go to or that they should be watching out for?
Well, Milky Way, if you look at the numbers here, they'll go to tower control every single time if given the chance. They have yet to drop a game, not a match, a game on tower control over the course of the regular season. So for them, it could be a simple choice. But as Siren noted here, again, the lower seeded team does get to choose that all-important stage. I think somewhere like maybe a Mako Mart. Earlier I made mention of you love to go and fight on that stage. This is a team that could potentially run 3 or maybe even 4 frontline players if they wanted to go that route. So go somewhere where you feel like you can fight with your opponent, where you can kind of feel them out. And who knows, if you're a little faster here in this game 1, if you're just a touch sharper, you never know what might happen.
And Siren, Milky Way is a team that is pretty comfortable playing from behind. They tend to give an inch in order to ultimately get a mile. They're comfortable with losing that lead early on. And so when they face some of these more aggressive teams in Scuba with potential blasters and sloshers, they might have elements of a more aggressive team. Is this something that Scuba can maybe take advantage of, or are they playing into Milky Way's hands at this point?
I think that's a good thing to bring up, Zach, because Scuba can ideally get into these positions where they snowball the game and don't give Milky Way that opportunity to get that comeback towards the end. But that, I think the playstyle that you're describing comes ultimately from the comfortability that the players of Milky Way have. They're not really worried about running in and winning that first fight all the time because they trust each other so much. They know that they have each other's backs, and ultimately they know that sometimes if they slow down, it's going to be better, so they have the ultimate Milky Way full force going into any given fight, and that can pull them through in the end. They have a whole full 5 minutes to work with most of the time here.
Well, 9, our first mode selection is in, of course, from Milky Way. It is Splat Zones. Every time that we see a mode for the first time, we will take you through the rules. Why don't you do the honors this time, sir?
Absolutely. Welcome to Splat Zones, everybody. In every one of these stages that we play Splat Zones on, you're going to see a specific portion of the stage, usually in the middle, that has been designated as the Splat Zone. You cover that with your team's turf, and suddenly the timer at the top of the screen will start ticking down. If your opponent manages to capture the zone, they will apply a penalty to you as well that you will then have to work through. The teams will go back and forth, and if neither team is able to take that count all the way from 100 to 0, whichever team at the end of time, or overtime as it may be, that has the lower score will be the winner. Zach, this is the most popular mode. People love it, and I think one of the most common Match 1 picks.
And Siren Scuba has set the stage here. They're going to tie for the most common Splat Zone stage in Urchin Underpass. What do you think about this selection, and what do you think they might be trying to play here against a Milky Way?
Well, I think it's one of those things where the lack of Kara in this comp is coming in. ideally in a counterpick situation, you are going to aim to win that game one. In case things go back and forth, you're still going to have that upper hand. They want to bring Milky Way to Urchin Underpass as early as possible to give them the best shot possible at winning game one, because they don't want to deal with Q when they are lacking their own anchor force here. So that's the biggest thing that I'm looking at. It's also another very vertical stage, something ideal for a lot of slosher players to deal with. The center of the map has a lot of ledges to work with, so I think that's one of those things where Grape is going to be feeling very comfortable, for Nana's going to be feeling very comfortable. I just think it's a great stage for them to start on and get it out of the way and have it on Splat Zones, which is probably also their favorite mode.
And 9, to come back to Milky Way quickly here, is there's rumblings that they might be changing up their composition that's held them through this entire regular season. Do you think there's any cause for concern there?
Man, you really put me on the spot there. Cause for concern. That's the way you put it. Look, these teams are always innovating, right? That's the important piece of it is if you stick with what got you there, oftentimes over the course of a full season or a full tournament, that's not enough. Milky Way has been the one team that's been able to throw that logic to the wind, but I think they understand that we've had a couple patches here. Things are always changing, that they need to have maybe a second look. They don't need to change every weapon to change the look and identity of their composition, but potentially switching Q from that Sniper Rider 5H onto another anchor would give them a different look. But it's funny, Urchin Underpass, we might not see any sort of anchor play out of .Q.
Well, we don't have long to wait as we get into game number 1 of our winners quarterfinals, the first match of the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs. It's between Milky Way and Scuba. We have to, of course, give a shout out to our wonderful Spec Cam operator, Czar. And Siren, what are you seeing in terms of the composition that these teams have brought out?
Hey, it's exactly what I wanted to be looking at. We have 2 slosher players on the side of Scuba, and we have Mecha actually switching over to the heavy splatling. That's going to provide them a lot of turf, just a good combination of players together. And when we look at the comp of Milky Way, they're lacking in a little bit of that coverage, just coming out of that blaster player as well. But, you know, Q, as we kind of expected to see, has that mini splatling coming out.
Yeah, if you've been watching any of Milky Way's gameplay, when they go to Urchin Underpass, they will rely on Q on this mini splatling, as we see Ice going over from the Forged Splattershot Pro that we mentioned over to the Pro Frozen 9. That's going to help mark the members of Scuba and force them a little bit further back.
Well, forced a little bit further back, but they actually get taken out. So often when you mark, you start to move forward and attack. If you're not careful, you can run right into the opponent who is waiting for you. You see Fornana there on the other side. So Milky Way did get the big opening score, gave up the zone, as you noted, Zach, but they are A-okay with that. As you put it, a much more favorable board state. They have spawned in at this point. They're really looking for the members of Scuba to try to find them and start cycling these points.
Notably, 2 custom blasters on the board here. Some changes for the blaster class coming in patch 11.2, which did not give teams much time to prepare, as we see Fornana, of course, the sub that we mentioned for Scuba, taking down Jared, and we see here Siren, some pretty good fight being put up by Scuba as they advance.
Scuba doing a great job moving back in here. Hasn't quite applied enough penalty to Milky Way to make things meaningful here, but Mecha not afraid to move up a little further with that heavy splatling, provide some jump in locations for the other members of Scuba, and that's going to be a full wipe onto the squad of Milky Way as they move up into their hills. This is a great opportunity of Scuba to move forward. Just like we were talking about, they can really steamroll things here and build up some great momentum for this game.
Certainly, I think not something we expected to see in the first minute and a half of the game. A wipeout against Milky Way as Scuba continues to put the pressure on. And 9, the backbone of this composition is Mecha actually on the heavy splatling, as we see Milky Way trying to get back in. Great throw onto the aforementioned Mecha. That's something we know Q for, is those immediate Ultra Stamp throws to get them back into the game.
Immediate is the operative word there. That's immediately taking the zone and immediately pushing to the hills. I want you all to note, Scuba, when they pushed forward, they didn't quite get this far. Whether that's they felt they didn't have the resources, they weren't quite ready. Milky Way seizing the moment, pushes all the way, and that lead that Scuba worked so hard to get is already gone.
That's the lead back over as we see Jared trying to shred through that wave breaker. We were wondering if maybe Ice or Jared would be the one that would be on that tactical weapon if we did not see Q on the Sniper Rider 5H, which has been sort of, as you mentioned, 9, the operative weapon for a tacticaler this season. Fornana going to go down as Ice is sort of locking down these little lifts, Siren, behind the zone as they get so close to the single digits, but it's going to be a large penalty as Scuba takes it back over.
I always love panning back to Mecha and just seeing Mecha hold things down on the side of Scuba, allowing them to to continue staying in this game. We see these jump-ins happen here, a splashdown coming out from Leafy on the hills, but Jared able to take down Leafy in the process, and that's going to allow Milky Way, all 4 members of them, coming in towards the zone from the left angle here as they take down Mecha, and I believe Grape on the side of Scuba. They're going to move forward with this opportunity, and Fornana kind of push onto the back foot, taking out Jared in the trade, but that's not going to be quite enough when you don't have the lead.
It feels like this gameplay is exactly what we were referring to with Milky Way. It's not the 100-0 knockout that you might expect from a 1 versus 8 matchup. It is giving a little bit of momentum and then slowly, gradually pressing forward here, 9, as we see Q maybe with another Ultra Stamp, gets one immediately onto Fornana, will not throw it immediately, does see Mecha, but will not go through the grates. That'll give them lots of leeway, and they might close it out here.
Well, there you go. Already back behind. Just a couple more ticks. I believe some specials win at the zone, but Ice was waiting for all of it. A great showing there from Milky Way, and just almost the prototype of a Milky Way game, as you noted, Zach. Even though they didn't get the big knockout blow that you might expect, they did get the knockout. And I think back to the middle portion of that game where Siren said all the members of Milky Way are on the left side. When they move together, they've played so many games together, countless at this point. So when their coordination is in sync, like we saw it right there, it feels like you're fighting 8 players, and I have to imagine that's how Scuba was feeling by the end.
I mean, Siren, so much to digest and discuss in that first match. We talked a little bit about patch 11.2, blasters get hit, heavy splatlings get hit. We see those in this game. The only thing we don't see, and maybe it's a symptom of the stage, is that Snipe Rider 5H.
I'm with you there. I think a lot of why we haven't seen these dramatic changes within the last week or so is just because all of these players know what the dynamics are picking these particular weapons against these matchups. So even though maybe Heavy Splatling got hit, even though Blasters got hit, you're still probably going to see them because this is what these players have been used to this entire season. So it's a very short period of time to try and prep and come up with a new game plan. And I'm expecting maybe some other teams later on in the bracket will go in that direction. But this early on, I don't think either of these teams have a reason to change things so far. Like, we're still on the winner side. we can do what we want.
And Siren, because you made me laugh there, we're going to stick with you here to go over the Rainmaker rules. The first time we're seeing that mode, let's go over how it's played.
Oh, I'm so excited to talk about Rainmaker. So first thing these teams are going to want to do, they're going to want to pop that Rainmaker shield and take control of the Rainmaker, our big bazooka fish. Carry that Rainmaker to a checkpoint pedestal and then advance that Rainmaker to the goal in the opponent's territory. And if neither team reaches that goal at the end of the stage, the team who comes closest to the goal wins.
9, Milky Way 4-1 during top 8s this season in Rainmaker. Scuba just 2-5. Is this one over before it's already going to begin?
Once again, Zach, you're painting me out to be the big villain here.
I told you the other day we have to have a heal.
Yeah, okay, great. Sure, I'll do it. Why not? You know, Rainmaker, for people who are more familiar with it, is considered one of the swingier modes in Splatoon because unlike in a Splat Zones where things move at a set interval or Tower Control where things move at a set interval, the Rainmaker moves as fast as you can carry it. So you can see a lead go very, very quickly. And Zach, there's one special, the return of the VAC, the Ink VAC, so strong here. And that's one of the things we noted is that Scuba doesn't have a natural Ink VAC user, but in Rainmaker, that's been the one special that's almost mandatory.
And one weapon has emerged as being almost mandatory if you're going to bring an Ink VAC. It is the 96. And Siren, we're going to Scorched Gorge. It's in the top 3 of stages being played for Rainmaker. Why is this one so alluring, not just to the teams here, Scuba picking this one, but also just every team in our playoffs?
I think when it comes down to Rainmaker, what a lot of players tend to prefer is that these stages where they have a lot of options of where they can pick up that Rainmaker and different pathways, and Scorched Gorge really highlights this element of the game mode because of the ability to pick up that Rainmaker, move it left, move it right, depending on where that energy from the opposing team is coming from.
Ice, we are going to see playing that 96 gal. So there is your Ink VAC user. On the opposite side, Fornana, who we've seen mostly as a slosher player, is going to pick up the mantle here, 9, and that Splatana Stamper that we know Leafy for also comes out.
I'd say all 6 of our eyebrows raised there when we saw Fornana on this 96 gal because, again, we talked earlier about how you almost always need an Ink VAC, and if you're playing this weapon, it's probably simply for that. You see Fornana right there stuck with no Ink VAC and no teammate teammates to really assist. It's already Milky Way getting center control of this stage. Now finally the Inkvac might come out to combat the other one, as we see the Inkvac's tug of war at this point. All the while Leafy tries to move through. It's pandemonium all over. Grape will now dive down to try to take out Jared. Gets taken down. Zach, this is a good old-fashioned game of Rainmaker right here.
Jared's so comfortable with survivability. We saw them, as they so often are, on the crab tank, now basically hiding in a corner, but their team is doing great slaying. We see Fornana's already built up another Inkvac as they also layer in the triple Ink Strike here, Siren, and for now, they've waylaid Jared all the way back. We didn't know if they were going to move. Finally, they get shut down in that corner.
Zach, I think we might be watching this game in reverse. You don't normally see that kind of stalling happening with the Rainmaker within the first minute of the game. Usually that's something that happens when you've secured the lead, you feel confident in it, and you're just trying to hold that Rainmaker away from your opponents. But now we see Inkvac coming at a very convenient timing for the members of Scuba, as Mecha is finally able to seal the deal, get that first checkpoint, and move through here. It's just going to be Grape standing near this Rainmaker, but isn't backing away too far. Does feel pretty comfortable hanging out, stalling, seeing if their teammates can hop in and help.
That was imperative there. Jared gets taken down before being able to use the crab tank. And for those not in the know, once you get that first checkpoint down on Rainmaker, you do not have to worry about it anymore. It's just the final destination, if you will. And 9, one thing we haven't talked about yet is Q right back over to that Snipe Rider 5H.
Yeah, this is a stage with a lot of open sight lines, and you need a little bit of mobility in Rainmaker as well. Of course, great E-Leader players can play it all over the place, but this makes perfect sense. You don't want to bring an N-Zap to a stage like this because you know eventually you're going to need to stock the right specials to push all the way through, and a timely Inkvac will be just that.
There's that patience once again from Milky Way. They give up the first checkpoint, but they get their own shortly after. Of course, Ty is going to go to the runner, or in this case, the first team to make it to that checkpoint. And Siren, yet again, we're entering these 2v2 scenarios, making super jumping back in that much more important when you can.
It's so important to get in and towards that Rainmaker and get towards that action. We see that Rainmaker reset. That leaves the lead in favor of the members of Scuba, as Milky Way did not tap that Rainmaker once again. And so we're going back into a bit of a neutral state here, but it's all going to rely on this team fight happening in mid. And unfortunately for Scuba here, that is going to be a win for Milky Way as they move up here on the right side. We see Q taking a very aggressive position. That crab tank from Jared that you mentioned earlier coming out as well. And that's going to be enough pressure to just move the Rainmaker all the way through the right here if they're not stopped by these Ink Strikes.
He was in that flow aura state as we see Ice popping the Inkvac once again. We're building that Venn diagram of Inkvacs. The explosion almost giving them enough room to move forward. That will be the lead from Milky Way as they have already gotten Scuba 2 down. Now Scuba trying to regroup as we see Mecha getting the splat onto Ice. 9, they're the ones mirroring Q on that Snipe Rider.
Well, Mecha almost got taken down twice there, and being able to find that is a huge deal, and that on Jared is going to eliminate all the pressure. There's not going to be any more stealth jumps that come in on that right side. Honestly, 33, not the worst that could have been, Zach. We've seen on this stage, sometimes unless you're knocking onto the pedestal, you don't feel super safe. But Scuba has not really been on the attacking side for a while. It's just too many of these trades. They've got to clean it up a little bit if they're going to make this comeback.
It's a stage where you have to enter the valley, if you will, where after you get to that first checkpoint, you go downhill, and then you have to go back uphill in order to get more points. Milky Way not able to get to the uphill portion as we see Jared still rolling around, and now Ice has taken on this mantle here, Siren, of just kind of hiding in the corner with about a minute left. They might stall a good amount of time off the clock.
I think so, especially when they feel a little bit threatened by what's going on here. Mecha has a very good stronghold of this left corner of the stage, is going to hop onto that Snipe, does spot out Jared, and you can see all this damage going towards taking down that crab tank. You do not want it to get too close to your face, especially in this kind of scenario where you're trying to gain some sort of person advantage to get that lead back eventually at any point.
Jared currently favoring survivability as Brand's going to throw the triple Ink Strikes now. That's going to be countered again by the Inkvac. Mecha going to fall, so essentially a trade there once again, but trades currently benefiting Milky Way 9 as the Rainmaker's going to go down. Maybe that'll give Scuba an opportunity for an overtime attack.
Well, they're going to get about one more opportunity for it here again. If you go down, you being the team that is trying to make the comeback, you do not get the chance to pick it up again once that overtime starts. So here we go. Leafy cannot afford to go down here, especially holding onto that Zipcaster. Who's going to grab it? Okay, we have the grab of the Rainmaker at this point. There's two specials, the Inkvac and the Zipcaster, that are online, but that means that Grape is going to be the one carrying, and that's nobody with the front line attacking. Here goes Leafy up on the top of the stage. Desperately needs to find a target. Really hasn't been able to find one now. Almost goes to and gets Jared at that point. The ink vac going through, but it's a counter ink vac, and it will not be enough. Zach, a lot of things would have needed to go right there for Scuba if they were going to take that back, and Milky Way not going to give it to him.
So the records on Rainmaker reign true for Milky Way as they get the best of Scuba in our game 2 for Rainmaker here. And Siren, Nine mentioned a couple of maybe opportunities missed for Scuba where they seemed like they were well positioned and well set up getting into overtime. 2 specials online, just couldn't get the value out of it that they wanted.
I think that comes down to opportunities for them where Milky Way just isn't getting into the positions where Scuba feels good to take on a fight with them. Every time you were like, okay, well, maybe Jared's going to run in here and take maybe a bit of a careless fight when the end of the game is nearing, he actually just backed up and was like, let me just stay in mid. We have the lead. We'll just hold our ground here and make it impossible for the members of Scuba to encroach in our territory.
Nine, not only did we see kind of a return to form, especially from Milky Way playing some weapons that we more so expected than in Game 1, but some strategies that we didn't really expect. Who would have predicted they would have spent that much time between Ice and Jared in that corner with the Rainmaker even before they had the lead?
Well, yeah, and I think .Q also got in on the action as well. So listen, if the opponent can't take you down and you're constantly rotating who's attacking, you're just giving your opponent more questions that they have to answer in real time. And oh yes, there are questions that happen to shoot at you as well, so that makes it more difficult. And that's the thing that Milky Way does is so well, and I would argue better than anyone in North America, is you never know which player is the one who's posing the threat to you. Siren brought up a great point there of just the gaps that Jared was slowly attacking but never fully committing to. It just gives you things that you have to see to, and as the time starts to tick away, it feels so difficult to break through.
Siren, there's this concept of the 3 trifecta modes that we see most commonly: zones, tower control, and Rainmaker. We're going to see tower control now. Let's have you break down the rules for how tower control is played.
I'm so excited to talk about tower control as well, just as excited as I was about Rainmaker. So tower control, these players are going to want to jump on the tower to take control. If no opponents are on the tower, it will begin moving towards the goal. Ride the tower through checkpoints on the way to the goal into the opponent's territory. And if neither team once again reaches the goal, the team who comes closest to the goal will win.
And Nine, we're going to Manta Maria for this one. Not only is this kind of an uncommon stage, but you have to look at the imposing tower control record that Milky Way has. Spoiler alert, one of 2 completely undefeated teams on this mode.
Yeah, I said earlier that I thought that Milky Way was going to take it here the first opportunity they had. Apparently they want to put the cherry on top with tower control, given that it's their choice. But we're going to talk more about Manta Maria, Zach, because we have seen Manta Maria tower control only a couple of times over the course of this. And typically it's from a team like Content Cat or like Healbook, where they have the all-powerful Ink Vac special, as well as the Ink Jet special that they can use to kind of tie together these big, long, sustained attacks. I don't really know either of these teams for that strategy. So I'll be interested in seeing if Scuba's trying to throw a big curveball at them here, if they want to take them somewhere that they know their opponent hasn't practiced. But I am intrigued. You do have my attention, I must say.
5 times, to be exact, is the number that we've gone to this stage and mode combination specifically. And Siren, you have this kind of dual level interplay here. You've got this expansive lower level, but you have this grade above it where you can kind of see everything. And then along this tower path, it gets into these narrow hallways. It's kind of a tale of 2 stages.
Yeah, I like that you brought that up. There is that narrow pathway down the middle that can kind of be a bit of a gauntlet for these players to move through. But as they get towards the very end of the tower path, you get into this more open area once again in your opponent's base where they have another mask to work off of. They have more grates. And if they have a really good anchor player, that person can pretty much just set up camp and work off of the side of the pole there to pick off anyone riding that tower.
It's a drop down, in fact, and while it might not be as pivotal as it is in Rainmaker, where that can get you many more points, it is still a path that they will have to traverse as we see if Milky Way can complete the sweep here in Game 3 over Scuba. Scuba hoping they can pull off a reverse sweep, and 9, we're seeing Ice right back to that Forge Splattershot Pro, and countering them once again is 4 Nana.
Yeah, Yeah, a lot of the same here, interestingly enough, between these two teams. I will admit I was not expecting Fornana to go with the mid-range shooters so often, but again, when you have Grape on the slosher, you don't want, again, a double slosher composition if it does not fit. Interestingly enough, looking at it, it's basically mirrored compositions as well as .Q already going to work with Ice to take a couple out. They've already herded them over to the side. Grape's going to be fighting against the world over on there, and Zach, it's already Milky Way making the opening statement.
You would think Scuba with the more sensical variant of the blaster having that big bubbler, but they're not going to get the chance to use it yet as Milky Way is starting their rampage here. Jared getting Leafy right below them, doing a great job. Looking for Mecha, just does not have the range. One, I think that was Q getting taken down on the tower, and Siren trying to encroach on that next checkpoint.
I love how aggressive Ice is playing here, and you can see these jump-ins coming in for the other members of Milky Way. They're trying to use this top left to get as much advantage as possible, using that angle to get above and ahead of the members of Scuba as they ride this second checkpoint, I believe. Doesn't seem like they're getting much pushback from the members of Scuba as they are, like you said before, struggling to work through these narrow hallways.
I know the theme for Milky Way has been that patience at the beginning, but they're disregarding that entirely here. They have got their foot on the pedal with that Booyah Bomb coming out. Ice does get taken down at the bottom of your screen there. Grape and Fornana helping to put that out as Q having to back off, and maybe 9 they can content themselves with a push to 34 for now.
Well, you could say that, but Q is still fighting two frontline weapons, and a jump is coming in over on this same side. Woo, what a swing around by Grape to get that, but all the while Jared gets in, now goes down. There's still super jumps coming in on that side, so listen, it's a huge stage, this Manta Maria. So again, when you have a nice chunk of it, Zach, you want to continue the pressure up fighting. Even a team like Milky Way wants to get as much as they can out of each push. But now with a nice shot there by Leafy, Scuba may have an opportunity to do the same.
Well, and one thing that Milky Way did really well is they were not, we talked about that hallway and how tight it can be. They did not lock themselves in that hallway and put 4 there. They had Q on that low wall. They had Jared and Ice trying to go around to the right and of course sticking somebody on the tower. Jared mainly actually went over to the left to try and build up that crab tank as we see some resistance now from Leafy in particular. Cannot hit the shot there, Siren, as we see Scuba getting to 88 but not much further.
Yeah, getting to 88, not going to be the ideal position when we're looking at halfway through that timer overall through the game. However, Q getting into another aggressive position, you would expect someone like her to be riding the tower, but through these narrow pathways, I can see it being more the ideal position to stand up on this wall and look down this very vertical drop and look for the players of Scuba who might be hanging around that left side. Ice going to be popping that Booyah Bomb, get some extra armor for that to stay on the tower a little bit longer as we get into the top 10 points, and just with Mecha alive, I think this should be it.
Ice placing the Booyah Bomb to the left, not on top of the tower, feeling confident in their team's push, and for good reason, as Milky Way is going to start their playoff journey off hot with a 3-0 sweep over Scuba. That, of course, is not the last that we have seen of Scuba. This is a double elimination event, so Scuba will be going down to our loser side of the bracket 9, but great showing early on from Milky Way.
Listen, we have a team called Healbook here. That's textbook right there. And I want to hone in on that left side because Siren called it out. Q is over there. And my thought was, well, wait a minute. Jared was over there before, and then Ice was over there before that. We talk about how this team can rotate their attackers. It seems like each one of these players' roles, as we talk about frontliner, skirmisher, anchor, their roles are win the game, right? That's how all of them treat their role. It's what position does a player from our team need to be in, and we can self-sustain the attack there. Excellent showing, and I think Q was even on the grading at the end there, the forefront member being your Sniper Rider 5H player. They're in fine form today.
Siren, your immediate reactions here, if you want to retain that crown, you're going to have to perform pretty well. A sweep is about the best way you can do it. What did you think of our two teams here?
Honestly, I was very pleasantly surprised by the showing that Scuba had. Going into this, we knew how strong Milky Way would be on a mode like tower control, and so obviously that game kind of went the way that we thought it might. Just you know, nothing really defying the odds right now so far in the tournament. However, I think Scuba did a pretty good job on things like Splat Zones and Rainmaker. I think they really would have been able to pull things through had just one little tiny element changed, one other team fight won. I think they have the potential to have a really strong losers run, despite the fact that technically, if we just look at the seeding, they're slotted to go 0-2 today. But I have a lot more belief belief in them.
Well, speaking of seeding, we can take a look at our bracket after the first game and match of the 2026 Splatoon 3 North American League playoffs, and Milky Way will move on to the winners semifinals. You can see Scuba down there in the losers top 8. We will have losers top 8 for you later today, and that of course is not the end of our matches here. We have a pretty exciting one coming up here in the way of our 4v5 matchup. And Siren, I want to start with you because we'll be talking about Content Cat, a team that I would classify as one of the most volatile but also one of the highest ceilings of our teams today.
Yeah, ceilings. That's for sure. I don't even know. Look, this team has a lot of potential. It's players that came together for specifically the Splatoon 3 North American League. So when we look at a roster like this, we have a lot of diversity. I think it's one of the most unique compositions of teams. We don't really see the tri-stringer at this level as often, but Hawaiian has been putting out a great showing so far. I just love seeing the clips from them. We have St. Loser coming in on the Splatana Wiper very consistently throughout these games, and just the amazing aggressive strength and the diversity that Pika brings to the comp. We know Pika to be a player that can just bring out anything and make it work somehow, and is honestly always pushing the meta to try different things, and that's what's brought them out. It's this unique thing that catches a lot of these teams off guard.
Content Cat is a team that has had, of course, the highest highs and the lowest lows, placed as low as 21st in the ladder, but conversely to that, have placed second twice in top 8. So the ceiling is huge for them, making some incredible losers bracket runs. But 9, they're running into a team that we know very well from last season's playoffs as well. It's Moonlight taking them on.
Hey, you talk about losers runs. We saw one of the greatest losers runs in North American Splatoon history in last playoffs. Moonlight got second place on the back of one of the most incredible runs, and this is a team, when we say identity and brand of Splatoon, everyone knows what Moonlight is going to do. They're going to slow the game down. They're going to voice these high leverage moments. They don't get a ton of splats. They don't put out a ton of turf. They don't use a ton of specials, but they can find situations that they can make big scoring opportunities open out from, and they will be oh so patient when they do it. Zach, this is a team that has a long history in this game, and players who can turn everything around. I know you're smiling at that. 3-in-1 swing there. Moonlight, a fan favorite for a reason, but I would argue they have a lot to prove today.
Got to plug my shiny tips, of course. That was one of them that we saw, of course, with that heroic slash to get 3. That was Omega on the mid-decavitator. And Siren, a pretty interesting composition Moonlight brings out. They're not traditionally going to have the Snipe Rider that a lot of other teams have brought, more so relying on Basil instead for the E-leader, and instead going over to a player like Shadowwind for either the NZAP or the Tri-Slosher Nevo. So should be fun to see them play today.
I'm super excited to see it as well. I love seeing a great E-leader player. It's just one of those exciting things where it just gives you like that little happiness rush when you see Basil hit an amazing shot. And I'm so glad that Shadowwind gets to be there to enable that type of comp so that we get to enjoy the pleasure of watching them.
Basil first in our playoff teams in the lowest amount of times splatted per game, just 2.6 per game they favor, and that is systemic 9 across this entire Moonlight team. Their game, we saw patience a little bit from Moonlight. This is patience incarnate in the form of Moonlight. They are waiting for the other team to make a mistake.
Well, and why not? Again, you only get to take your single biggest score, and this team is 8-0, I believe. I don't think they've lost a single Clan Blitz game over the course of the entire Splatoon 3 North American League 2026. That's very difficult to do, I want to be clear, but I think that exemplifies what this team is wanting to do. They're going to build up the resources that they have. They're going to wait for Basil to hit one of those 2 shots, and then once that happens, the floodgates are open. Then we use our ink back. Then we use our big bubbler on Omega's mid-decavitator, and we get the big score there. Really, as long as they can make that work against an opposing team, it's fine, but against aggressive teams, that's a lot to ask for, and I'd argue Content Cat, one of the most aggressive in this entire event.
And Siren, speaking of Content Cat, they've taken a game off of Moonlight. Moonlight's taken a match off of them. It's kind of even back and forth, but you mentioned that tri-stringer that Hawaiian's going to bring out. They play this wonderful 2 in front, 2 behind composition where they'll send Pika and Gimme very far forward, and then they will have Kronos essentially babysitting Hawaiian to make sure that they can survive and put out an insane amount of ink, which they always do.
Yeah, I think Pika is just one of those players that thrives in opportunities where there's just a lot of turf covering that ground. People are inking things for them to just run forward and surprise the opponent. I think that's the main theme that I've noticed across watching Content Cat throughout the league is I'm always surprised by them. They always have something like a rabbit to pull out of the hat. It's always entertaining, and that's one of the things you can say about Moonlight as well. There's a reason why they are a fan favorite. There's a reason why they are so highly favored by the lovely viewers, and it's because of the entertainment that they give us. So this is one of those sets that I'm so excited to be viewing and getting to commentate as well.
Well, 9, we look toward the mode, which we're still waiting on. It will be Content Cat selection, so they will be able to avoid Clam Blitz at least. But anywhere specifically that they want to go, they are not particularly stand out in any mode. They have a 9-4 record in Rainmaker. That's the best that they've got. But Rainmaker, not a common Game 1 selection either.
No, if I were Content Cat, I think avoiding Rainmaker until at least a little bit later would behoove them. Of course, we have seen Pika go absolutely crazy, and it's the highlights that Jordan said, the only highlight to make him run out of breath, which is a real statement, by the way. That's a lot to do with Jordan Kent, but I think that you want a little bit of momentum first before you go into a Rainmaker game, even if you feel like maybe your opponent isn't as strong on it. I think they start on splat zones. They sort of feel out what composition Moonlight's going to bring, because that's not always a gimme. Again, no pun intended on the player, but you don't necessarily know what Moonlight is going to bring on a given day. If you splat zones it up early, maybe you'll find out a little bit of that, and then you can get into your stronger modes as the match wears on.
Well, you won't get the opportunity if you're Content Cat to pick the stage, and that could be a major advantage, Siren, for Moonlight here. We talked about Basil and the E-Leader. There are certain stages where the E-Leader plays very well on, and you also have to keep in mind your tactical player is going to be on the shorter end of the range extreme. I think a lot of Moonlight's compositional thought here is not just to provide the patience and the peace of mind for Basil, but for the rest of the players, they also have to maintain their survivability, and if they do go down, hope that they have that tactical to bring them right back.
Yes, I like that you mentioned that. And I think that's one of those dynamics that differentiates Moonlight from a lot of different comps. You're expected to have that pen player bring out the tacticooler, but in the case of Moonlight, if they have that cooler, it's going to be coming out of Shadow Wind. So typically with that NZAP player closely, in the front lines or anywhere alongside Omega, they're able to bring that out usually a lot quicker, and it's delivered faster to the players that need that tacticooler the most. So they have the potential to start the acceleration of their gameplay a little bit quicker than some of these other teams, and that can kind of put people on their back foot at times. I don't know if Content Cat is ready for the smoke, basically.
Well, they are the higher seed, so there are the luxuries that come with that. Of course, selecting the mode against Moonlight has to be one major advantage that you look toward, but you lose one game to Moonlight, and that swaps right back over. Moonlight can either pick Clam Blitz early on or do what Milky Way did 9 and have it maybe be the cherry on top for them. And Content Cat is the one team that I think of where there are weapons that we've seen constantly throughout this event, and maybe 7 out of 8 teams have that weapon on board. Content Cat is usually the one exception that we don't see, but they've been able to make it work pretty darn well this season.
And what's interesting is they've been able to make it work in a way that almost mirrors how Moonlight makes theirs work, because these two teams, these are the 2 lowest by team turf count in the entire league. These are the 2 least turfing teams thus far. They also both missed top 8 twice, and they also got second place twice. So these teams have mirrored each other in every way except the way that they play, which should make this, again, especially fun, as you noted.
Well, 9, if you're talking about twice, I'm going to send it back to you a second time so that we can talk about Turf War rules. The first time we're seeing this mode today. Let's go over how it's played.
This is the first mode that we play in Turf War. You have 3 minutes to turf as much of the stage as possible, but you don't get to keep the turf that you have earned. The entire time, teams are going to be fighting to try to control it out. We say those last 30 seconds so important, but if you've watched any of the Splatoon 3 North American League, 30 seconds is way too much time. Let's talk about the last 10 seconds, and as I always say, there's rarely a game of Turf War that ends peacefully.
Siren, match 2 mirroring match 1 in the sense that we're going to Urchin Underpass as our first stage. Not dissimilar from Splat Zones, but you're going to have to worry about the entirety of the stage, and it's not a small one.
Absolutely. I think it's one of those things where, okay, we're in a spot where Moonlight has selected the stage, and I think when they saw that Content Cat wanted to take them to Turf War, they were like, all right, well, if you're going to do that, let's put it, let's get this one out of the way, and then after this, Basil will be comfortable playing something that's more how do I say, where the objective is more concentrated on a certain path, where versus Turf 4, where literally the objective is the entire stage, like you're looking at it. So I think it's just one of those things where it's like, okay, we don't want to see this later on in the set. Let's take care of it now while we have it at Turf War, and then we can move on from here and never, just put it in the past. Put it in the past.
Yeah, if you saw game 1 of our first match, you'll know that the zone is deceptively small on Urchin Underpass, but now they'll have to worry about the entire thing. Our team's getting set up here. 9, we talked about records a little bit. We did not mention Content Cat's Turf War record, 7-4, so a pretty ideal place to start, and Moonlight maybe on the back foot here with a 4-6 record.
Well, you also don't have to look much further than the way that Content Cat has played on Urchin Underpass as well. Of course, they have been bringing Hawaiian on the entire family of tri-stringers, it feels like. A very, very strong weapon on Urchin Underpass in particular. We talked earlier about the hills. We've talked about the gulch in the center, the left and right. Tri-stringer can hit all of those, and if you're not familiar with how to deal with that weapon, that's a problem. And the other thing to note is, you and Siren have both noted, Zach, you don't have the E-leader on the other side, so you can be confident in knowing, hey, we're going to have the longest range weapon. Our anchor player gets to go here and still do exactly what they want, which is putting out more turf than anybody else. Hawaiian was the highest turfing player in the entirety of the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 regular season, so this is an ideal pick. But on the other side, as you noted, Siren, Moonlight gets a mode that doesn't favor Basil and a stage that doesn't favor Basil out of the way early, so there's something for both of these teams in this choice.
Well, you want to talk about the mode and the stage here. I think they both proc changes that we might see swapped off in Game 2 and the following games. You have Gimme, a player that's essentially a Dapple 2 trick. The Dapple Dually is fantastic for a stage like Urchin Underpass so that you can have the beacons to jump to and get right back into the action in that Dapple Dually's Nouveau. With the Reef Slider, always unexpected. They'll have to find a way to counter that, and for Moonlight, maybe a non-ideal start, but a way to see the bright side for the later games in this match. Let's get into our second match of the day as we look at Content Cat versus Moonlight. Once again, we gotta shout out Czar on the spec cam. And Siren, what are we seeing from the compositions? Because some of it's held over from the last match and some of it is brand new.
I don't know if I've ever been in a universe where I see two different types of stringers on one composition. However, this is the universe that we currently live in, it seems. So Content Cat is going to be the one pulling that out. I really did not expect to see that, just given the fact that usually we're looking at, a team like Moonlight, you have Shadowwind playing that Reflux. That's what you expect to see. So I figured they would see the slot with Hawaiian and then just say, all right, well, we have that covered, let's move on to something else. But hey, look, it's more turf. Let's go for it. That's the name of the game.
Another thing we expected to see is the Reflux 450, particularly the Milk variant, as we see Omega getting the pick there on to Gimme. Gimme likely to be right back if a beacon is down. But 9, some other interesting weapons, including the Sticker Splatana Stamper, which I didn't know was such a Turf War demon.
Well, listen, whenever you have a Booyah Bomb that you can fire at the very, very end of the game, Zach, it can, in those close games, and we've seen a lot of them, be what flips the game at the last moment. Again, the opponent can't turf over it. Once it's up in the air, even if the timer has expired, it will still turf. So it makes sense. And there you go. Kronos hopping up on it right now and just a little low. That could be a miscue, Zach. One of the things we know about this stage is it is huge. If you can turf any of your opponent's side and they have to go that far back to cover it up, you would love to have that one back.
You might be used to the gold arrow spray in your Turf War games. The similar principle here, we're getting lots of Booyah Bombs coming out, just not the main weapon, if you will. And speaking of main weapons, we once again, Siren, see the resurgence of the heavy splatling as Basil's going to make that their selection. On the opposite side, you might think the Incline Tri-Stringer is just for Turf War, but no, this has been Hawaiian's bread and butter throughout the entirety of the league. And so far, Content Cat doing a good job of fighting off this Moonlight advance.
Yeah, I love Hawaiian's patience to dodge that Splatana Wiper coming out from the side of Moonlight, just waiting for the assistance of their teammate in that fight there. That's going to be ideal in games like a Turf War where you just want to stay alive as long as possible. There's no way you're turfing in the moments where you are splatted. So I feel like both of these teams are kind of just waiting things out. They see that 50 seconds left on the timer. They're waiting to get down to the 30-second mark before they really start unleashing the fury on their opponents. That Booyah Bomb is going to be coming out, and I'm assuming we have a lot of trust in the fact that we're going to be able to charge another one for those last few seconds of the game, like you mentioned before, Zach.
A lot of these players placing the trust in their teammates to hold down the various parts of mid. This is take 2, and Kronos is going to successfully get it over the wall this time, 9, as we enter the final 30.
Well, now needs to turn around and take out some of these players as well. That's big, taking out a shooter weapon there, and that's Omega that's also going to go down. They might rush after Basil. They've cycled everyone except for Basil. That means everyone's going to jump over here. That's going to be a trade, but now another one goes down. 10 seconds left, Zach, and that's Pika that goes down. This might be the opportunity for Moonlight.
No one going to be in that floor state as the jump-ins come through. Do they have enough time? It's looking more and more orange. Content Cat trying to fight back, but they've lost a few, including Hawaiian. Their main source of ink output. Was that holdover enough? It's looking more orange, I have to say, and the Judds are going to agree, but just barely. By 0.6, Moonlight will take game 1, and Siren, for all the talk that we had about Moonlight maybe being on the back foot here, they're going to take game 1, and now they're in a position to select the mode.
I think sometimes these things come down to a coin flip, and I don't want to discredit the skill of the players of Moonlight in this situation here, but you could see in the last few seconds of that game, 3 members of Content Cat going down, and when we're talking about small little margins like 0.6%, I think ultimately that's what got them this at the end of the day. And, you know, both of these teams are so closely matched going into this particular set that I just think that team fights, even though it took Moonlight to the game win here, like it really could have just been like, all right, well, we just got a little extra ink towards Basil here. All right, that, you know, Basil gets splatted, then the game would have gone back in favor of Content Cat.
9, one of our themes for Moonlight was moments. They had a huge moment in the playoffs of the Splatoon 3 North American League 2025. They were able to take down FT Win. They had a great showing, got second in that event. Was there a specific moment in this game that solidified that 0.6 for them, or was the entire last 30 seconds a moment?
I think if I'm going to give it one specific moment, it was Basil holding that position on the hills and taking out Kronos. Now, Kronos was able to take out one of the members who had super jumped in, but let's rewind here and let's play it a little differently. Let's imagine that Basil backs way far up, says, whoa, I'm the last one up here. I got to get out of here. Take whatever space you want here. I'm just not going down. That super jump gets camped. All of that turf goes away. They were one Booyah Bomb at the end away from losing that game. I want to point out that's how close that game was. But you have to hold your ground as an anchor player. Basil gets that moment, you get your super jump in, and then you can continue the attack.
And we noted for Content Cat that Kronos is watching over Hawaiian. So Hawaiian down in the last few seconds. Kronos, you had mentioned, going down before that. So definitely a tough way to end things off. But we do have the mode selection in Siren. It is going to be Rainmaker. So it does seem like for all the strengths that Moonlight has for Clam Blitz, they're going to be saving it maybe for a later game.
I think that's a really smart decision. When it comes down to it, if you end up in a game 5, which is honestly out of all of the sets that we are going to be looking at today, this one is the most likely to go to a game 5, just based on the statistics we have going into the tournament. I think when you have that, you need to hold a little something in your back pocket. Give yourselves the opportunity to go to Clam Blitz when you need to, and I'm excited to see what they have to pull out here.
At 9, we are going to Undertow Spillway. Not only has this been the most popular stage for Rainmaker as a mode, but it also has the Horseshoe of Doom that I love bringing up when you go to that left-hand side checkpoint and try to get past it. The other thing I want to bring up, though, this on paper is Moonlight's worst mode, 3-7 record. What's their thought for going here?
I think the thought is our opponent doesn't have an Inkvac player. I mean, you're maybe thinking that Kronos switching over to that is how you could do it, or maybe you just want to use Rainmaker early on when you don't have to worry about it being a stage that you're less comfortable with, but I'm surprised to see Rainmaker, I'll be honest here. I mean, you're thinking again that you can maybe slide in attackers on different portions of this stage and make it work at that point, but this was also Pika's playground and some of those highlights here. And honestly, if you told me that it was coming up at this point, I would have told you that Content Cat was the one that kind of made this happen with Rainmaker, but I'm not at all surprised to see Content Cat with the stage pick going to Undertow Spillway.
Nolan, the one for Moonlight that would ideally be piloting the Inkvac, the 96 gal, as we mentioned earlier, has been the weapon of choice for that that special. And Siren, we do have players on Content Cat that could still make a strong effort. Pika in particular has held this idea that the blaster is still a really strong weapon to bring out. We'll see now if they have brought it to the table. Taking a look, Gimme of course going to be on the Dapple Dualies. I did see a Wellstring V taking place, Siren, as well as a custom E-leader.
Custom E-leader, that has got to be unique. Basil picking that, I think just ideally to have those beacons being able to place around the stage. You never know when your opponent might pull that Rainmaker in a direction you're not quite expecting, but as long as you have the beacons, you can play a little bit ahead of the curve here. Shadow able to pop that cooler very quickly as the splatter color screen comes out from Pika, who has already taken over the bottom left side of the stage. Like you said before, this is Pika's playground.
Well, how about Kronos on the 96 gal? It is the stage that they've played most often, as we see the dunk there from Content Cat. That's going to get them the first checkpoint here, 9. I was expecting to see a 96-52 comp, but not the 52 deco as Kronos gets it a little bit further.
Wow, I'm almost surprised they picked up the Rainmaker there to try to push it further as well. Pika now going to fight it out here, goes ahead and gets one, because of course Pika would there, but they are still working this through. Gimme now, the threat is not yet gone, by the way. They have cycled another special here at this point. This Wellstring V, the best weapon in the game at popping it. Kronos gets all the way to the pedestal. Just a couple more points here. Nobody can take this player out. They've still cycled a few more in. Zach, the pressure not yet gone.
It is just an insurmountable object there as we see a huge wipeout, and what a throw from Omega. That's been one of their bread and butter weapons this entire time. If it's not the Mint Decavitator, it's the Splatana Wiper. Maybe not in its former glory from the Splatoon 3 North American League 2025 playoffs, but still strong as we see Moonlight Siren going the other way and getting that first checkpoint.
Moonlight has a lot of turf to make up for here. As you can see there, Content Cat pushing that Rainmaker down almost to the knockout. And so this puts Moonlight in a very rough spot, and they're going to want to get ahead as soon as possible, burn through that first checkpoint, which they have now done. You see Omega trying to get ahead here, getting that, the hammer in, but getting splatted is not going to be ideal for them. But as we... Basil desperately trying to take out Kronos' ink vac, and I don't think I've ever seen an interaction quite like that one, Zach.
Oh my goodness. We talked about backed into a corner in match 1. How about that one? 2 specials duking it out as Nolan getting the pick there onto Pika, has the ink vac online, and it will require a knockout from Moonlight here as Nolan is going to start this out using the ink vac defensively. They won't really need it that much, 9, as Omega's going to advance forward, and you can see why these teams typically prefer throwing the Ultra Stamp unless they're doing something like popping that Rainmaker shield.
Oh, man. I just want to say get used to a lot of really silly interactions about to happen. When you have to get a knockout and nothing less will do, you have to start making different types of plays as well. It's not enough to try to set up just a 1 or 2 down and then a long sustained push. These players are going to be going for that. Let's say that you do throw one of those Ultra Stamps. You're hoping that maybe you find 2. You're trying to predict where everyone is going to run to rather than stick on it. So again, a lot to be done for Moonlight at this point. They've done a decent job, but Content Cat is more than happy to keep stalling it out, keep grabbing it, and making sure they don't give up the knockout.
Moonlight going to pick it up here. It's going to be Shadow moving forward, and they have cleared quite a path, although Shadow not really going to use it. Perhaps a bit of deception there, making Content Cat think they're going to go mid or right when instead they're going left, backed up by no one here on the ink vac, and there's that Horseshoe of Doom that one player is taking. The Rainmaker staying very far back, maybe thinking that there's going to be a flanker. One gets taken out, but it's on that side. Nolan advancing so far forward, Siren, and even forcing out not 1, but 2 specials in the interim.
I loved seeing Nolan make the decision there to jump out, get back to their teammates, has a vac there. And when you know there's some battles that you just can't win, you do just have to back up and give it another shot later on. But speaking of later shot, they're not going to have too many more opportunities to give one. Just because we have 1 minute left in the game, and it seems like Content Cat is very content with holding that Rainmaker in just any corner and trying to disrupt Moonlight's flow of play.
I just can't get over Kronos and walls. It's like Shaq at the free throw line. You just don't see it hit that often. It's so tough, but the rest of the team doing so well here. We see Nolan pushing forward, trying to make sure that this Rainmaker is well defended. 9, they may only have 1 or 2 pushes left, and with a knockout needed, they have to ensure it counts.
Well, and I don't know exactly how it happened, but Nolan also went down there. Thankfully was tactical, so he'll be right back before I can even finish the sentence. But Nolan has to be up there with that player. Now, they've got 3 down, so a lot of action was happening here on this left side. That's a tactical that has been tossed out now. Nolan has the the 96 gal, so they've set up the exact scenario that they want. There is just no margin for error. Shadow going to have to recover that HP as well. Thank you, HP Bars, for showing us that. Now he's rotated around. Nolan's going to opt to use this now, and here we go, Zach.
And they're going to be moving forward with the Inkvac there. They're taken down by the Ultra Stamp, so using it. They had the counter, but they're not going to be able to get it out in time. Gimme with the stalwart defense there. They do end up popping the Rainmaker shield. Was wondering if they were going to keep it inflated. Shadow flanking around. If they get this pick, that's going to be huge. Gimme running for the hills there, and they are going to survive. It was a mad dash, ultimately to victory for Content Cat, but 9, that had the makings of potential disaster there, as I don't think they saw Shadow. Despite that, Content Cat evens this match at 1.
Well, you know, we didn't even get to talk about the beacons that were set around that there by Shadow on the Dapple Doolies, but earlier we saw Omega try, I think, 2 or 3 times to get around that right side, so it was always a possibility. But even if Shadow had been able to take that out, they still would have needed to pop the Rainmaker very quickly before anybody could come over. So a great showing there from Content Cat the entire game, not giving up too much at any point. And that's what happens when you get to 1 at the very beginning of the game. It changes everything.
Siren, in some ways, these two teams are playing mirror mode a lot, and part of that's due to the mode, and part of that's due to just their inherent composition. So, of course, bringing the 96 gal there, both of them favoring the Ultra Stamp as well, likely for its ability to get splats on the Rainmaker with the throw, but also take down the Rainmaker shield. What else did you see that led Content Cat to take this game right into their hands pretty early on?
I think one of the things that we looked at, and I like that you brought up those beacons coming out from Shadowwind as well, because we saw that Basil had them. So a comp like that where you don't have a lot of sub-weapon special, like, you know, pressure coming out, it's just one of those things where you need to keep momentum on your side. You need to build up things very quickly, and I just don't think you can. You can't really get a lot of turf on the ground very early on in the game, and because of that, I think it allowed Content Cat to just steamroll in, run in, see that opportunity. All right, Moonlight is not quite comfortable yet on the stage. How can we take advantage of that? Well, let's move the Rainmaker up as fast as we can before they get too set up, before this stage ultimately belongs to them. We need to take advantage of that, and that's how they got things so fast. I think Moonlight was maybe prepping for a longer game and more of a back and forth, and when they didn't quite get that, they didn't really know how to structure their play styles.
Well, 9, color me surprised here, because it is Content Cat selecting the mode, and they have selected Clam Blitz. Our first time seeing Clam Blitz. Let's have you run through the rules.
Well, all right. I have many things to say about this choice, but let's talk about the mode first. In Clam Blitz, there are scattered clams all throughout the stage. They'll come in pods. Some of them will be by themselves. The point is that you're going to pick them up. You grab 8 of them, you'll build up a power clam, and then you're taking them to the clam basket, and you're trying to break the clam barrier on your opponent's side of the stage. You can only open it with a power clam, and that will earn you 20 points. Every subsequent smaller clam after that will get you 3 points. Like all of our other modes, at the end of 5 minutes, or a lot more than 5 minutes as we've seen on this particular stage, the team with the lower count will get the victory. But Zach, if you had told me we were going to Rainmaker, Undertow Spillway, and then Clam Blitz after that, but this was the order, I just flatly wouldn't have believed you.
Siren, I don't want to harp on records too much, but Moonlight a perfect 8-0 on Clam Blitz. On the opposite side, Content Cat 1-11 as we go to the most popular stage for Clam Blitz in Museum d'Alfonsino.
Look, Zach, I know you guys are very fond at looking at the statistics of the game, but I'm not too sure if these players are considering their win record going into this. I think a lot of it is their heart is going into it. That's just what they're feeling at this point in time, and maybe they're thinking they have a miracle that they can pull out for this particular point, you know? Let's defy the odds. Let's win on Clam Blitz against Moonlight. It could also be another one of those situations where, I don't like saying this because it doesn't make any sense. However, they could also just be trying to get this out of the way. They don't want to play it as a Game 5 later on. Let's do it while we have the opportunity and while we still have a Game 4 guaranteed.
You bring up a good point. It is our job to be the analysts, and it's the players' job to give us, of course, the best show that they can and bring the most competitive spirit and heart that they can. And I'm sure that they have a strategy lined up here, but no big surprises coming out from the actual stage. We'll have to see how this one shakes out. We're guaranteed a Game 4, and I personally would love for this one to go to a Game 5, which means we would see our last 2 modes. Ironically, Splat Zones and Tower Control left for last. Don't know what order, don't know if we'll even see a Game 5. Looks like we're just waiting on Omega to get in. Omega, to remind you, mainly using either the Mint Decavitator or the Splatana Wiper, so deciding either between those two weapons or maybe throwing something unconventional out. As we get into Clam Blitz for game number 3, it's Museum de Alfonsino as the stage here, 9. Let's take a look at the compositions.
All right, on one side, Pika going to be sticking with the 52 Daldeco, and on the other side, this is what I would consider the Moonlight composition. Basil on the E-Leader, Nolan on the 96 Gal, Omega on the Mint Decavitator, and Shadow over on the NZAP 85. But I'm also... There's a Tentabrella, right? A Sorella Tentabrella on the field right now. This is what Kronos had been used and known for before the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026. So to see that out right now, yeah, these teams have something they've prepped.
Kronos, one of just 2 players in our playoff teams that use Umbrella. The other one coming up later in JJ on the Sorella Umbrella. And this Bulb's Tri-Stringer Siren, it has the Inkjet, which is out now, a special we don't get to see too commonly, but directs really hurt against a team like Moonlight.
Yeah, it can be really rough for them, and I think maybe that's a good reason why they moved into here, is because they really just want to set themselves up for good defensive positions. Speaking of which, we do see Basil here right under that basket as Content Cat begins to run in and rev up for a push. You can see that they have a good amount of clams, no power clam together just yet, which makes these splats happening on them all the more punishing. So they do have to be mindful of that, because they just dropped a ton of singular clams on the side of the stage that Moonlight currently possesses.
Yeah, once again, we're seeing elements where Moonlight is just inviting the opposing team in and then collapsing on them when it's effectively too late, as we see Gimme going to get taken down, and that might start a push from Moonlight as Shadow is going to hold on to this power clam here. The big bubbler is going to go down here, 9, and that'll start our first break of the barrier.
Well, is there going to be any follow-up is the big question here. Basil's going to try to make it interesting and get a jump in, and got to be careful not to feed anybody to Basil there. Now jumping in here, we'll call it, and Basil jump there. I don't think that was exactly what was planned when they opened the menu to try to super jump, but we'll go ahead and call it 3.5 down. Not bad from Content Cat there. We say so often you want your first score to be your biggest because you don't have any penalty that you have to work for. You get to keep all the clams that you've deposited at that point. But now Content Cat may be trying to rev something up themselves.
There's dangers in trying to maintain momentum, and Content Cat taking just a little bit longer than maybe optimal to set this up. That does give Moonlight the opportunity to combat it. The Ink Vac we saw come out, Omega trying to dance around this canopy, and they will effectively take Kronos down. Will fall shortly after. These teams effectively trading out here, Siren, as we get back into kind of a neutral state.
A neutral state is true. When you look at pushes like just out to 80 on in favor of Moonlight here, that is ultimately, I would say, trivial in a game of Clam Blitz. It's the default score. Like, you really can't go any lower than that. So I do think Content Cat is still feeling pretty okay. They're feeling like they're very much still in this game, as they get a splat on Omega and on Nolan, I believe, as well. This is huge for them. This gives them a great spot to be taking out Basil as well, but an unfortunate interaction there with that tent shield might just slow things down for them.
9, you had a visceral reaction to that. It looked like Basil might be gone to rights, and they got a pick before going down. That may have helped waylaid Content Cat in that push.
I mean, more than just help, it's the only reason they haven't scored right now. Basil hitting that shot, and then off of the Tentabrella shield, a bomb took the other one out. They went from what should have been a 2v0 situation to an even situation. All the momentum gone now from Content Cat. You see, once Moonlight found their footing, they have a successful defense. Shadow going way, way deep in, but they're okay trading a couple players down because Content Cat has yet to build up a lot of resources.
Yeah, Shadow we see on that NZAP here. We have some players in the playoffs that play it very aggressively. Shadow, I think, kind of on the opposite side there, as we see Content Cat breaking the barrier for the first time themselves, and they will get the clam in that's going to give them the lead. Hawaiian landing on a bomb that's going to take them out. It will be 3 down, Siren, but the lead going over, and not a ton of time left for Moonlight.
No, not a lot of time left. However, if they're able to get another break on the basket here, which they now have another power clam and that one we call the pity underneath their own basket as well, just waiting for them, that gets them in a very good spot. They might just be able to cheese something in here as long as Omega can get towards the basket, and Nolan has that power clam as well with Shadow. They're going to be able to dunk. That's going to get them the lead, but we need to be reminded of the dynamic that now this has given Content Cat a bit of an opportunity to volley here if they're able to get Moonlight Moonlight picked off entirely here.
That was all 4 specials online in quick succession, and why not use them if you're going to extend your lead to 34 and still going here. The 10 Tactical are helping them get back into the action. Pika using the curling bomb to try and take down the power clam carrier that they see encroaching. They're going to get it in. They need one more clam in order to claim a knockout here. 30 seconds left to go. Shadow's going to fall. So with a 3-down situation here, Moonlight, they won't get the knockout, and that'll buy Content Cat maybe one more good push.
Well, it's going to have to be a great push, Zach. Let's make no bones about it here. This is basically the exact same scenario that Content Cat put Moonlight in before. And now at this point, if you are Moonlight, just keep up on the center of the stage. Don't give too many clams to your opponent for free. That is the biggest resource you have, is how long it can take to build up a lot. You're almost even okay with giving this up at this point, although they built 3 power clams in the heat of the moment. Hold on here. That's another player down. Pika now is up here. Would love to get one of these players and fell into the ink back shot. Oh my goodness, here we go. Can Gimme get close enough? They're going to have to super jump in. The answer is no. I think Basil had another shot there at the end, but I've just got to say, you talk about the moments again, Zach. There were 2 or 3 times Content Cat had big opportunities, and the small unforced errors will clutch it out for Moonlight.
Both things ended up being true. That was a great push, but it was still not enough. We have to be emphatic about how strong Moonlight was, not just on this mode in general, but with that push to 2. And Siren, I want to bring up the way that they did it, because they had their 2 specials invested early on, the Ink Vac and then the Big Bubbler right under the basket, but then they had the follow-up there. They had the Wave Breaker and the Tactical that keeps their presence on top of that court area.
I think that's a really good thing to mention, and I noticed that us as spectators of the game, we basically have eyes everywhere. We can see things that these players can't see. We can see these floating titles. We can see all of that. And even then, I had a super hard time locating where these players of Moonlight were coming in from and dunking all of these clams into the basket. We're like doing circles around the spinner in their spawn, and yet somehow Moonlight still has points ticking down onto the basket of Content Cat. And I just don't even know how they did that. It's like a ninja.
9 for Moonlight. It's not just about the patience that we've said Moonlight is known for. It's about multiple options to get back in. They have that in the beacon from their E-Leader. They have that in the Tactical, giving them the buff to that super jump. So they are, before the game even gets started, investing in options that are going to pay off when they're in the nitty-gritty, when they're trying to maintain space, because Content Cat, they put out a lot of ink. If Hawaiian's on the board, they can reclaim space in a hurry.
They can reclaim space in a hurry. The question is, what space can they take? And that's really the important piece of how Moonlight likes to play the game. When we say they slow it down, it's not that they are inactive, right? The only thing you cannot be in top-level Splatoon 3 is passive. They have areas that they are putting up a stalwart defense and saying, you can't get here because we know what will happen if we do. Conversely, they know exactly where they need to attack, and they also know that for everything that Content Cat's unusual comps bring from an entertainment standpoint, it's not always the best at holding things down. Of course, you've got a curling bomb that you can toss out to do that, but you have the beacons from Gimme. Of course, those don't do any damage, so you know that the opponent can't put up a stalwart defense. Get all the points that you can when you have the one opportunity to do it, and they needed just about every one of them to hold that game.
Siren, as we well know, the mode selection for Game 4 is also the de facto mode selection for if there is a Game 5, and we are going to Splat Zones on Mako Mart. It's the 3rd most commonly selected stage for Splat Zones. Do you think there's an edge here for either team just based off the mode and stage combination?
I'm going to be totally honest. I think both of these teams are so used to playing Splat Zones on Mako Mart that I can't really look at these comps and say, okay, one of them has an advantage here. I think at the end of the day, this is like, there's a reason why a lot of teams pick this as their starting one. It's so that they can feel out their opponent, and that's why it's so weird that we have this playing as a Game 4. It's because of the fact that, like, this is normally what you would pick to see what's going on with your opponent. Where do they feel comfortable? Where can we find little openings? Where can we make jabs? But I think things like what you mentioned before, the defense that Moonlight had on Clam Blitz is important to pay attention to here, because Mako Mart is ultimately very small. It's not that hard to defend in certain areas, and I think because of that, Moonlight just might have the very, very, very slightest edge, because it's not that hard to get towards the zone, and therefore I think their defenses are just going to be a little bit stronger.
Well, it's Content Cat's job to try and take this one to a Game 5, but Basil, we saw being so strong on that E-leader. If they bring it back on this stage, yes, it might be a small stage, but there is a rather expansive Charger overlook that gives you a great view of the rest of the stage. Yes, there are some boxes and walls. I think there are shelves or places in a grocery store that is Mako Mart that you can set up on or shark around, but Basil could potentially have a field day here if Content Cat does not find a way to lock them down. Let's see if Content Cat can force a Game 5 or if Moonlight is going to hold on and advance to our winners semifinals 9. I'm seeing an incline tri-stringer. I think I saw that tent umbrella coming back and a roller to boot.
Well, here we are. Omega on the splat roller does not really surprise me. I'm a little surprised. I guess Pika is going to continue to run this 52 Aldeco until the very end of the tournament. Has already taken out Omega, so there you go. The two players we called out both fight at the very beginning of the game. But it makes sense. That splatter color screen can fairly safely make life very difficult for opposing E-leader players. Right now, Content Cat in a pretty good position. They're really relying on Hawaiian to get a lot of turf, and the others are just going to try to fight it out.
You thought the tent umbrella canopy was going to be the largest on the stage. We introduced the splatter color screen that is going to absolutely dwarf it when it comes out. It's going to be Content Cat taking the zone first, but Moonlight in pretty firm control. They are going to lose one member rather early on as Shadow just sits behind the zone, this funky plush-shaped zone, and Siren tries to keep it painted, which they will for now.
Yes, I think they've done a good job at stalling things out, waiting for their opponent, their teammates to come back in to maybe assist them. But with that not quite happening, that gave Content Cat another opportunity to get back in here. You saw the Tenebrella set up, but it seems like Moonlight was just waiting for them to get in that specific area before they took the fight, saying, all right, this is where we have coverage. Let's move in from here and wait for Content Cat to maybe get a little bit greedy. We are not nervous looking at the timer right now. We are basically even in scores. We are very, very close. So let's just take it slow and wait for the big advantage that we can get from this.
Nolan was greedy for splats there as we saw 2 go down. They were looking for a third. And Pika, who we've seen some highlight reel plays from 9, trying to babysit this zone as we see these teams becoming a little bit closer in power than we've seen in a couple of these other games.
Well, I'm surprised the lead hasn't flipped yet. Now it finally will. A couple of members of Content Cat have gone down, so I think the lead is about all they're going to get here. This should be a flip right now, and Nolan will go and make good on it. So you see that Content Cat has really tried to force the issue on this left box that we are seeing Basil at, and now we're even going to commit a full-on special to try to do it and assist as well. But Moonlight is one step ahead. That's where the defenses have come from. So even though Pika is doing a decent job attacking it, as well as putting some pressure on the zone, they need to find players if they're going to get any sort of sustained hold.
We see the super chump coming out. Hawaiian, unlike Basil, has not abandoned until now that Charger overlook. Omega going to fall, and we're going to see them starting to put ink down on the zone once again. A lot of progress made, though, by Moonlight. And you have to think Siren Kronos with that Trizuka primarily, as they are now going to be targeting Basil, as it's the one thing that can match their range.
Yeah, I love to see Kronos feeling so comfortable to move up on the right side of the stage here. You can see that Moonlight is just holding their cards very close to their chest, just waiting for someone to peek their head out close enough for something to take care of. I think the Tenebrella has been really putting a wedge in things for them because they're very concerned about the different angles that Tenebrella might come in from here, and that's been causing them to wait and play a little bit more hesitant, but ultimately I think that's been paying off for them in the long run. However, they can't dote on these opportunities for too long. They only have a little bit more points to go through here, but with the speed that Content Cat has been playing at, they just shouldn't feel too safe if they're not moving up past that zone.
So many of the specials and weapons brought today kind of forcing this war of attrition, forcing these players to invest so many resources into either moving past or taking down some of the obstacles like the Inkback or the canopy in their way, as Pika cannot lock onto a singular target. They were looking left and right 9, but they couldn't decide on one, as we see Moonlight just 1 point away from Content Cat, but with major penalties.
Well, yeah, that's what I was about to say there. That entire time Pika was not firing on the zone, relying on the rest of the team to flip the zone back to apply the penalty with only a point left. Gimmy's going to go down. Those points are going to start to tick away. So now that Kronos is back, Omega needs to find these players. If they get too many more flips, they aren't going to have opportunities, but that may have been the pick that they needed. They're at full strength.
Yeah, knowing the wherewithal to get the pick and then immediately jump out, you have to know that was pre-planned, and that time having the big bubbler invested gets another one there onto Kronos, and they will watch under this ledge as they enter the Flow Aura state in Moonlight. No longer with a penalty behooving them, Siren. Siren as Content Cat looking to desperately regroup.
A very well-timed Tacticooler coming out for the members of Moonlight when they don't really have too much more to go to get to the knockout. However, Pika running towards this zone has to pick a fight or paint the zone. There is no opportunity for in-between here, and with 3 points left to go, Content Cat is desperately looking for a penalty to apply.
That's huge. I wasn't sure if the Super Chumps were going to go off in time or if Moonlight was going to take it in a knockout here. 9 under 20 or so seconds left here, desperately trying to save this ink fact that they've just now built up. Will they have enough, or can Content Cat actually take the zone back?
I think with Kronos going down there and another one following up, being the main turfer, this one may be going the other way. That's another one down. Pika's going to try to rush the zone because there's nothing left. But Omega, as so often want to do, gets the big play in the middle of the game on Mako Mart. And there you have it. Moonlight completes what they came to do.
Moonlight solidifying their winners quarterfinals victory 3-1 over Content Cat, and they will have a date with Milky Way coming up in the winners semifinals. Siren, it was a closely contested bout, but in the end, between Omega and Nolan both entering that Flow Aura state, it was clear it was Moonlight all the way.
Yeah, Moonlight, when they get into a specific flow, they will just go on a rampage if you give them the opportunity to. And I think what was really throwing a wedge in things for them for the longest time was Kronos picking that Tenebrella. It felt like early on they didn't really know how to deal with it, and I know it can be a difficult matchup if you're playing a 96 scale, getting around that shield, and your shooting speed is kind of slow, so it can be hard to move around when you have a Tenebrella painting your feet. So I think that was giving them a bit of a hard time. However, they were finally able to get a bit of a flow state, like you said, Flow Aura state, and finally, once they were able to get those fights and figure out how to sequence their events, that's ultimately what got them the win at the end.
9, we mentioned Moonlight, such a great team that has been around since 2023, adaptable to a fault, even facing this Tenebrella multiple times. How did they pull it out?
I think when you know what your composition is coming in, you always have the advantage. And that match may be, more than any other, a clear match of we have a composition that we think is going to counter your composition. What Content Cat brought out there, make no mistake, that was an anti-Moonlight composition. And it's so interesting and why we love this game so much is you have that option from the weapon select screen. So I give a lot of credit to Moonlight here. That was a great showing for Content Cat. I think we're getting the good Content Cat today. But that was, again, a comp that was made to counter Moonlight, and even though there were some very, very close games, Moonlight won out in the end with the war of attrition that they're so comfortable in.
Well, as we are wont to do with these in-studio casts, we have the Telestrator online to look at some replays, and it's none other than Falco Flyer on the Telestrator to break it down. Falco, what do you got for us?
Hey, thanks, Zach. Hey, everybody. Yeah, we are going to show you a clip from Game 3, Clamblitz Museum d'Alfonsino. This is a great game for Moonlight to try and come back and get the win. We'll try and get this clip going as soon as we possibly can, but it was such an amazing game for them. They had all 4 of their players alive, getting some really good pushes the whole time, and we're going to actually just toss it back to you, Zach. We'll try and get this replay going, but you might see me soon. We'll see you.
Well, we'll join back up with Falco in just a moment. We will have some replays, of course, from Content Cat v Moonlight. And Siren, this was a 4v5 matchup that we didn't think would be a sweep in any one direction. It lived up to that hype. But Moonlight, too, we mentioned them being a team from the Splatoon 3 North American League 2025 playoffs. They finished second. They had some powerhouse match victories. And even with a game dropped, they're looking like a very strong team in these playoffs.
Yeah, I know that Moonlight is one of those teams that works extremely well under pressure. They've taken a lot of different tournament victories just off of, right off the skin of their back, basically. Just I don't really know the best expression to use in this situation, but Moonlight has always stuck together, and they've always done such a good job at adapting. And I think this was like the textbook example of Moonlight adapting to the cards that they've been dealt. And I think one thing that I'd like, that just kind of came to mind recently is you brought up how long Moonlight has stayed together, and with that has been some changes in their comps. And I think one of those things that may have taken them back there and given them a bit of deja vu was seeing the Tenebrella coming out from Chronos, because back in the day, Shadowwind was a Tenebrella player as well. So it's one of those things that you think about in Splatoon. Like, I've played this weapon before, so I also understand the weaknesses of it. So I think it's one of those things where a light bulb must have gone off in Shadowwind's head and was like, okay, wait, I know this. This is how we deal with it.
You could say they've played these games before, if you will. And 9, as we mentioned with Scuba, there is not the end here for Content Cat. They go down to the losers portion of the bracket, and one of the main things we said about them is in multiple weeks during the regular season, they had these just heroic losers bracket runs going all the way to grand finals twice. Is there a path where they can do this again today?
I think so, and I think it's nice that they will find out very quickly if they're even going to be playing tomorrow and have the opportunity to do so, because again, this is a 2-day playoffs that these teams are going to be running through. So for a team like Content Cat, they need to catch fire if they want to make that run. We've also seen them go 0-2 in a couple of these brackets as well. So the nice thing is you can build off a momentum if you do get a win in your losers match that they'll be playing later today, and then tomorrow you can come in refreshed with a whole new idea of how you want to play, and you won't be playing Moonlight. So maybe that composition they don't feel is their strongest. They just felt was strongest against Moonlight. So the cards are certainly there. Tomorrow they could go on a great run, and I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever.
That's one of the benefits of the way that the bracket is set up, is you're facing the largest number of teams possible. You will potentially have to have rematches if you make it far enough through, either in the loser side of the bracket or once you get to grand final. So it really is a situation where we could see Content Cat making some of these heroic plays once again. And Moonlight, of course, a bright future ahead. Siren, I don't really want to put the cart before the horse here, but we have to preview, in a sense, just briefly, this Milky Way versus Moonlight upcoming matchup. This has been years in the making. We've seen multiple iterations of it across multiple teams even. What are you thinking about for these two teams facing off in our winter semis?
Well, look, I don't want to underestimate Milky Way, because I think that's one of the biggest mistakes you could ever make. However, we saw their set against Scuba, and it was a lot closer than we had originally anticipated for things to be. Despite it being 3-0, like, those scores in some of those games were rather close. It was very much within batting range for Scuba in some instances. So when I think about that and I look at Moonlight and how strong they played the set against Content Cat, which I don't believe they were slotted to win in the first place, you got to consider, okay, well, maybe this is a really, really good day for Moonlight. They're playing hot. They got that great momentum. They haven't been sitting around waiting for the, their next set necessarily. So they're going to have a little bit less downtime between these games overall. So it's one of those things to consider as well. And they have another opportunity here to watch what Milky Way is playing. So I'll toss that back to you, Zach. We have a lot of things to look at here.
Well, one of those things to look at is the bracket following our match number 2 in the winners quarterfinals. You can see there Moonlight as the 5 seed taking the victory over Content Cat 3-1, and there it is. Milky Way versus Moonlight will be coming up later as our first winners semi-finals. But 9, we have another match coming up. Before that, of course, Content Cat and Scuba will be one of the matches in our losers top 8. But the next one we have for you is Cream Soda versus Duck Motif, our 2v7 matchup. That one should be rather fascinating.
Okay, look, I've made it very public that Cream Soda is the horse that I am backing on this one. So listen, this is such a fun team to watch, and they play a completely different style than any of the teams that we've watched thus far today. Content Cat plays aggressive, but as we saw in that last time, they have their idea of how they want to get to aggression. Sometimes it's through a Tenebrella shield. Sometimes it's through beacons. We're not going to see a whole lot of that. There's a very different way that Cream Soda gets their attacks, and for Duck Motif, I mean, this is a team that is synonymous with North American Splatoon, I would say. You talk about a team that's been around a long time. Duck Motif, plenty.
And Siren taking a look as well here with our Cream Soda versus Duck Motif match. Anything that jumps out of you? We know Cream Soda was kind of a late entrant, and they dominated for quite some time. They're one of the main teams looking to contend with Milky Way, but they'll have to go up against Duck Motif first.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm going to try and be an optimist about this one. I'm a a big cream soda fan as well. And you mentioned that duck motif is synonymous with North American Splatoon. They've been around for a really long time. However, cream soda is another amalgamation of players who played together more or less for a really long period of time. And like you said, they when they hit the ground running, and that's exactly how they got to this number 2 position here. And look, the seeding is based on overall the league stats. However, I know you and me, Nine, we're both cheering on cream soda and have our own ideas of who is going to win today. And there's a reason why I do think that they're going to be able to pull through very far in this tournament. And a big part of that is just because of the momentum that they've built up. Like, they've fought to get to this spot, and so we can see how passionate they are about today.
Well, we endeavor to cater to all types of Splatoon fans here, and if you're tuning in and you like what you see, but you haven't seen much Splatoon before, here's a quick history lesson that'll bring you up to speed on the entire Splatoon series.
Whoa, that was a lot to take in, huh? But don't worry, this primer will get you up to speed on the Splatoon series in no time. Oh hey, it's you. You can be an Inkling or an Octoling in some games. Both have a swim form resembling some very familiar sea creatures. They've also got a wicked sense of style, from how customizable their looks are to their fresh fashion from top to bottom. So go wild with expressing yourself however you want. This is ink. And you're gonna need a lot of it for all sorts of stuff. Whether you're playing turf war battles, hunting down salmonids, exploring strange areas, or fighting giant enemies, ink is vital to your adventures. Running on empty? Just dive into it, take a beat, and now you're filled up again. While you're hitting the bricks around town, you'll meet characters from all walks of life, like the residents of Splatsville and Inkopolis Square. Oh yeah, we can't forget about the musicians. They play a huge part in the series. There's Callie and Marie of the Squid Sisters, and Pearl and Marina of Off the Hook. We've also got Deep Cut, comprised of the shrewd Shiver, the feisty Fry, and the big-hearted Big Man. Rumor has it they're off on a treasure hunt in their latest adventure. Still with me? Cool. There's a lot that happens around the city, but the musicians will get you caught up on all the latest happenings around town. They also host Splatfests. These are big in the world of Splatoon. Understatement of the year, they're huge. Splatfests are competitive and festive events featuring a special theme. And to kick Splatfests off, there's a concert performed live by the musicians. Music is a core part of Splatoon, with their fresh beats and variety of styles. Just take a listen. Okay, there's one question you probably still have after all of that. How did the world of Splatoon even come into existence? Well, for starters, mammals got wiped out, except for this cat. Wait, what? Inklings and Octolings then became the dominant species and built a society centered on music, fashion, and healthy competition. It's not a perfect world, though. There's fighting to contend with, messy jobs to do, And the past doesn't always stay buried. But that's where you come in. So, get immersed in the style, the ink, the characters, the music, the stories, and everything else in Splatoon 3 and Splatoon Raiders. Happy splatting!
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that brief glimpse at everything that Splatoon has to offer. But now we have to get into what the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs are going to offer. And Siren, that's our third match, and we have to start with our number 2 seed, Cream Soda.
Cream Soda, a team to absolutely beat today. I'm really excited to be looking at this highlight reel. We've got a very strong roster ahead of us today, and I heard a little bit of, not gossip necessarily, but Hexen should be sitting out for the majority of today, and that's going to leave a lot of aggressive players today. Just Hexen mostly focusing on coaching and analyzing and making sure that basically they're dotting their I's and, and has all their ducks in a row, basically.
We'll have that highlight video from Cream Soda coming at you momentarily here. As you mentioned, a very deep roster. Hexen, a very accomplished and tenured Western player in their own right. And that's just their sub-9. We've got tons of players for this team that are looking to be dominant. Zenith among them. They have such a deep roster of weapons, namely things like the NZAP and 96 Gal that we've seen tons of today. Thunder, I don't think 11.2 is going to affect them either, as they tend to favor the Blaster and Custom Blaster. Wave, one of the most accomplished Snipe Rider 5Hs that you're going to see, could even bring out that heavy Splatling that we've seen today as well. Rounded out by one of the most, if not the most dominant 52 Gal player in the entirety of North America in Goss. You can see some of the highlights from the team here. They love setting up. They love being in the action here. They are a dominant, aggressive team that you know exactly what you're getting. And 9, that's kind of the scary part because they don't have a super deep roster of weapons. Countering them, though, is a Duck Motif team that we also saw in last year's playoffs, and they're looking to repeat some of that success.
Yeah, if last match was a mirror match for the actual on stage, this is a mirror match for the funny reasons. We have a Hexen versus Vexen matchup, and we also have a battle of 52 Gals. Caden joining Duck Motif, not on the team last season. This is a team that has reinvented itself. They put out a lot of turf. They put out a lot of specials as well. It's a much more effective Duck Motif squad when they are on the attack. They've taken matches from every single team except for, unfortunately for them, this team right now that they're playing against in Cream Soda, as well as Milky Way. But this is a team that, again, when they get on the attack, they're so well coordinated. Whenever Red Shell is behind you, you know that there are problems when this Octobrush comes. They have just enough versatility, Zach, but I love the changes they've made between last season and this one.
So fascinating the way these winners' quarters have worked out. And Siren, we already have the stage and mode combination. We are going the more conventional route as we start with Splat Zones as our first mode and going to Crab Leg Capital, a stage that has mostly been played for Turf War, so kind of adjacent to Splat Zones. It's just the one zone, but lots to take in as we see lots of greats spread around this stage.
Yeah, greats is the exact thing that I was going to bring up as well, Zach. This stage in particular is very much dominated by who has control of those greats at any given time. So a lot of range-based weapons are very favored. Things like chargers, things like even just pulling out a crab tank on there. You can roll onto there with a dually, pop a crab tank, and then all of a sudden you have all this coverage of your opponent's base in just a matter of seconds. So that's going to be the name of the game here. Both teams are going to be vying for those greats before they're even considering the ground below it.
9, we talked about some of the mirror matches here. We may not get to see Hexen versus Vexen, but we are likely to see Caden versus Goss on the 52. That is a high-level bout. And of course, we have to mention Red Shell on just about any variant of the Octobrush that you can think of.
Yeah, that Octobrush, and I'm glad you brought up the different variants too, because the Comet's Octobrush with the Kraken Royale, I think, has given them an entirely different dynamic. There were, again, a lot of stages where they didn't have an ink vac necessarily, but when you have the Kraken Royale, it means that you can go and attack on some of these other modes in a way that you can't. And Zach, I really hope that you are right here that we get the 52, because if there was ever a stage that Caden would switch off of the 52 and go to the tried and true custom dually squelchers or even the regular dually squelchers, this might be it as well. So this is a really fun pick to see early on, and I'm excited to see these teams fight it out. I will say, though, as an avid consumer of shiny tips, I believe you've talked about Goss and Thunder on this particular stage and this particular mode.
I have, in fact. Thank you for plugging me there. And if you haven't checked out the most recent episode of the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 show, we implore and encourage you to do so. But yes, Crab Leg Capital, in fact, is a stage where teams control both the drop down into mid, as well as, if they can get there, the court area in which the respawning team will try and regain ground. The Great Siren are, of course, very important, but maintaining that pressure and dominance is going to be equally important. We'll see if Cream Soda can pull it off in their first bout today against Duck Motif. Shout out to Czar, as always, on the spec cam. And Siren, back to you here, as I do, in fact, see Caden on the Dually Squelchers.
Yeah, that was one thing I was looking forward to seeing from Caden. I know they have a history of playing it in the past, but I just see you pointing your fingers. I noticed that you're looking at that L3, or H3 rather, nozzle nose, something we don't see very often in competitive Splatoon 3.
I do believe it is, in fact, the L3 Nozzle Nose D, which is going to have a pretty solid kit 9 in the Burst Bomb and the Ultra Stamp. Just not a main weapon that we see because it doesn't really have that one burst splat potential.
No, but I'll tell you what that weapon can do as well as anything is turf a splat zone. That thing can pump out turf like you would not believe and build up a ton of specials on the other side. And they've also now swapped Vexen over instead to the 52 Gal, which is the weapon that Vexen played last year. So this is a completely different looking Duck Motif here. They've managed to keep the strengths of what their new comp brought, while also throwing a couple curveballs in. They just took down 2 more members of Cream Soda, and the points continue to fly.
The backbone of the team, of course, is Kai on that Snipe Rider 5H, which they've only been off of a handful of times. You can see them on the grates there, and this is a rare sight, Siren. Cream Soda on the back foot as we see a nice splat by Caden with the splat bomb, and Duck Motif breezing past the halfway mark.
Oh, Caden absolutely schmoovin' on the members of Cream Soda. Has slid up onto these top right grates, which are not the ones you normally expect to see people dominating. However, that Wavebreaker coming out in the last 20 ticks of the zone timer here. Kai is just going to be standing above with that Snipe Rider 5H, has all this coverage over it. However, that splashdown coming out from the other side of the wall is going to aid in painting and covering that zone and getting them back in.
Aid, I think it was the one thing that saved them from a knockout there. That was absolutely critical in giving Cream Soda any chance to come back in 9. They don't have a large penalty to contend with, so they're off to the races, but Duck Motif has been on it, and they've got multiple specials out now.
Multiple specials, and again, I want to keep coming back to how much better their comp is at turfing this zone. Again, Red Shell now moving forward and attacking, not even concerned with the zone. Might have liked to see them control it. Now they'll control it here. But in splat zones, if you drastically outscale your opponent from a turfing standpoint, it means you force them to move forward and attack you. I know Cream Soda's usually happy to do that, but just keep an eye if we see a few more swaps of this zone and the time starts to tick.
I'm keeping an eye on Thunder as well, who did in fact go with a blaster this time. It's going to be the custom variant, of course, with that triple splashdown that was so imperative to helping claim the zone, and Wave backing off of the high ground as Thunder is going to take the high ground here, and even despite limited range, Siren encroaching on Duck Motif, as now Cream Soda is going to get past the halfway mark.
Yeah, Cream Soda now ticking down past that halfway, and it doesn't look like they're anywhere close to stopping. You can see this hammer coming out from Red Shell. However, they've just been siphoned into this corner here as Thunder closes in on them. And with Thunder underneath a ledge, that is one nuisance that you have to take care of sooner rather than later.
It doesn't matter if it's Pika, Len, or in this case Thunder. The Blaster's going to be camping that drop down. Cream Soda very close to claiming the lead. They get into single digits and they will take the lead. That's going to be 2 down against Duck Motif. Zenith helping to lock down the zone. And despite a huge scare as Duck Motif gets down to 7, Cream Soda comes roaring back and takes game 1 on Splat Zone's Crab Leg Capital. 9, you might know that one of my favorite analogies for Splatoon is the pendulum. It swung hard one way for Duck Motif and it swung harder back in the way of Cream Soda.
You know, in the schoolyard when you're playing tetherball with like the tallest and strongest kid in class, and you hit, and then the tetherball swings and hits you in the head, but they hit it so hard that it hits you in the head again, and it becomes this big comical thing. The moment that that game did not get knocked out, a little voice in my head started talking like, oh, no, not like this. And I mean this in the nicest of way. That is Duck Motif in a nutshell. They can almost beat anybody, and they get so close to doing it over and over again, but you can't give these teams that many opportunities. And once they got all the way pushed back, and that high turf output comp that they have didn't have a zone to shoot at, that's kind of what I was afraid was going to happen, and it did.
Yeah, this is kind of, as you mentioned, Duck Motif in a nutshell, but we would be talking very differently about Duck Motif had they not had that triple splashdown right in their face, I believe, from Thunder, claiming the zone in its entirety. Still, I think lots of positives to pull from for Duck Motif.
Yeah, I think Duck Motif has a lot of potential going into the set. Sorry, I'm still held back by that thought of the tetherball because I still don't think you say as if it's happened to everybody. I can't say it has.
Fair enough. Fair enough. We can move on.
Yeah. I'd be really happy to. But now we're in a position where Cream Soda does get an opportunity to select the mode that they're going into in the second game. And it looks like we are going to be going into tower control for our second option. And, we were talking about the trifecta before. Things are naturally falling back into place. However, this is another, I would argue that tower control has even more of an opportunity for Duck Motif to do what they do best, right?
I mean, after seeing an L3D, there's only so much deviation away from the matrix that we can do here. We have to have some sense of normalcy here. As 9, we will indeed be going to tower control for game number 2, but this stage is one we don't get to see too often. Not only is it Robo Ramen, which doesn't come up a lot, usually when it comes up, it's more of a splat zone stage. We're seeing it for tower control now.
Yeah, this is... I'm trying to think what the rationale is here for Duck Motif, because Tower Control Robo Ramen, not necessarily common in the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026, but you all have played it in solo queue. You know that when you get to that second graded area where that second checkpoint is, you have to find a way to break through. Typically that's done by way of a big old explosive special or a blaster. When I think of the compositions that Duck Motif tends to bring to the game, those two things aren't usually in the cards. As Zach noted, now an L3D has come out. We can't predict anything at this point, but I'll be interested in seeing what the rationale is here and why they chose this, because they had a lot of other stages they could have picked.
May not be a majorly picked stage overall, but it is tied for the 4th most common tower control stage as we get into game 2. Duck Motif hoping to tie this one up. I am seeing the splat dualies here from Vexen, but Siren, it's not the splat dualies that we normally see. This one's going to have that fizzy bomb and the big bubbler, maybe to protect that tower better.
I think that's a really smart decision coming out of Duck Motif here, and maybe that played into the reasoning of why they selected specifically Robo Ramen, because there's so many vulnerable areas, so knowing that they can pull out a big bubbler, they might think they have a better chance at defending and a better chance at being able to ride that tower for extended periods of time.
That'll be the Twinkles splat dually there with the fizzy bomb and big bubbler. As we take a look, they do have that big bubbler online, and they're going to use it immediately indeed on the tower as Duck Motif is going to get started 9 right where they left off from the start of game 1 and get to that first checkpoint, but not much further.
No, not much further here. Retro got to be careful there. Almost walked into just a little too much damage there and ceded what was honestly a pretty solid control here of the center of the stage. This is where it gets so difficult to play against Cream Soda. You go a couple down and you aren't entirely sure how deep they're going to push, how they're going to move forward and attack you. Now Thunder here on the bottom area, as we've discussed, this double big bubbler composition that they're running right now means that they can hold on to this tower for large swaths of time. Duck Motif doing a diligent job of at least forcing them off, but you have to wonder how many more times that'll happen if they keep building these double bubbles.
Arguably the scariest mode to play against a double big bubbler composition as we see Caden going down. Caden did indeed bring the 52 gal this time around, so no dually squelchers at least for game 2. Zenith trying to shred that big bubbler as we see Red Shell getting into the recently buffed Zipcaster here, looking for a pick, and it looks like that member Goss of Cream Soda was just too fast for them, Siren, as we stay in a state where Cream Soda will get past or right to that first checkpoint.
I'm not going to lie to you, Zach. I'm not too sure how either of these teams were prepared to play on Robo Ramen Tower today, and I think it's reflecting in what we're seeing here. We're almost halfway through this game, and neither of these teams has been able to break through that initial checkpoint, and it seems almost like it's effectively a stalemate. Both of these teams desperately trying to vie for the center of the stage, getting the tactical and getting all these specials, but not a lot of momentum is resulting from any of it.
Like on so many stages, you want your Snipe Rider player to either be on the tower or on a low wall that gives you lots of objective view. We see Kai backing off as they were the one on the tower. Caden briefly joining them, but it's going to be effectively a 3v2 for Duck Motif as they do take the lead and continue to press forward here with a flank from Goss 9. We likened them to a ghost. You don't see them for so long, and then they appear behind you with a splash wall in front.
Oh, Goss the ghost. All right, write that one down. Write that one down. We're going to reference that one over. It's so true. I mean, this is the team that finds ways to flank and plays well off balance. The problem is that they've been off balance for the better part of the last 90 seconds, it feels like. They have not had a great way to slow down Duck Motif in an explosive fashion. Siren, I'm so glad that you brought it up because, again, double Big Bubbler, great when things are working well and you're sustaining pushes. When you're breaking out, though, that's not the special combination I would like to have.
Thunder feeling pretty safe and secure for now, both buffed by the Tacticooler and sitting under that Big Bubbler. The jump-ins will come through as they attempt to be marked, and Red Shell unabashedly moving forward here, trying to avenge their last Zipcaster. Do they have enough time to get a member? No, they don't, is the answer, as Cream Soda will survive another onslaught, but still, Siren, Duck Motif holding the lead 57. I would not wager on most, including this stage, to be a game-winning push.
Absolutely, that's my thoughts exactly, Zach. I just can't imagine winning this particular stage on a 57 lead. However, we do see Duck Motif, at least at the very, very minimum, able to hold the tower near this point here. We might be able to burn through the second checkpoint here, but whenever I don't see Goss on the screen, I get worried now.
That was the Zipcaster coming through, and a nice pick onto Wave. They just have a flicker of health and will somehow stay alive. They'll come right back down to the tower, and it was doomed from the moment they jumped back, but 9 maybe well-deserved, as with just under a minute left. It's an extension of 30 for the lead for Duck Motif.
It's a big lead, and they still have a checkpoint as well that they can use as a defensive resource. Now, suddenly, Cream Soda has to push ahead of the grading, I would argue. They cannot simply trade turf with their opponent. Getting Caden down is going to be a huge start to that, and a well-timed Tacticooler as well is going to give some real opportunities. Red Shell thinking better of it and jumping out right there. Coming back around, still fighting it out with Thunder. It's trades. That is 2 down, though, and this may be Cream Soda's opportunity.
Red Shell missing out on that opportunity, and Thunder still in this flow aura state as they advance forward. The members of Duck Motif are grouped up. It's a trade, so Thunder not maybe getting as much out of that as they wanted. As Zenith tries to hold on to the tower. 20 seconds left to go as they attempt to advance, but Duck Motif locking it down. Goss appears like a shadow and will take down Caden, sitting in the underbelly of Robo Ramen. They'll clamber atop the tower and allow the jump-ins to come through, and Siren, we might need overtime for this one.
5 seconds left to go. I'm surprised at how long Zenith has been able to stay alive. Vexen hopping onto the tower, and Duck Motif has control for now and just barely able to clench through and get that lead, protecting that tower from Cream Soda hopping on just long enough to barely hold that 15-point lead.
That second checkpoint of the tower in the underbelly of Robo Ramen in a very tough position, 9, where you have this path, the main path leading to mid, directly next to you. So hard to defend a spot like that, although Goss was trying their best.
Zach, that's the first tower control game all season that Cream Soda's lost. Unbelievable. Do you want to guess what Duck Motif was ranked win percentage-wise in tower control?
Not great.
8th.
Oh my, 8th out of 8.
Our best tower control team just lost a tower control game. And again, these are all actual I'm not making any of this up. Our best placing tower control team just lost a game to what would be the lowest placing tower control team. That's playoffs right there.
Cream Soda and Milky Way would have been a combined 17-0 on tower control, and they were coming into these playoffs. That is, as 9 mentioned, the first loss on tower control. Now we have already gotten the mode siren for Game 3. It's Duck Motif's selection, and they go to Turf War. So despite the loss on Splat Zones in Game 1, they want to run it back on a mode that really favors inking the stage as much as you possibly can.
I think that's really interesting. I think when you go back to something like a loss where something is reliant on how much turf output and how much input you have, why go back here? I wish I could think and give you a proper answer to why they would do this, Zach, but I really don't know what's running through Duck Motif's mind, and maybe they're going for like this weird backwards thing where they're like, all right, well, Cream Soda wins everything on tower control. Well, we lost earlier on something like Splat Zones, but so why not? Why not Turf War? Why not?
Recognizing that it might be a bad habit to keep looking at these records, you have to find a weakness for Cream Soda that you can exploit. And Cream Soda 2-2 9 on Turf War, where Duck Motif is 3-4. Yes, it's a losing record, but as we take a look at Mako Mart as the stage, they're thinking this is a way that they can get up 2-1 in this match.
Well, tower control Mako Mart, I would have said this makes perfect sense. Turf War Mako Mart, I still think it makes perfect sense, actually, because we've seen Goss flank around the right side here over and over and over, and this is a stage that in terms of controlling the entirety of it, Cream Soda, I would say, does it as well as anybody. So to have this as the choice makes a ton of sense. I'll be very interested in seeing what Wave goes, and frankly, what Zenith goes as well. We really haven't talked a lot about the Zinc Mini Splatling that's come out from Zenith. Not a lot of that we saw in the regular season. It was a lot of 96 gal. It was a lot of NZAP 85. So, you know, at Turf War, we see a lot of players pick different things. Of course, the Zinc Mini Splatling, fantastic at turfing, so, you know, maybe not from that choice. But I'll be interested in seeing here if what Cream Soda has prepared, if they're starting to doubt it a little bit.
You have to think for Zenith, the heavy Splatling as well. That's one of the weapons that they've been on primarily 15 times. That's as many as they've played the 96 gal. And while we haven't seen Rainmaker yet in this match, that's something to watch for as we talk about Zenith. One of the most versatile players that I think we have in these entire playoffs. You can liken them to a player like Shadow Wind, where you just never know what exactly they're going to bring out, but you know they're going to be adept at it. As Siren, we take a look at Duck Motif, and they're really feeling themselves coming out of that tower control game. We look at game 3 now, and Duck Motif trying to flip it on Cream Soda a bit earlier than we might have expected.
Yeah, I'm really excited to go into Turf War on Mako Mart, and it's one of those things that I find interesting because you don't really see this too often. That spawn point has moved into these far bottom left corners, so it's even harder to get into the center point of the stage, and that's not something that I think a lot of these players are used to. I feel like the tried and true pick for this season for Turf War has been Urchin Underpass so far, so seeing something that's like everybody's Splat Zone's favorite pick getting pulled out here is really interesting, and it almost looks like we're trying to copy the approach we would take to zones here and kind of just skipping the part of Turf War where we would just be hanging out in our spawns.
9 as we see specials getting traded out. Some shades of the last time that we saw Turf War today as we see the Claws 96 also coming out, and both teams favoring the Reflux 450 Milk variant.
Well, again, one Booyah Bomb, the difference between victory and defeat the previous time that we saw Turf War. So, hey, I get it. Go ahead, toss it out at the end of the game and come what may. Goss on the Claws 96 gal is a very interesting choice. Again, we've seen Goss play really all of the gal variant weapons here, certainly adept with that weapon class, but it does mean that, again, maybe Goss has to hold a little further back than you'd like that player to do, but again, when it is Turf War, you're okay with that player taking a slight step back.
One weapon that's not a surprise is Red Shell on this Octobrush, as they have the Zipcaster at the ready. They used it multiple times in our second game as they don't even need it to take down Wave, who we know is going to be using these Charger overhangs, and that's created, Siren, a good opening here for Duck Motif.
Yeah, Duck Motif has a great position to play with here. They've covered a lot of the center of the stage here, and that puts them in a spot where anyone getting splatted like we just saw now has a chance to just hang out in the spawn, get all that important turf, while others hold up the fort. And so they're really taking a step-by-step approach to Turf War that we really haven't seen before. And I do like that we have Kai looking at all these different angles and where people are feeding in from, because it does give you eyes on Goss, which, as we hinted at before, is a rare occurrence.
Shout out to Zara, by the way, speaking of angles, giving us a great view of that sprinkler for Cream Soda that's going to constantly be going as we see Wave charging up and making sure Duck Motif can't re-enter. Goss in a bit of trouble as they get stuck in Duck Motif's ink as we get into the final minute mark here at 9. These teams building up to see if they can pull off 2 specials before the end of the game.
Well, there you go. That's both anchors trading out at that point here, and that's another one now going down for both sides. We'll call it 2 out in the wash, and this is the important part. Can you hold on to the portions of this stage that you need to have in order to turf a lot? Caden opting to go down and fight against Thunder, and maybe not the right choice. Will get some assistance, but you have to have control of your stack, your box at this point, and that's why they're both throwing Booyah Bombs at their opponent from there.
Thunder, the 5th most splat assists of our playoff team's players as we get into the final 20 seconds here. Kai able to get the Tacticooler down as we see Vexen trying to dodge out of the way of this very lethal Thunder Blaster coming out from Cream Soda. Vexen doing their best to try and paint on the Reflux Milk as Thunder is going to fall. That's a main offensive edge down for Cream Soda as Red Shell advancing forward, seeing the jump-ins from Cream Soda. They do get the pick onto Thunder. It's looking quite purple, though Zenith is putting up a heck of a resistance there at the end, and only the judges will be able to tell us the result of this one. And in the end, it is Duck Motif capitalizing on their mode pick, and they, Siren, will take a 2-1 lead in this match.
I'm just as shocked as you both are. I saw both of your eyes widen as those judges gave up these scores. And look, I'm sure folks at home are also surprised to see one of our top contenders of the tournament be put on such a back foot. They are now in a position where they need to win 2 more games in a row if they want to take back this set and stay on the winner side of the bracket. And that's really interesting. I don't even know really where to go from here. How many more mode picks can Duck Motif use to just throw off Crush Soda?
9, as we know, Game 4 is selecting the mode for both Game 4 and the possible Game 5. So Duck Motif really in the driver's seat here. Our 2 options left, Clam Blitz and Rainmaker. We have the selection in already. It will be Clam Blitz, and we'll go over to Inkblot Art Academy.
You know, as soon as I was thinking, okay, this is Duck Motif's choice, it took me about a half a second to say they're probably going to pick Clam Blitz because Duck Motif will take even Moonlight to Clam Blitz here. They simply do not care who their opponent is. They have a strong affinity for it. And with the way that they've been playing, why not, right? Go wherever you want. I will say that Inkblot Art Academy is maybe a slightly tougher look for them because it's going to take a lot of force to break through. But to Siren's point, I'm now thinking that we are 1 Thunder triple splashdown away from Cream Soda getting 3-0'd. I mean, I cannot stress enough how surprised I am at this result right now coming out of this match. And listen, Clam Blitz, if you want to keep the game from getting away from you, go to a stage where you can easily defend. And I have to think that's part of the rationale for why Cream Soda has taken it here. But I have to wonder now, how is their mental state here? Do they still feel good in their fights? And if you're Duck Motif, you're taking every fight in the game right now. You say, my mechanics are awesome.
Duck Motif, they're used to this kind of volatility, right? They're used to close matches. They're used to playing from behind. They're used to even playing in the loser side of the bracket. And they have been in these uncomfortable but exciting situations before. We see the lobby here, Cream Soda fully readied up. Whether they're going to take Game 4 or not, they know exactly what they're bringing to the party. Duck Motif still selecting. It'll be Red Shell, possibly selecting which Octobrush variant they want to try and carry them to victory here. Cream Soda just wants it to get to a Game 5 as we go to Inkblot Art Academy as Duck Motif tries to pull off the most major upset we would see so far in the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs. And Siren taking a look at the loadouts here, much more sensical, not a ton of surprises here.
Yeah, I think maybe Duck Motif ran out of surprises for us to have so far. But I think the biggest surprise and the biggest victory for us out of all of this could be seeing a ridiculous upset in just the very first round of this top 8 bracket. So we do have Thunder coming in on the right side. Honestly, with Clam Blitz on Inkblot Art Academy, you're almost playing a game of Ring Around the Rosie the entire time, just making sure that both of these stacks are taken care of and nobody's sneaking through either side of the stage. And early game means getting a lot of turf on the ground and just moving through things.
9, typically there's 2 ways that Clam Blitz games play out. You either have small pushes back and forth, or what looks like is happening here is you don't have anything for minutes at a time, and then all of a sudden one team explodes with a huge push.
Yeah, and that's why I said that this makes sense for Cream Soda here. If you're on the back foot and you feel like nothing has gone your way the last 2 games, go to a stage where you don't have to necessarily worry about getting nickeled and dimed and slowly losing control of the game. Give yourself an easily defensible stage and then break through with the explosive play that you know you have. You have the only blaster in the lobby on your side. You have Goss that can move through. The one thing that they don't seem to have right now, though, is clams. They did not build up a power clam despite controlling really the last 30 seconds of that game.
And I hate to break it to you, but Barnacle and Dime is not one of our stages, so you can't get as much nickel and dimed as you could there, but still on Inkblot Art Academy, we are going to see Red Shell in that Flow Aura state, so maybe that vanilla Octobrush pick paying off here, Siren, as they look for an opportunity to use that Zipcaster. It'll come out now, but their teammates helping to clean up. They'll take down Thunder. Zenith will fall at the hands of Red Shell. That's another onto wave, and that's a big opening for Duck Motif.
Yeah, despite the fact that they didn't really have much of a man advantage, they still forced the members of Cream Soda to back up as far as possible to avoid that Zipcaster coming out from Red Shell there, and that gave them the perfect opening to dunk a first power clam in. But like you guys were saying before, you want that first push to be good. You don't want to give your opponent an extra power clam to work with on their counter push, and that's exactly what we're seeing here now. Wave has a very organically built power clam that they're holding onto, and they have a great opportunity to get a counter lead here.
Yeah, look at how close these baskets are to each other. Maybe you worry that Duck Motif overstepped on their first push, but Cream Soda not putting all of their eggs, or in this case their clams, into the basket. They're going to retain that second power clam, and they had 9, a strong amount of stage control in mid. Duck Motif now coming right back. You have to hope that they didn't waste their potential.
I once again am going to give a shout out to the health bars, because both Vexen and Caden, I think, were sitting at single-digit HP at the end of that big movement. Now Vexen could have taken out a second one there. Red Shell might make good on it as well, though they're going to rotate back to the middle and find one that was swimming to them. So here we go. Duck Motif again in a position to hold on. Caden has a power clam. They also have their power clam sitting underneath their basket, so they can continue to threaten as well. Zach, we've only got 2 minutes left in the game, and only 2 power clams have found their way into baskets.
That's just the nature of Duck Motif's composition. You have 2, if not 3, super mobile weapons at your disposal in the Octobrush, Splat Dualies, and 52, which did just go down in line with the Splat Dualies. You do have to hope that Red Shell can pop off on the Zipcaster, which they're going to use now, and 2 go down from Cream Soda. So despite the big bubbler, Cream Soda being 2 down, they will take the lead and advance Siren all the way almost past 50.
It felt like the longest time there. Cream Soda had such a good clam economy on their side, and finally that culminated in a great push down to 51. I wouldn't quite consider that the safest lead to have on Inkbot Art Academy, because I believe this stage is pretty infamous for these very late overtime leads and a lot of sneaky plays. So if Cream Soda does want to rely on what they currently have, they have to be very careful about it. They need to put all of their efforts on defense from this point on.
We don't have Lily here today, but shout out to the possible 3-minute Clam Blitz overtime that could happen. So the game is not truly over until you see the finish screen. Under a minute left to go. We see the Crab coming out once again from Vexen. They are going to stay alive in it, holding onto this power claim. They're constantly marked, but 9 maybe prioritizing just culminating for one final push instead of 2 smaller ones.
Well, I don't know if they've done the math in real time, but they know 2 power clams gets them the lead at this point. That's all they have to do, play for overtime and do it. The only thing is, again, you cannot be passive if you are Duck Motif in this situation. You can't just play for that moment. But they've been saving that power clam and the power clam underneath for it as well. Has Red Shell been spotted? I think I saw Thunder swimming down to try to meet them. There's one jump that got behind. Did it get behind? The second one jump. The second one gets behind. The second one finds it. That's the lead. It's a wipeout, so the game is not yet done. But oh my gosh, they take it at the end.
Now keep in mind, Cream Soda has 20 clams at their disposal, and they just need 1 power clam plus another regular clam to get the lead as we enter overtime here. Already in Florida State as the power clam's going to go in, and that's the lead. The power clam and the 1 clam following through, and despite a late scare from Duck Motif, we will indeed see a Game 5 between Cream Soda and Duck Motif. And Siren, what a matchup here as Inkbot Art Academy, the nature of it with Clam Blitz so back and forth, and we saw that play out perfectly in the final minute plus overtime.
I am so shocked, Zach. You think with these overtime leads and all those jump-ins that we saw just behind our vision coming in into the basket of Cream Soda towards the end of that game there, that it was going to be Duck Motif's win no matter what. And Cream Soda's ability to keep their cool there and just prepare a game plan the moment that they knew everything was safe and not dawdle on the fact that their basket was maybe still open for a little bit longer and just focus on the path ahead of them. That is the sign of a strong team going into these winter quarterfinals.
9, you were shaking your head, and I have to think part of the reason is before Game 4, you mentioned they were 1 triple splashdown away from a possible 3-0. Now, 1 late overtime push adds on to that for another Cream Soda game win, and as a result, we're going to a Game 5.
I am so stunned everything that happened at the end of the game there, because we had talked, and trust me, there's no greater pleasure as a commentator than saying what you think might happen than it exactly happening. When they made that jump, they being Duck Motif, to score those 2 power clams before overtime started, I thought this is brilliant. If one of them stays up there and they can continue cycling jumps, all they need is to keep that basket open and we don't get overtime, and that's it, and you've won. It was the correct decision, and I don't know if it was Thunder, I don't know who called out in what had to have been just a screaming voice chat there of saying, they're behind us, they're jumping. To call that out and to get the wipeout as quickly as they did so there was no more threat of any super jumps coming in at that point, that is the play that Cream Soda made that got them that opportunity. To the wherewithal to try that if you're Duck Motif, the wherewithal to take the hit and then push it aside knowing that you have overtime from Cream Soda. This is as high level as it gets, and I mean, my heart rate still has not dropped. It's like 180 right now.
I'm honestly surprised that both teams had enough clams on the field to build up multiple power clams in that last instance, but Siren, Game 5 we knew would be on Rainmaker. We go to a not-so-surprising stage in Undertow Spillway, and it's anybody's guess who's going to come away with it.
Your guess is better than mine, and my guess is better than yours here, Zach. We knew it was going to be Rainmaker. We knew it was going to be Rainmaker. And I think a lot of players might be dreading this exact scenario because it's not usually what you want to be seeing here. But with these loadouts, it's not what you would necessarily expect coming out of Duck Motif given the history of all these teams coming out of this. However, I would like to mention that Red Shell potentially has an edge with that Zip caster going against these Ink Vacs in pretty much every game of Rainmaker we're going to see today.
9, the last time we saw this stage mode combination, we saw an Ink Vac backed into a corner with a Kraken Royale barreling down on it. With Red Shell on this Comet's Octoburst, we may see that same situation play out once again.
Well, it's going to be Goss and not Zenith who would be holding that Ink Vac as well. Another interesting choice. And Zach, this tells me a lot about how they're feeling on Wave as their backliner right now, not playing the Snipe Rider 5H. That means that they're going to try to have Zenith over here on that, and that forces Goss to change over as well. Now, Goss is good with a gal. We know that. But keep an eye on that as the game goes on. Will they have enough offensive firepower with that arrangement?
A huge risk with Goss going on to the 96 gal, which they've played between the multiple variants less than 10 times during top 8s of the regular season, as Vexen's going to hold on to the Rainmaker here, taking lots of damage. Will dodge around Siren, but they will fall as Duck Motif goes 3 down.
Thunder in a great position here to move up towards that left side. And we talked about that triple splashdown quite a few times throughout the set that we're watching right now. Wave moving up towards there, and you can see that triple splashdown clearing a perfect pathway to Wave. Hop on that checkpoint, and that is going to be a perfectly timed full wipe in favor of Cream Soda.
Cream Soda has to go now. They've created the wipeout, and they're using the Killer Whale 5.1 early as Wave is going to back off, and they are going to lose Goss early as well. That's going to be the Rainmaker going down, so nothing further 9 will come out of that push. The wipeout not facilitating much, and now Cream Soda goes 3 down.
Sometimes you can't get rich with a push. You've just got to be content making a living. There were points to be had there. They pulled back because they wanted to try to go for the big push, and I get it. That's how it works and how teams tend to play it here. But they had a wipeout standing on the pedestal trying to pop it here. Instead, they'll be stuck at 58. They did break through it, so they're probably content with it, and they're going to try to go for another, and I would think at a certain point they will get more. But you can't play with your food too long. Duck Motif has been too strong.
Thunder started this match with a triple splashdown in tow. They're hoping they can have the same level of success, bringing the custom blaster back here. They're going to spot out Red Shell, get the indirect, and finish them off. So that's going to be an opening pick for a Cream Soda team that had 3 specials online. The Wave Breaker will come out, Siren, and help facilitate that. But they don't have that first checkpoint to worry about, as Kai able to take down the impending splashdown.
Kai doing amazing under pressure, just like a the pressure cooker. Well, we have Kai looking down the middle of the stage, and this game is anyone's at this point. You can see that we've only broken 1 checkpoint and not much further in favor of Cream Soda. And I don't want to say this too early, but Goss is popping these vacuums maybe a little bit early. I think the potential is not quite being reached for how they use them towards that Rainmaker itself, and now it's put Duck Motif in a great spot to pop specials of their own and push Crush Soda into the territory that they want them to be. You can see that Kraken coming out from Red Shell, going in towards Wave, and that's going to take out the Rainmaker.
The tracking on the Kraken Royale is more difficult than they make it appear. Red Shell getting the pick on the Rainmaker as it's effectively a 3v2 in favor of Cream Soda, who's hoping to extend their lead. They do have the Ink Vac in tow, but the Rainmaker will go down. Goss 9 electing not to use it, and they pay the consequences as a result.
I don't think they knew Caden was there. That was the only weapon in that position that could do anything about it, and I'm going to keep coming back to, again, them not getting those earlier points. Zach, as it stands right now, if Duck Motif gets that checkpoint broken and they breathe on the Rainmaker, they will take the lead, and that's an important dynamic dynamic as we head to the last minute.
And you have to keep in mind the wipeout that happened when Cream Soda landed on that first checkpoint. Red Shell advancing yet again with the Kraken Royale. Seeing the writing on the wall, will they get away? Possibly, but Doug Motif holds onto the Rainmaker. They will face both the loss of their teammate Vexen as well as the Ink back in front of them, but there is a path painted for them. On top of that pedestal, Kai will go down, and the Rainmaker does not make it to that pedestal 9 as it's 3 down for Doug Motif.
The world's strongest ink vac shot there. Oh my goodness, that was placed so perfectly by Goss, who was being fought by 2 or 3 players right there, preserving that checkpoint, preserving the lead. Unbelievable play. And hey, use them as often as you like, Goss, if your shots are like that.
Goss, the Gal aficionado. They're a ghost in the night, but they're more prevalent today, and Vexen gonna get taken down as a result of the Rainmaker shield falling. About 20 seconds left to go for Duck Motif to try and claim the lead. It's not an insurmountable force, but they will have to pick up Wave here, who's gotten the Rainmaker and tries to move forward. Are there any flanks this time around as we get into the 5-second mark? All members alive for Duck Motif. Vexen gonna come out of the crab tank here. Goss protecting with the Ink Vac. Will it be enough? It will. Wave backs up into success, holds the Rainmaker away from Duck Motif, and despite the early scares and a 2-1 game deficit, it will be Cream Soda that advances to our winners semifinals in a 5-game scenario. And Siren, what a performance. We did not, I think, expect to see a game 5 in this match in particular, but what a show it was.
What a show. I mean, these teams are just giving us so much entertainment today. I'm very happy to see it. Duck Motif putting on a show, and I honestly, I didn't really believe that it could be anybody's tournament, but now I think I'm fully convinced. I might be a bigger Duck Motif fan than I was after today.
Nine, I have to get your thoughts on this hectic, back and forth, surprising, unpredictable, but unbelievable 5-game match here.
It's so rare that you can say that both of these teams could have won all 5 games. And for Duck Motif to have this kind of performance against a team that looked, during the back half of the regular season, Cream Soda utterly unbeatable. That's how they looked when they played. And Duck Motif with this roster had some weeks where they did not make top 8, where they went 0-2 when they did make top 8 and not take a single game from teams who aren't even in our playoffs right now. For Duck Motif to have this in the tank today, I know that this has to burn for them, knowing how close they were to winning this, but they have to feel great about their chances. And Siren, I'm with you. Throw it all out at this point. Who is the best team today? I really have no idea, but what an incredible show that was.
It's a game of inches, and to cover every inch of the action, we have some replays from Falco Flyer. Falco, break it down for us.
Thanks, Zach. What a great set. This one totally went the distance. We're going to review this game 3 here. Claimblitz on Inkblot Art Academy. This is the final 23 seconds when Cream Soda had the lead, but look who is right here. It is Red Shell getting ready for the flank. Let's start the clip now as Red Shell is going to go up with this flank. Other members, Thunder's the first person to spot them. Everyone else from Duck Motif knows to jump into the basket. Wave, let's pause it right here. Wave has to stop for a minute, doesn't know how many players are jumping to the basket, wants to keep going up this way, but it isn't until very long that Wave knows they have to backtrack. We'll keep the clip going here as Wave has to go back. But Thunder able to clean it up, get the wipeout, and take a look at the score right here. Just 1 point. Meanwhile, all this is happening. Cream Soda still has 1 point, 1 power claim, and 1 claim to follow up. There it is, and there's the follow-up too. This set up the momentum. This kept us on our toes. I know you guys commentating were, screaming what is going to happen, but Cream Soda saved their game and is moving on to the winner semis because of this play. Zach, back to you.
Thank you, Falco, and truly, this could have gone any direction. I'm so excited for the rest of the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs and both of these teams. Let's take a look at our bracket to see the journey we've gone through so far in just a bit. Of course, we will have one more winners quarterfinals match for you coming up next. That'll be the number 3 seeded NME taking on the number 6 seeded Heelbook to see who will face Cream Soda in our second winners semifinals. You can see, of course, Duck Motif awaiting the loser of our final winners quarterfinals game, and should be super exciting. 9 cannot wait to get into this last matchup of the winners quarterfinals here. Let's take a look at NME as the first team.
Yeah, well, we already saw Moonlight, who last season got second place in the playoffs. NME, a team that is mostly comprised of Fo, who got third place. So they would love to repeat or better last time. But Zach, this is a team where, listen, you don't need the best push, you don't need the best attack. Let's just keep attacking and see what comes out in the wash. This is an aggressive squad. They move forward and attack so well, and they are high octane in every sense of the word. Dark has been holding it down for them, a stabilizing force, allowing everybody else to move forward and attack. But listen, it's Dat Kid, it's Dat Menace, whatever you want to call. That's a problem, getting quads all over the place with a variety of different weapons. They have 3 true frontline players that can make plays at any given moment, and they're just so much fun to watch anytime that you get to see a Sploosh-o-matic with an Ultra Stamp close out a game and then even fire off a Booyah after getting a quad. You know you're in for an absolute treat.
The reincarnation of Fo from the Splatoon 3 North American League 2025 playoffs, adding 0 to the mix. A very competent player, mainly running around with the Inzep in a much more aggressive fashion. But Siren Healbook is the team they'll be taking on. We haven't seen as much of them as some other teams, but they are certainly one to watch out for.
Healbook, a absolute burst of energy team, if I had to say anything about it. A lot of these players are known for their specific weapon picks, and they're kind of known more or less for being one-tricks. I look at Len in that example, but do not get it twisted whatsoever. They are not rigid in how they play. They are extremely flexible. They catch a lot of people by surprise, and you could just see the way that they move together as a unit. Healbook is a force to be reckoned with.
Now, Siren, we take a look at Healbook. They have some interesting players. Of course, JJ on that Sorella Brella has to be one of the premier options you look at. Not that that's all that they play. Can play the Wiper as well, can play the Splat Brella too. But I want to stick with you, Siren, because pretty much all of us casters had this match in particular being close. But unlike most of the casters, you had a pretty interesting result for this one that I want to take a look at.
I have a lot of Healbook, a lot of belief in Healbook for this first round. I think it's going to be close. I mean, I didn't think Cream Soda and Duck Motif was going to be quite that close. However, I really do think that this enemy and Healbook matchup is going to be very close. And part of that is just because of Healbook's ability to get a lot of these teams that aren't really quick to adjust on the back foot, and that's the interesting thing about it. So I do think it's going to be difficult for enemy to catch up once Healbook does get a little bit of momentum throughout the set, and I don't know. I think I'm hoping, and I think that Healbook is going to be able to pull through in this first round.
You have a bit of an exhausting day lined up for NME. You have them in a Game 5 loss, then you have them in a Game 5 win, and then out against Moonlight. So I hope it's going to be fun for them, even if it's that exhausting. But 9, we have to take a look at these two teams. NME, they're the only other team besides Milky Way and Cream Soda to win one of our regular season weeks, and it was pretty emphatic. They had some big wins over Scuba, Healbook, and Content Cat during that stretch. You have to believe that they're trying to pull from that Healbook win in this match.
Well, it's the only time they played Healbook, too, and to get the win that they did told me all I need to know about this matchup, because it is an intriguing one. These are 2 of the only teams that I would argue have 3 true frontline players, but the way that they go about their frontline play is totally different. We're going to harp on JJ quite a bit, partly because we just don't see a whole lot of Sorella Brella play, but also because of what that opens up for the rest of the team. You look at Len's numbers, you look at Adapt's numbers, a lot higher than you might expect those weapons to do. I mean, Blaster's going big, maybe not a huge deal, but to see some of the numbers that Adapt has put on the Slosher family of weapons, it's opened up because of what JJ is capable of bringing to that. That's the way that they play this comp, and it's worked so well, and it's why this matchup is so intriguing. You just don't get different flavors of frontline like you do like this.
Siren, we're sticking with tradition here, and stop me if you've heard this one before. We're going to be going to Splat Zones first, and it's going to be Urchin Underpass first. So there was a tie between Urchin and Mahi Mahi Resort for Splat Zones play. I think Urchin's starting to pull away here.
I think so too. I think a good contributor to that is a lot of these groups just don't really want to see Urchin Underpass in a lot of different modes. So the second that they see splat zones, they go, okay, we don't have that many options for tower control in our own minds. We're restricted by our own thoughts and our own brains, and anything is possible here, Zach. However, I think they see an opportunity to get Urchin out of the way where you think Urchin works the best for you.
We're coming off of a match that featured Thunder on that blaster, that sort of strong tip of the spear aggressive play. And for Healbook, you're going to see a similar player in Len, who, 9, has the 3rd best splat assist per game at 14.2, but the worst amount of turf per game, one of just 2 players under 1,000 on average.
Listen, the job is clear. It's don't turf, find the opponent, attack them, and we'll take care of the rest, buddy. So you know what your job is. And I also want to look back on this particular stage and mode combination. Healbook got a huge win here earlier on in the season, and I believe it may have been against Milky Way. So good. They have the identity of how they want to attack here. Again, because of the versatility of Prosper, their backline player, who we haven't talked a lot about, but certainly does a fantastic job as well. Plays just about everything that shoots over a certain distance, so that opens up a lot of options for them as well. I think that Inkjet from JJ Sorella is very strong here as well, especially if you get the opponent pushed back into their hills area. So in my mind, this makes a lot of sense, and I think it's great that Healbook was able to make this as their first stage.
We've spoken a little bit, too, about the 52 gal, 96 gal composition that some teams are electing to run. What's different here is that we would likely not see a Snipe Rider 5H backing it up. We talked a little bit about Zero on that NZAP 85, who plays it quite aggressively, and we're going to be getting into our first game here of our final winners quarterfinals matchup. This one between Enemy and Healbook. Shout out to Czar on the Spec Cam operation, and Siren, I'm seeing one of my favorite weapons up there in that Tri-Slosher Devo, and on the opposite side of things, another player using the Dapple Dualies.
Oh, I am just as excited, and I have to point out my favorite here, the Sorella Brella coming out from JJ. Like you guys mentioned earlier on, I think that's going to bring in an interesting dynamic as as Healbook moves in towards the base of Enemy. And very early on here, a quick lead in favor of Enemy, as you can see that Healbook is starting to charge up some specials and get towards the zone.
Yeah, one of only a couple players manning the Inkjet. It's going to really push back the numbers of Enemy. Didn't find the picks that they were maybe looking for, though it is quite difficult to land the directs, and the radius of the indirect shots not as large as it once was. Is Dark going to take the pick onto Len here, and Enemy cruising right now, 9.
Yeah, stabilizing force that just decides not to do it instead and go and fight everybody. And you got to be careful here, 3Z. I don't know that you want to be shooting up at an Inkjet that is already pre-firing you, so there you go. Enemy was in a good position. Healbook made a comeback, then Dark stabilized, and then Healbook with one explosive Inkjet is able to take back through. And Zach, this is where the Healbook force really starts to come through. Len did go down there, so that may take some of the teeth out of it, but when they are moving forward as a team, that's when this comp really makes it happen.
We'll see how hard the pendulum swings the other way. One thing I like about Adapt is that they are very well adaptable in either being a more passive Tri-Slosher player going for the tactical or getting aggressive and trying to contend with a player like JJ, who gets it direct in another one as they are landing. What a shot onto 3Z. Siren, that one's gotta hurt.
Look, there's a reason why I picked Healbook to win this set, and it's little things like that. JJ moving up on the right side here, and Len is another force to be reckoned with. You can see that they're going to drop towards that left side, make sure no one from Enemy is leaking in through the sides of the stage. But what you and I can see right now is that everybody on Enemy is really focusing all their efforts on the right side of the stage here, trying to clear the hillside before they even focus on anything else. As these points tick down for Healbook, are they going to be able to make an approach?
Well, Len, it seems like, is focused on nothing other than landing this triple splashdown, which they will indeed. That was another Inkjet from JJ, as 3 down is NME. It wasn't exactly clean, 9, but Healbook making the most of it and getting to the 15 mark.
We're not here to clean, we're here to win, and with just a few ticks left, Dark is in position to put a lot of turf on this zone. The problem is so are all the members of Healbook. Everybody forcing on that zone. The shooter composition, the Dapple Dualies from Zero will be enough to keep the game alive. That kid is using this already he just really did not want Adapt to be doing anything, and then gets a little more support, so we can call that a valuable special to use at that point. But oh my goodness, they barely kept that one going.
Heelbook hoping this is not a duck motif game 1 scenario where they get into the single digits on the objective and then are not able to capitalize, as we see JJ getting the pick again onto 3Z. I'm not sure if 3Z was looking up at them this time, Siren, but they need to keep their wits about them or they're going to have someone in the skies raining down.
My favorite thing about watching any particular inkjet user at any point in time is finding the different angles they can pop an inkjet from and get up onto these parts of the stage that they don't belong in. 10 seconds left to go, though. An enemy is very firmly planted on the zone. We're in the single digits. Can Heelbook make it back in time? It doesn't look like it. Adapt just barely making it there in time for the knockout, but it's not going to be quite enough. And I don't really like the idea of history repeating itself from the last set there, Zach.
Prosper, the only one remotely close to the zone at the end of it. Adapt straggling in with 1 or 2 points remaining on the zone, but it is going to be the win here for NME as 9. Another situation where the lower seed contends and contends and they come hot out of the gate, but it's the higher seed with that patience and resolve to claim game 1.
But you also see why teams tend to love splat zones. You never really feel like you're out of it. You always have 4 members who can make something happen. You're not holding on to necessarily just one objective. You've got to play the whole stage. And there were moments in that game where JJ up in that inkjet, and hey, listen, with the way that those shots were going, why not? But remember that when JJ is in that, that's a long-term commitment, at least in the game of Splatoon. 5 seconds is long in the game of Splatoon. But we've already talked about how this team doesn't put out a ton of turf, and if Adapt is fighting, we know Len's not going to be turfing enough, and on Urchin Underpass in particular, if your anchor player is pushed too far back, there's not a lot of things that they can turf. So you look at the way that enemy attacked, the way they pushed into the hills and force them over to that right side. I love them pulling that strategy out in the middle of the time, and that's almost composition agnostic. That's just knowing the stage and playing to your routes.
Siren, Clamblitz has penalties, but Splat Zones, when you get that low, has penalties. Like, it's going to give you, when you're up to 65, 70 penalty points, that's multiple team fights that you have to win at that point, and Heelbook was just not able to capitalize.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the biggest struggle for them, is that it's not really linear when you're looking at splat zones, and well, at least not to us, with the bare naked eye looking at these scores, right? It's hard to determine what kind of penalty you're going to be dealing with ahead of time. So when Heelbook wasn't able to knock out, when they got it down to 4 there, that was, that's when they knew they were going to be in troubled waters here, because it means, okay, we need to grasp and keep hanging on to applying penalty points as much as we can, but it just felt like they just weren't letting go. They were able to hold on to the zone for such a long time, and the longevity is really what matters at the very end. You can be explosive as many times as you need to be on splat zones, but if you are the ones holding on to it for the longest period of time, you're still going to win the game at the end of the day.
Well, like a bridge over troubled waters, I will assuage the worries of the viewers, ease their minds, if you will, 9, by taking us into tower control on Crab Leg Capital. So we maintain the mode trifecta, and Crab Leg, this is what I tend to see it on. If not Turf War, tower control tends to be next.
Yeah, I love that you use a lovely bit of vocabulary and then are nice enough to explain to the rest of us what that word actually meant. So
I just wanted to be true to the lyric,
Well, yeah, fair enough. It's interesting, I think, that this is the choice, not necessarily because it's not what I expected. We know that anytime Crab Leg Capital Tower Control comes up and Heelbook is in the choice to make it, they are going to go to Crab Leg Capital. They are so strong. They have comeback after comeback on this stage. It might be their best stage and mode in the game. What I'm a little more surprised on is that it was allowed by NME. I mean, they could have waited until later or waited until maybe they lost a game to dodge this, to dodge your opponent's strongest choice. But to your point earlier, Siren, we're playing on vibes here. We don't have these same stats. The players don't keep all of this. They say, boy, we love tower control. We'll play it anywhere. And, well, we'll see if that ends up paying out for them.
Doesn't matter if you haven't lost on a mode. Doesn't matter if you maybe only have one win on a mode. What matters is the here and now. Same philosophy applies to the regular season. Doesn't matter how you got here, your placements in any individual regular season weeks, other than your 4 highest event scores contributing to whether you would make it to the playoffs or not. So as we get into the game here, Prosper, the last one to sign on here for Heelbook. Let's see if they can be that that strong backbone and back line for Healbook as they look to even this match against NME. And Siren, taking a look at the compositions, that is an Octo shot. That is something I know Zero for, but it's not something I know them for in this event.
Are you sure we have the right players in this lobby? I don't know if this is Duck Motif still hanging out, but maybe Zero was feeling a little bit inspired, or no, Dat Kid was feeling a little bit inspired. Zero playing very typical to what we would expect in that being the Octo shot coming out, and Dat Kid immediately running for the ledges, as you maybe estimate that, you know, we're playing predictive here more than anything, and Healbook very much focused on covering a lot of ground and just giving Len opportunities to run forward and go crazy with that blaster.
Not many other surprises. We do see Prosper over on the heavy splatling and the vanilla, if you will, blaster as compared to the custom variant with the triple splashdown, as Zero is going to keep the pressure on here, 9. That triple splashdown helping to take in part that expansive court area.
Yeah, and I think that's all you needed to see to know why this was the choice. If you don't have a blaster player that's going to run up, you've got to generate some sort of explosive damage that can take out a few players or ward them away, and that's what that job is done for. Now the push is going to continue to go. They've jumped in, hopped off the tower for the time being, but we often say it's that first checkpoint that is the most important on this stage, and that lasted all of about 30 seconds.
Well, what's important to Prosper is trying to stay up, as Dat Kid is going to take them down, ending up being a trade as the momentum continues on this train ride for NME, getting to the halfway mark, and more importantly, Siren, that second checkpoint.
Yeah, second checkpoint already here. And with Healbook on the back foot, I do have to imagine they're feeling the pressure right now as the members of Enemy close in on them. It's a straight line moving forward from this checkpoint. You don't really have a lot of flanking options from there on in. So from here, it's just a straight up gunfight. And it's going to be Prosper versus Zero. Odds are not in favor of Healbook, but yet they pull through and are able to save the tower, albeit with a push down to 12 from Enemy.
Especially when a surprise shot from JJ helps to back them up. I mentioned earlier how Prosper would have to be that backbone for Healbook, and that is one of the only reasons why this one was not a knockout, is now we're starting to see Healbook come back. That's going to be Dat Kid falling, as well as the shot there, and it's going to be the Pencil or the Snipe Rider 5H trying to stay up. JJ coming out of that Inkjet 9. No picks, it didn't look like, but they are keeping Enemy well and truly past the tower.
Well, and it also means that if this push continues, they will be naturally building up another one of those as the push goes on. I don't think we have to dwell on that hypothetical any longer, though, because the other members did get taken down very quickly. Dat Kid not able to get anything out of the barely activated special, so we're going to go back over to the push, and this is where Enemy's got to be a little careful, Zach. You don't need to get too far out over your skis here. You have a couple specials that can stall out and protect certain spots. Just don't go in guns of, well, never mind. 3Z is going to do exactly that.
You might find it somewhat unusual to see a somewhat shorter range weapon in that Brella staying on the tower, but with that canopy, it does provide you a good amount of protection, and you have Prosper there backing you up, who's also backed up by that big bubbler as JJ setting up for another big Inkjet, but it's going to be Siren, the triple Ink Strike, locking it down. You can see that pick for Zero is really paying dividends.
Yeah, it feels like Healbook, okay, they've burnt through that first checkpoint, so they know they can move that tower past that one part of the stage that they really do not want the tower to dwell on. However, in the maybe panic of the moment there, JJ not quite able to stay on the tower for long enough and having to decide between hopping off to get away from those Ink Strikes or not. And I think that this little bit of hesitation is what took them out here and is now giving Enemy this great opportunity to move back in and get the tower exactly where they want it. It's knockout or bust at this point, Zach.
It's the heat of the moment telling you what Zero meant by picking this weapon that's worked out super well, especially from the triple Ink Strike perspective, and that's a major wipeout by Dat Kid. They are an absolute Dat menace on this Zipcaster, and with the Octobrush, Enemy cruising past their best mark. Len trying to see if they can get late stage heroics, and they just may. It's a 1v1. It's a 52 versus the Sorella Umbrella, but it's going to be 3Z having to clamber up for the fight just to go down to JJ. It's down to 1, and yes, Healbook would need a knockout, but JJ9 saving Healbook for now.
Oh, well, there you go, and you can't go down too many more times. I mean, that's what, 2 we'll call it 3 full pushes that enemy has made over the course of this game. We have yet to see Healbook really get a good one opportunity, and that kid's going to stay up here as well. Getting back into the center of the stage might not even be easy, because that tower is right at your doorstep once again.
23 seconds left to go. Zero holding on to this triple ink strike until the opportune moment. Now Healbook going to have the Inkjet online, which they'll use immediately in tandem with the Wave Breaker. 3Z also going to pop the Killer Whale 5.1, and here's Datkid on the Zipcaster, taking down an airborne JJ in the Inkjet. That's a huge pick with 5 seconds remaining. Prosper trying to lock things down from the high ground will have to go to the low ground to see if they can get on the tower. And nobody able to claim it, as Zero did indeed save those triple ink strikes for the opportune moment. Siren, that is a major turning point to keep the momentum for enemy as they go up 2-0.
I think the logic for Zero's weapon pick is, you know, the gears are starting to turn in my head a little bit here, and it was just a matter of Zero actually playing calm for once and just deciding to play a special that can lock down the tower and evacuate the area as quick as possible. And we saw that come into play a couple times that game, just with Healbook trying to ride that tower past that first checkpoint. Okay, we pop the strikes, and even though they burnt through that checkpoint, they're not going to make it past that area where things typically begin to snowball a little bit. And then once again, you saw in overtime as that began, Zero being able to pop the triple ink strikes once again, just close out the game and not allow that door to open once again.
Nine, I think 2 points that stick out to me. We look at a player like Zero, we say, oh, they're on the NZAP. That's more of a supportive weapon, but they play it more like a Slayer. With the Octo Shot, I think they got the opportunity, even with saving these triple ink strikes, to play more like a Slayer, and we cannot forget the amazing Zipcaster activity that we saw from Datkid, taking out JJ in the air. That Inkjet had a huge potential to change the tide.
Forget, that's all I want to talk about is this relationship between the Zipcaster and the Inkjet, because in that first game, we saw JJ hit the shot onto the Zipcaster that was diving at it, and in this game, that pesky Octobrush was the one that got the better twice, 2 times in fact, and I never thought that I would say the Zipcaster is the natural attacker of the Inkjet. It's just not a relationship between 2 specials that I had thought of. But again, you saw exactly how enemy attacked that stage. And we said earlier, hey, this is the stage that if any team has figured out, it's Healbook. But when you can take the composition that works so well for you, make one small tweak with just one player and still play it like that, they absolutely were prepared for this event.
That's the fun of the Zipcaster. If there's a wall, even if it's high, even if it's low, sometimes even below the stage, and if you have time, you can make it work. As Siren, we will complete the trifecta of modes and go over to Rainmaker for Game 3, and it'll be Museum de Alfonsino. So Clamblitz not played. If we need a Game 4 or Game 5, we go to Clamblitz. Museum not going to be on the table.
Museum is not going to be on the table for either of those, which is kind of a shame because it is one of my favorite ones to see on Clamblitz in this game in particular. However, with Rainmaker on Museum, it is notable that it's one of the rare Rainmaker modes where there's only one initial checkpoint for these teams to choose from. They can only go one direction for it. However, the barrier between that checkpoint and everything else in the stage is going to be this giant gap, and you can go multiple paths to reach the same exact spot, but at the end of the day, it's, you know, you still have one area to defend. It's just the angles you need to watch because it's super open.
Museum de Alfonsino, the second most played Rainmaker stage, behind, of course, Undertow Spillway, and definitely some shades of the way Clamblitz is played on this stage, as you have to contend with the area next to that spinner and the tight hallways that it belies, because that first checkpoint is in a very, very narrow spot right next to a huge drop.
And you also want to get that first checkpoint so quickly because, again, to Siren's point and your point, hey, there's a lot of stuff going on right around where that checkpoint is, but if you clear that checkpoint and you no longer have to worry about it for subsequent pushes, you can put your resources in other facets of your push and take it a lot further than you might expect.
Enemy one game away from making us on the cast look like fools for thinking it would go to a Game 5, and instead Healbook hoping to take us to that Game 5 as we see the aforementioned 96-52 composition with Zero going back over to the NZAP, and on the opposite side of things it will be an NZAP mirror. But Siren, I want to talk about the elephant in the room, that Jet Squelcher coming out.
Oh, that's the elephant you're talking about? I thought we were talking about the 252 gals on the side of enemy. Okay, yeah, Jet Squelcher. That's not something you see too often. And speaking of which, Prosper immediately popping that ink vac. It is an alternative choice to play that's not as common as we're seeing the 96 scale this season. However, I think it's just as viable if you want to slot that into the anchor position.
Zero back on this NZAP, trying to set up a push here for enemy, but being countered once again by the triple ink strike, this time being piloted by Healbook and the slosher that they've brought. And here is the leap of faith, 9, that takes them right to that first checkpoint.
You know, it doesn't seem so dramatic when you have the protection like that, when you've already forced the opponent back. The way the enemy is attacking is so smooth. I want to point out for Healbook that this mode was the real bugbear for them. They were not great on Rainmaker throughout the entirety of the regular season, so for this to be what they have to overcome, very difficult. It's a nice trade right there. You didn't give up anything beyond the checkpoint, Zach, but as we noted earlier, you did give up the first checkpoint, and that dramatically changes how you have to defend.
Well, and how about the ink vac coming out right as the Rainmaker went down and was being reset back to mid? You're using it, I guess, to get the remaining members of enemy off of your plat area and try to get some control of mid here, as we see Adapt doing. Enemy grouping up a little bit, and there's 3Z, as Gosses want to do, setting up that splash wall with Len on the float or estate. Can they continue it with a pick onto 3Z? No, they will eventually go down here, Siren, and maybe the momentum now swapping over to Healbook.
Yeah, Prosper in a great position. It gets 2 trades on the board. That's going to be 3Z and 0 out of the way as Len is able to move forward here. We're near that checkpoint, but where is that Rainmaker still hanging out on top mid as Dat Kid comes and becomes a bit of a Dat menace as he sneaks around. I'm sorry, I had to throw one of those in too.
Yeah.
It's a rite of passage at this point as we see Dat Kid advancing forward, holding on to that Zipcaster. Maybe not optimal to use it while you're marked. And so we see Adapt here, who is on the Slosher, usually on the Tri-Slosher Nouveau, but trying to mirror with the NZAP will go over to that Vanilla Slosher as we see 3Z advancing forward in tandem with the Zipcaster and Healbook now on the back foot once again. Dat Kid looking for the pick, but it's going to be the ink vac keeping them alive just barely, despite that enemy moving greatly forward with the Rainmaker. And 9, they get to 30 as a result.
Well, there you go, and Dat Kid's still there. This would be a lot even for Dat Kid, so that will be the end of that push, and 1 does go down to the Rainmaker pop as well. 0 still wants to fight, because why not? All the way down to 30. Just 2 minutes left in this game, Zach, with little change here or there. They do take 2 out, and this is the opportunity, the counter push to maybe get that checkpoint, but the members were just waiting, and how are 6 people down?
0, we've featured them doing some flanking on this very stage, using the box to get around, and Prosper, again, having to use the ink vac at a somewhat inopportune time. Nobody on Healbook even has the Rainmaker yet, and that's one major resource, one that you bring exclusively in a lot of cases for Rainmaker down. However, Prosper going to get the pick onto Dat Kid, and they have the tactical rebuff, so Siren, an opportunity for them maybe to advance forward.
A good opportunity for them to advance forward, and maybe these unopportune times of ink vac can equal something even greater. As that tacticooler comes out, that gives a great opportunity for other members to jump in, and despite the fact the enemy has popped an ink vac of their own, it doesn't really amount to a whole lot. There's going to be a lot of trades happening here, but it's just the Slosher left on the side of Healbook. They have now burnt through that checkpoint though, and a minute and a half is just enough time to make something with.
I mean, the phrase use it or lose it comes to mind. I'd rather have you use the ink vac at a strange time than go down with it and not have it for that last push, as we see Adapt trying to get something going for Healbook using that triple ink strike and now having the tacticooler, but enemy will be the one to pop this Rainmaker shield here, 9, and they're hoping maybe to advance this 30 lead.
Well, Dat Kid now is in a really weird spot. Is sort of marked because of that tacticooler and does have the ink vac as well, so they're going to back all the way up here and try to maybe dive that Rainmaker at an opportune time, maybe even wait for that ink vac to come out there to go for it. 3Z somehow has gotten behind now and is diving on top and will close it out. Wonderful usage of the specials to eliminate the 3 members of Healbook that they had to be worried about. It's chasing down Prosper, who goes down to the flank. That's how you defend with short range, Zach.
It might be panic time for Healbook here as they go multiple members down and no specials on the board. Dark is going to clamber atop this low wall as 0 is going to advance forward. Enemy hoping to put the cherry on top of a sweep here on Museum de Alfonsino. The triple ink strike comes out for Healbook, but 0 going to counter with the tacticooler. 10 seconds left to go, and already Healbook yet again 3 down. Their last remaining member has the ink vac, but will they get in a position to contend with the Rainmaker at all? There will be a brief overtime, but overall that answer is no, as NME will take a 3-0 and sweep through in our final winners quarterfinals game here. And 9, this is not the result we expected. Yes, a lot lot of us had enemy winning, but Healbook, no games earned. That has to hurt for them.
Well, you think back to that first game, and you talk about hurting, how close they were to winning that Splat Zones game. And Zach, you and I talked a lot about this event and a lot about these teams. The thing that we said with NME, the gap between their best modes performance-wise and their worst modes is substantial for a team that's gunning for the top as they are. They needed that Game 1 win in order to get the counter picks in their favor. They got it. They went to the modes that they liked, and you saw what the result was.
Well, of course, even in a 3-0, we have some exciting moments to look at, and we have Falco on the case. Falco, what did you see?
Hey, Zach. Thanks, guys. So we're going here to Game 2. This is where Enemy already had a very strong lead, and they had it already pushed to 12, but they had a 3-player advantage. We'll roll the clip now to see what happens after this. Again, they have a lot of space that they can move. We're going to have that kid be the first one to push up, serve as a distraction, and we're going to pause it right here because Enemy has a lot of room to work with. We see everybody from Healbook pushing from this side. There's going to be one player coming up pushing from the other side, but we'll keep rolling the clip as it happens. And I think what's really important, you have some key players like Dark and Zero getting a cooler. We'll pause it again once more. We can see both of them are here in front of the tower. That's absolutely key. And then 3Z picking a fight with JJ over here, distracting them, preventing them from the flank. We'll roll the clip and keep going here. So as they're able to push up, again, this tower is really uncontested with a lot of force being pushed forward. And we have more players from Enemy who are able to get in front of the tower. But that is not over yet because Enemy is not satisfied with that 12 push. They want to keep this going, and take a look at the Zipcaster here from that kid, able to go up and get some more picks. Again, this is just making it so much more difficult for Healbook to try and break back in. Gets all the way to 1, and that brings a whole new fight for Healbook to try and come back. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough for them. Enemy is going to be taking that set 3-0.
And of course, we have some fantastic matches. That did conclude our winners quarterfinals. Let's take a look at the bracket and see how we concluded that round. It will be Milky Way with the 3-0 over Scuba, Moonlight advancing to take them on with a 3-1 win against Content Cat, Cream Soda with that nail-biting victory over Duck Motif in a Game 5, and they will take on the team we just watched sweep through Healbook, NME, in our winners semifinals, as well as down in losers top 8, we will have Content Cat versus Scuba and Duck Motif versus Healbook. Siren, I want to get your final thoughts on the way this bracket has shown out and the final matches that we've seen so far.
Well, I'll harp right back on what we just saw with Enemy versus Healbook. I know I was the only one who was predicting that Healbook would take the set, but you know, sometimes you just need a little cheerleader in your corner, knowing they have your support. I still, you know, Healbook, you're still in my heart for the losers side of the bracket. Overall, though, most things tend to go to prediction, except for that Duck Motif set, getting very, very close to taking out our number 2 seed for the top cut. And I'm really excited to see how things continue going on in the bracket, and because we do get to see that first round of losers later on today, how well Duck Motif will be able to continue their streak going into that.
Nine, I want to get your brief thoughts here as well, because I don't know about you, but my cortisol level is absolutely spiking.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, first of all. No, listen, to the point that Siren made, I think a lot of us had a couple 3-0s, a 3-1, and a 3-2, but the puzzle pieces have been swapped around. I am so curious to see, after a performance like that from NME, how much momentum they will take into their later matchup with Crush Soda, because last year we saw it was Fofofo who made the big run and initially knocked FT Win into losers. Could they do that again against the 2 seed here in Cream Soda? I mean, could history really repeat itself like that? I would be stunned if that was the case, but I've been stunned a lot today. These teams truly have brought a different level of Splatoon, and I'm in love.
Well, these two deserve a break, as stunned as they are, so we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. That was the conclusion of our winners quarterfinals, but that is just the beginning of all of our action for the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs taking place today and tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. We'll have more action for you in just a moment.
Plus, in the Donkey Kong Bonanza, DK Island and Emerald Rush paid DLC, a limited-time collaboration with Super Mario Bros. Is breaking through. Enjoy outfits for DK and Pauline, inspired by Mario and Luigi. Plus, there are coins, super mushrooms, question blocks, and more. Experience Emerald Rush as you've never seen it before with a Super Mario Bros. Twist. This limited-time collaboration event will be held in 4 waves. Rhythm Heaven Groove. Playing this game is pretty simple. Just get into the groove and press the correct button. That's all there is to it. But it's not always the same rhythm. Listen carefully to the beat. Find your flow, and you'll be able to feel the rhythm. 2, 3, 4, now. 2, 3, now. 2, now. 2, 3, now. Over 80 all-new rhythm games are included. And as you play through the game, you can unlock different modes. For example,
the kingdom's everlasting peace rests on your shoulders. Finally, you're awake.
Go forth, magician,
I can't lose.
and use the magical power of rhythm to beat monsters. Cast a fire spell with B-A, B-A, and a healing spell with B-down A, B-down A, like that.
So you really want to fight, huh?
What spells will strike a chord against the foes you face? Groove on and tip the scales to victory.
It's time for the Who's Got Rhythm quiz show.
Plus, there are even more rhythm games in the lineup. Enjoy all of this while playing solo. And
Dan, Emily, Leo, Sarah. We're under attack. Beep.
up to 4 players can enjoy dedicated rhythm games. Note the timing and block the arrows.
Grab the snack at exactly 3 o'clock. Beep.
Or aim for 3 o'clock on the dot.
Emily got the snack.
There are over 30 cooperative and competitive games to play. Get into the groove solo or with friends. Rhythm Heaven Groove.
Welcome back, everybody, to more action from the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs. My name is Shiny Hunter Zach, and we have some casters to introduce here. You may know them, of course, from the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 show. And we're going to start with Milana here. Milana, how are you today?
I am doing so good. I was watching all of those matches in the back room, and I was literally like sitting at the edge of my seat, being like, oh, like, you know, I just could not stay in my seat. Those matches were amazing. I can't wait to see more.
I don't know about you. I'm hoping for more of those stand out of your seat matches. And Falco, not only do I want to get your welcome here, but I also want to take a look at your bracket and predictions for this weekend.
Well, let's take a look at it. And Siren, I'm sorry I chose the right team who won that previous match. Enemy, I thought it would be a 3-2. I thought it would be a very close game, but it was exciting nonetheless. But yes, all of my picks have been correct so far. The nail biter between Cream Soda and Duck Motif, I didn't know how that one was going to turn out, but again, again, chose the right team. So, Zach, it's been so much fun so far.
I think a lot of us were complete opposites on the actual numbers behind Cream Soda and Duck Motif and then Enemy versus Healbook. That one was just astounding to watch. And we get in now to our winners semi-finals. I think, Milana, this was a matchup that despite the seeding, a lot of us expected Milky Way taking on Moonlight.
I'm just so excited to see both of these teams play. We saw a pretty standout, just performance from Milky Way just coming into this playoff series. And, Moonlight is a team that we've talked a lot about how they can stand toe-to-toe with the best teams, but only if they're playing their best game. So I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of game they are going to bring for this match.
And Falco, I want to harken all the way back to regular season week 1, where there were 2 Game 5 scenarios between Milky Way and Moonlight, both of them going the way of Milky Way. Moonlight, I think, trying to turn that on its head today.
I know, and it's crazy we're seeing it in the winners semifinals and not the winners finals, and that's what happens when you're the 5 seed. Of course, Moonlight getting second place in the season previous year, but now they're in this position ready to face Milky Way, and they've gotten some game wins, Zach. You mentioned all the way to Game 5 a few times, so we know they can do it on every mode.
And these are players that have played together for years now at this point. We mentioned Moonlight being born, if you will, in 2023, and Milky Way playing together on a previous team in a lot of cases. In Milana, we've already got the mode locked down. It will be Splat Zones, and unlike the beginning of the broadcast where Urchin Underpass was the flavor of the month, we finally now go to Mahi Mahi Resort.
Listen, if this is the flavor of the month this month, then I'm really excited for it. Mahi Mahi Resort is just such an interesting stage for them to pick, because I think what we kind of want to point out is that midway through this game, we're going to see a stage change. That water level is going to kind of alter how these teams are going to come at each other, and I think that's something to look out for.
And Falco, there was some question for Milky Way about, are they going to change up their composition? Is Q maybe going to go over to the E-Leader? Now, I think we have more proof that we'll get to see that classic matchup between the Snipe Rider and the E-Leader between these 2 anchor players.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to see. Of course, a lot of these players reevaluating what weapons they want to play with the recent update. And of course, it all depends on which stage and which mode we're playing. And to Milana's point, with the stage changing, sometimes it changes much more quickly than you thought, because maybe you got splatted, a lot of that clock is running down, and you have to think fast and think on your feet.
Both teams favoring a 96 gal, which we've seen a good bit today. It's no longer the Ink Vac for Rainmaker only. It's Splat Zones 2 as we get into game number 1 for our first winners semifinals match between Milky Way and Moonlight. Shout out as always to Czar on our Spec Cam operation here. And Milana, let's take a look at the comps that these teams have brought and see if there's any surprises. I'm already seeing the redux of one particular variant of dualies that caught my eye.
Yeah, I believe we have the Twinkle Splat dualies coming out right here. And with that big bubbler, I think it's going to be imperative that Jared is going to use this on the zone to be able to kind of capture that zone and hold on to that control as much as he can. And I think that's going to be kind of a key thing to look out for from Milky Way.
My eyes also immediately drew to Omega, who usually plays either the Mint Decavitator or the Splatana Wiper, is on that hero roller again, or the order roller, and is using the curling bomb to move forward. That Falco has put Basil in a great position as Moonlight takes the lead.
Yeah, anytime you can have your anchor or backline player push forward and be able to get up as far as possible, that is so great. And Moonlight's doing a really good job controlling the zone. We mentioned the water dropping before that 4 minutes and 20 seconds already started, and Moonlight's still getting some picks along the way. Milky Way finding their way to break back in. We knew they would, able to contest the zone at 4:07.
Yeah, there were some questions about Ice. Would they be on the NZAP today? It does look like they are not on the Forge Splattershot Pro that they're known for. Giving that penalty, Milana, over to Moonlight, that's going to buy Milky Way at least one more team fight.
Yes, but with that lead and that nice pick coming out from Omega, Moonlight is in a great position to just be able to hold on to that zone and take down that penalty. And that's exactly the kind of play that they're going to need. But Milky Way is going to have to group together. They're going to have to use their specials to get back in. But with Ice now down, their tactical player down, it is going to be very difficult for them to get back into that zone.
Important to note, too, it is not the Snipe Rider v E-Leader. It is the E-Leader duel that Basil's currently winning and indeed gets the pick onto Q to enter that Flow Aura state. Milky Way trying to counter with the triple Ink Strike. They do claim the zone, Falco, just briefly. One of the benefits of a smaller singular zone.
Right, and that was a great pick from Basil again, getting 3 down onto Milky Way. You know, I did see Brand flank from the side, and Omega caught them, so that maybe have changed the dynamics just a little bit. But Moonlight has done such a great job. Anytime you can hold Milky Way to 92, you know you're doing great. And Nolan still has the vac. We have the Wavebreaker online as well, so there's a lot of specials that Moonlight can still use, Zach.
These are arguably our 2 most patient teams, and maybe no one more patient than Basil, who's been getting crazy shots like I think that one there. Nolan building up the ink back just a little bit too late, so yet again, Milky Way Milana only able to just needle their score forward a little bit as Moonlight maintains firm control. The wipeout's going to help to cement that.
Remember what I said, when Moonlight is on, they are on. This is exactly the kind of gameplay that Moonlight is going to need to be able to take that win from Milky Way. We see Basil hitting her shots, and you know, if we can't get the opponents anywhere close to the zone, it's obviously going to be a good look for your team.
Bran, who stayed on this slosher for so long during this season, trying to find an entry point for Milky Way. Moonlight into the single digits. Bran has built up the triple ink strike and is going to use it. A couple of picks going down from Moonlight, and that will be just enough, Falco, to give Milky Way the zone, but they'll basically need to hold it the entire way through.
You know, and Milky Way is fine with that. They're probably not fine with how it led up to that, but they needed to do anything they could to take this zone, and Bran was wise just to get as much paint out there, build up those triple ink strikes, and just throw them at the zone. And this is by far Milky Way's best push so far, able to push forward and get some picks, and we might see them really take out Moonlight one by one, just as we saw Moonlight do to Milky Way. So it's just a matter of how long can Milky Way hold on to this. It might not be very long here, Zach, because Moonlight's back in control.
Ice facing some heavy resistance there with the big bubbler. You can only shred so much and just watch as your opponents sit in safety. We've seen multiple times today already a team reach single digits on zones, and we'll see if the other team, in this case Milky Way, can come back as Basil, one of the main oppositions, Milana, finally goes down and helps to, in part, force a retreat.
And you know what? I think what Moonlight really has to be careful of are these triple ink strikes coming out from Brand, because they are constantly taking over the zone and, you know, allotting this penalty onto Moonlight. And with 3 down on Moonlight now, I think Milky Way is in a great position to be able to kind of position themselves to prevent Moonlight from moving back into the center of this stage. Q positioning herself on this tower, Jared as well, preventing Moonlight from moving back into the center area here. And I think this is what Milky Way needs.
Yeah, Jared, normally on those splat dualies with the crab tank, is going to have to make great use of the big bubbler as Basil in a pretty solid position, and now Moonlight comes in. They get the pick onto Brand, and they're backed up by the ink vac as well. Jared, maybe a little late on the big bubbler, not able to provide their team as much solace as 2 members of Milky Way go down. Jared trying desperately to survive, but Shadow will lock it down. Milky Way in the single digits. Can they hold this zone? They're facing heavy opposition from Q and Jared, and Ice behind the zone. They'll take it back, and it will be enough. Yet again, we see a team go into the single digits, and yet again, Milana, we see their opponent come roaring back and claim victory as Milky Way goes up 1-0.
You know what I said in the beginning of this game, that Jared's big bubbler is going to kind of cause a lot of trouble for Moonlight, and that's exactly what happened in that last few seconds of the game, right? We saw this kind of firefight happening in the center of this stage, both teams trying to duke it out for control of the zone, but that big bubbler in the way really made it difficult for Moonlight to kind of take over that zone, and I think that really, you know, made or break that game for them.
Falco, for Milky Way, I think there are, while all of our playoff teams today are very well adept, I think there's only a couple that Milky Way would deign to swap off of their tried and true compositions for. Cream Soda has to be one, but the other one has to be Moonlight. With the history that they have to find some way to catch them off guard.
Yeah, as far as teams go, teams facing teams, Moonlight is the team that Milky Way is most familiar as far as these teams in the top 8. And for Moonlight, anytime you can put Milky Way's backs against the wall, that is crucial. But if there's any team who knows how to respond from that, it's crazy. And we just saw grand finals caliber match here in our winners semifinals game 1. That's what I'm most impressed about too. It really, such an exciting start for us.
We have to keep history in perspective. The Splatoon 3 North American League 2025 playoffs, the same matchup. Milky Way finishing first, Moonlight finishing second after some close matches there. Fofofo they took down FT Win. This year, the competition remains super difficult, Milana. As we wait for our next Moan, the onus stays with Milky Way. They've gone to Splat Zones, wondering where they might go next, although I know for a fact it's probably not going to be Clam Blitz with how good Moonlight's record is there.
You know, we have that trifecta, right? But so I'm thinking maybe a tower control, because we both talked about how both of these teams play very patiently. They play kind of to each other's strengths, but also kind of to the opposition's weaknesses as well. So I think tower control might be where we might see our next game.
Falco, it is indeed tower control, and hearkening back to our winners quarterfinals, we talked about Cream Soda. They had a 9-0 record on tower control and then lost it to Duck Motif. Milky Way looking similar. They have an 8-0 record. Do we see a loss here?
Records are hard to break for a reason. So, I mean, both of those teams were undefeated going into this. But again, we talked about what's at stake here for this team. None of them want to go into the losers bracket, especially after winners semis. So it's going to be really important for both of these teams to keep up the momentum, but if Moonlight can take a game off of Milky Way, it's going to be huge for them to be able to choose the mode for the next one. Obviously, they're not thinking about that right now. They're thinking about what they learned from the Splat Zones Mahi Mahi game. But for tower control, going to Mako Mart, if you will, too, that's an interesting choice, because I feel like Milky Way, in general, does really well on tower control, but Mako Mart, it still seems like that might be one of Milky Way's stronger stages.
Mako Mart, our stage selection here, and it does take some funky dips and curves as that first checkpoint is in this low elevation right next to a wall. You can put a splash ball up, but you're basically just going to be boxing yourself in at that point. And my eyes are definitely going to be on Q for this one. Will she stay on the E leader? Because from the clips that we saw, Milana, it looked like Basil was maybe getting the best of her.
Yeah, I mean, if it's anyone who could stand toe-to-toe with Basil, it is Q. Q on that E-leader is just a deadly presence, and I think that definitely is going to be something that, Milky Way has to consider as they're moving forward, because Basil was just such a force to be reckoned with in that last game, and, I think they're just going to need something to be able to combat that.
Interested, too, in whether Jared will stick with that Twinkle Splat Dualies. The Big Bubbler, of course, a fan favorite for tower control. Taking a look, it will be the Splat Dualies, so we're going back to the Crab Tank variant here. And on the opposite side of things, Falco, Omega sticking with the roller, so will not go to either the Mid-Decapitator or Splatana Wiper.
Yeah, keeping that roller with that bubble, and Bran on the blaster with the bubble as well. Both of those teams keeping it pretty standard here for tower control. But yeah, it's interesting to see if Q was going to go back to the Snipe Rider, and they are. So we'll see how that can bring the momentum for them. And of course, getting 2 down onto onto Moonlight this early is really great for Milky Way.
Important to note for Milky Way too, this is a tried and true composition for them. We would only maybe see Bran on the Slosher instead of the Blaster, but no Ink Vac for their protection, as opposed to Moonlight's 96 gal, who is down. So Milky Way, Milana, getting her early hot start here, a far cry from game 1.
And we see Jared propping himself up over here on that left side with that tried and true Crab Tank that we love to see him on. 3 down on Moonlight, and Jared is going to be a force that Moonlight needs to deal with before they can even make it to this tower. And this tower is just smooth cruising towards that last checkpoint.
Look at how forward they're playing, and I've seen this movie before where Ice just hangs on to this Booyah Bomb until the last second. I haven't seen Ice getting taken down mid-Booyah Bomb animation. Falco, that's just another piece of proof as to how Basil is helping this Moonlight squad.
Yeah, Basil's really making sure things don't get too out of control, and for Milky Way, it was Jared in particular who started off with the flank, but then it moves to being, I'm way in front of the tower, and we have all of this ink in front of the tower, so it turns out to be a very, very good net positive. And again, getting it all the way to 16, that is a great start, and Milky Way still has decent control here in the mid stage as Moonlight's trying to find ways to break back in. Some of their players are now going down, so Milky Way with a great start even in the middle of this game.
Doesn't seem like many people are able to do better than trading out with Omega, and those more aggressive close range weapons, they typically don't mind trading. In fact, their kits, the abilities that that they bring with their gear are oftentimes built around the ability to come back quicker here, Milana, as no one on this 96 gal holding on to this ink vac as Moonlight makes their first push of the game.
They're going to need to use this ink vac in a very, judicious way right here. Nolan protecting that tower push with the ink vac, and with that big bubbler down as well from Omega, that gives just a little bit of protection on the tower, but with nobody on the tower to push it, it really is going to kind of go to waste these specials right here. So now we are going to see members of Moonlight getting back on this tower, but now we don't have the same specials to be able to protect the tower as they're moving forward to that next checkpoint, and this is going to be a rough one.
Makes sense, though, to see heavy special investment on that first checkpoint in particular, because it's pretty far along. Some other stages, as we see Nolan go down there, have a first checkpoint almost immediately. This one, you have to kind of meander through a little bit, and it gets you down to around the 60s mark here, Falco, as yet again, Ice is hanging on to this Booyah Bomb and doesn't need it to take down Omega.
Yeah, Ice has not had to use the panic button to try and stay alive and go down. Well, they finally went down without deploying it, so that's unfortunate for them. And Moonlight's still trying to find a way to break back in. What I think Moonlight's going to have to do is just watch out for Jared. Jared, this is their third flank of the game. Nolan is wise to spot them out. Now it's going to be in a 1v1, staying alive from that suction bomb. But while all this is happening, Moonlight is still controlling the tower. You know, if you can control the tower and control where Jared is, that is really good for Moonlight.
Well, and they're trying to control where Basil is set up here as we see the crab take on top of the tower, and they can't look everywhere at once. They have to turn their back on somebody, and Moonlight was ready for that fact, as that is going to lock them down. But the push to 16, still the one to beat for Milky Way, as Moonlight looks to come back. Shadow building up that tactical once again, and we enter Milana yet again, this neutral, slightly calm before the storm state, which we may very well need overtime to settle this one.
We might, definitely, and I think what Moonlight is going to have to watch out for is that Booyah Bomb that Ice, again, we mentioned, is holding on just in case something gets a little bit precarious for Milky Way, but it's seeming like Milky Way is still in a good position to protect this tower from moving past this this first checkpoint area. And, you know, with Jared here holding out on this drop here, I think it's going to be very difficult for Moonlight to push back.
Ran, as they are wont to do, sitting right below this drop down here, making sure that nobody, whether it's a Charger player or not, is able to get in, but they didn't expect Omega to get right on top of them as soon as they put that big bubbler down. Yes, Falco, that's a use of their special, which is better than none at all, but inopportune as they go down immediately.
Yeah, and that's what's really hard to navigate, because then they're going to have to rebuild that special once again, and they're running out of time, especially with how many players they have alive with 15 seconds. And again, you still have a checkpoint you have to get through, and Milky Way is not going to do anything that's going to jeopardize their position. They're pushing in front of the tower, but they're not doing anything risky, just waiting for Moonlight to try and get in, especially players like Jared and Q who are just able to guard it, and that's going to give Milky Way the win 2-0.
Jared needing to do little more than dodge and roll their way around the tower in order to ensure they could step on it right as the timer hit 0, and that will help to secure a victory for Milky Way. Certainly less back and forth, Milana, than game number 1, but regardless, it's a 2-0 lead for Milky Way.
Yeah, certainly. I think what really kind of maybe tripped up Moonlight a little bit is just having to direct your attention in so many different locations. And we talked about Jared and how Jared is a key player on Milky Way, about how he opts to go with that, Splat dually pick. And you know what? I think what we don't really talk about with the Splat dualies is how maneuverable it is, right? We have the rolling, we have the being able to kind of just appear out of nowhere in like random piles of ink, the flanking, we have that crab tank also. So just having your attention, always having one eye on Jared, I think really kind of messed up Moonlight.
Falco, it feels like one of the marks of a good team is the ability to know when to hang on to your special and use it at the exact moment. And part of that is staying alive long enough so that you can use your special. We saw both ends of the gamut from Milky Way. We saw one variant where the big bubbler comes down, or from Moonlight where it comes down and they're taken down immediately. I think it was Omega who got them on Milky Way's side. And then Ice on the opposite end of that just hangs onto this Booyah Bomb for so long. Sometimes they go down with it, but the other times they have it right when they need it.
Right, and what you want to do is try and use it for an offensive push, but sometimes you're forced to use it on defense, and you have to rebuild that gauge to try and build it up and use it again. And there aren't a lot of players who really want to use it on defense, because that just means, again, they're not going to have it handy. So that's what's really difficult to to try and figure out. And like we mentioned with Ice holding on to that Booyah Bomb for so long, Ice was on a streak getting pick after pick after pick. No reason to use a Booyah Bomb when you're playing so well, but it just takes one shot to get caught off guard, and that's unfortunately what happened to Ice in that situation.
That was Bran on the blaster for Milky Way getting taken down by Omega. We may see them return over to the Slosher as we get set for Game 3. We're not going to complete the trifecta here, Milana, as we go to Clam Blitz, but it's no surprise for the stage. It's going to be Museum d'Alfonsino.
Listen, this is part of my trifecta, so really everybody wins, okay? So I think, you know, like you mentioned, we're no strangers to Clam Blitz on Museum d'Alfonsino. It is just something tried and true. Both teams are have demonstrated that their expertise on this stage and mode. And you know what? It really is just vanilla, but just because it's vanilla doesn't mean it's not exciting. So I'm looking forward to seeing what these teams bring.
Vanilla, a lot of people's favorite flavor of ice cream or cake or all sorts of confectionaries here as we take a look. Milky Way, you know, they did get the win here, but Falco have struggled historically this season on Clam Blitz, an even record at 3-3. That's going up against a Moonlight team that entered this with an 8-0 record on Clam Blitz.
Yeah, and I mean, if I'm Moonlight, this is the stage I want to pick for that particular reason. These teams had 2 weeks to research all of what's happening. Of course, they don't know their Game 2 opponent yet, but you have a good idea, especially when Milky Way is in the beginning of the bracket and you're on the same side as them. So this is one of those games that they anticipated. We thought, hey, if Milky Way is going to choose Clam Blitz, we want to go to Museum d'Alfonsino. That's where we think we have the best advantage.
But interesting that it's Milky Way that picks Clam Blitz, because regardless, this is going to be their last mode pick. And so if Moonlight is able to win this Game 3, and the record shows that they have a strong chance to, they then get put in the premier position of choosing the mode for Game 4 and Game 5 if needed. So Milana, you know, you look at this as kind of a boon for getting Clam Blitz handed to you in a way, but also that Moonlight is saying, I will challenge you at basically where you're known best.
Yeah, you know what? It is like kind of a game of who's going to be better, and you know, both of these teams have proven that they can, you know, stand toe-to-toe with each other, so looking forward to it.
Indeed, the swap over from Bran from that blaster onto a Slosher as we see Basil sticking with the E-Leader and Omega Falco going back to the Mid-Decapitator, which has been their main weapon this season.
Yeah, one of my favorite weapons to watch Omega play. We've seen them get pick after pick. Well, they're going to go down themselves, but that was to Ice Cube and Bran who were able to do that. But that's what you just have to do if you're a player like Omega. There's always going to be one player who's going to drop to the right side, try and get some leverage, but sometimes it's just not as successful.
It's a high-risk, high-reward weapon. Omega with 10.4 splat assists per game and 8.5 times splatted per game. So you are on another one of those weapons that likes to trade, as we see Basil holding on to this power clam. But yet again, Milana, we're seeing Milky Way see if they can flank around and get these picks where Moonlight's not expecting it.
They're not, and even though Moonlight had that power clam at the ready, Milky Way was just able to be one step ahead of them. They were able to break that basket. But you know what? Sometimes if you just break the basket and realize, hey, we're not really in a great position to continue this push, it is okay to take a step back and regroup with your team, because what you don't want to do in Clam Blitz is you don't want to get wiped by the opponents, and you don't want to lose turf, because turf is going to be your #1 resource for Clam Blitz, and this is what they're kind of looking out for. So I think it was very smartly played by them.
Q entering that flow aura state, and I mentioned during the winner's quarters that there are 2 ways a Clam Blitz game typically goes. The one, as we see Q staying in this flow aura state back on the Snipe Rider 5H, and this time we're seeing, Falco, that Milky Way is just getting any push that they can take and not waiting multiple minutes to get into the 20s with their clams.
Certainly, they're doing everything they can. Really not much to follow up here, but what's important is they're keeping up the momentum. Moonlight has 2 power claims at the ready. They're going to have a third that drops by their basket, but that doesn't matter as long as you can control the stage here and don't let them do anything funky. We've seen some Clam Blitz shenanigans happen a little bit earlier on today, so Milky Way's got to be on edge, making sure that doesn't happen.
Shadow waiting for the precise moment when they can pick up that power clam before it despawns, and has the Tacticaler at the ready. So you would think with that pick and another one going onto ice that the time has to be now, as Basil has that power clam at the ready, trying to see if they can catch out Bran. The rest of Moonlight using the box, but maybe getting a little bit too optimistic there as they get spotted out. Of course, you're marked when you're holding onto that power clam, and Milana, that's going to be the end of what could have been a big push.
I think what we kind of we don't really mention that much. Nice snipe by Basil, by the way. What we don't mention that much is that if we are trying to make that jump from that box, it is a very mechanical technique that these teams have practiced time and time again. But if you miss that, it becomes a missed opportunity for a push that could happen. And that's, I think, what happened here, kind of making that push kind of fall apart at the seams. But still, Moonlight having 16 clams at the ready, in a position to be able to make a push, this could be big for them.
Feels like Ice has lived behind this spinner for so long. They have to retreat back, and Omega gets the clam and puts the big bubbler down. It looks like it'll be taken down by the triple ink strike as Moonlight looking for any sort of follow-up that they have. Shadow being beset upon. It looks like MyQ had to throw the power clam away, and it looks like it works out as they get the pick on Debran. And now Falco, Moonlight playing Milky Way's game where they'll just take any push they can get.
Yeah, and that's so hard for Shadow because we could see what they were trying to do. I have the power clam. If I can jump to somebody, I want to jump to you, throw in that power clam. I'll probably get splatted, but that's okay. We will take the lead. Unfortunately, it just didn't work. No one stayed alive enough. These backline players, by the way, Basil and Q just really popping off with some really good picks. Again, entering this float aura state now with the help of Nolan, Basil carrying power clam, and Omega getting both in here. Down to 50, Moonlight taking the lead, getting some picks. Probably not going to fall by Omega, but safely able to jump out, Zach.
Name a better combination than Omega and getting important picks on the spinner of Museum to Alfonsino as we see a big one there that helps Moonlight claim the lead. We wondered if they would be able to get in, jump in, and it took some risk because we saw from Basil they had essentially lived in that little corner, that hallway, and only pushed up. They were a speck of health when they had the protection from the ink fact, but they just barely had a path to get through here, Milana, as we see Milky Way with about 17 clams. They lose Jared in the crab tank, and they're starting to lose resources.
Yes, they are, forcing Ice to use also that Booyah Bomb in a way that, like Falco mentioned, is defensive, but what they need is they're going to need some offensive specials to kind of move themselves into the area to be able to break that clams basket. But, you know, Milky Way also have dropped all of their clams with only 20 seconds left on the clock. They're going to need to build just enough clams to be even able to make this push happen. They do have a power clam at their basket in their base, but with 10 seconds, just a little over 10 seconds left, they're going to have to make this push count.
Jared taken down. Q and Ice still by the spinner, grouping up with Brand. They throw the Tacticooler down as we get set for a possible overtime here. Here's that Booyah Bomb coming out. The barrier broken, though, by Moonlight as they look to extend and stop, more importantly, the overtime from coming through. We saw those three members of Milky Way on the right of your screen. Meanwhile, on the far left, it was Moonlight sneaking in and breaking that barrier. Falco, as Moonlight will indeed take at least one game here off of Milky Way.
That was a great ending for Moonlight. As soon as they got the lead, they knew exactly what they had to do. Retreat, give Milky Way a little bit of space, but not too much space, because we know what they're capable of doing. But getting that power clam in before any player from Milky Way could score the basket just completely changes how Milky Way has to play in a split second, and that's what got them the win, and it was a great victory here for Moonlight.
Moonlight proves their prowess on Clam Blitz once again, and now Milana, they have a decision to make, because if they're going to take it to a Game 5, they'll be deciding the mode for both Game 4 and Game 5. We've got Turf War and Rainmaker next. Will we see the Turf War tax paid in Game 4, or will they try to hold out?
I don't know. I'm kind of thinking that they're going to lean a little bit towards Rainmaker just because it's more tried and true. And we know how strong Moonlight is at Turf War. And I feel like maybe, you know, Milky Way doesn't want to take it there quite yet. So if they have a last resort, maybe that's what they're going to leave it to. But I feel like Rainmaker is going to be the pick.
Either way, I think it's going to be a hectic and exciting finish. If we do go to a Game 5, Falco, it will be Turf War. But before we can get there, Rainmaker is next. That's the selection from Moonlight. And we don't have the stage yet, but it's Milky Way's first opportunity to select it.
Yeah, and that's what's really difficult for me to figure out what Milky Way is going to choose. I have a few stages in mind. I'm thinking Scorch Gorge as a way that they can just propel themselves. I'm thinking as if I'm Milky Way in this position too. But for Moonlight, again, they didn't really have a choice. Like you mentioned, they have to win both of these. I honestly thought they were going to go to Turf War just to have a curveball a little bit more unconventional, but Either way, they have to win these next 2 if they want to win this match.
One of your top 3 Rainmaker stages already off the board in Museum de Alfonsino, so maybe if you're looking at the popular vote, you look at something like an Undertow Spillway or a Scorch Gorge Milana as the next one to go to, and both have their benefits. Scorch also equally good for Clan Blitz as well. You may not want to go somewhere that might play to Moonlight's strengths, so I think for Milky Way you might stray away and go for a more tried and true Undertow.
You know, I'm just going to say that because of, you know, what we've seen so far, it's just going to be Undertow Spillway, which is, I'm not complaining about, right? It is tried and true. It is exciting. It is fun. We have the Horseshoe of Doom. So there's a lot of things to look forward to as far as, you know, seeing Rainmaker on Undertow Spillway. But I think what I would love to see is a double, maybe a Splatling comp coming out from Milky Way, because I think having that maneuverability, having that Ultra Stamp from that mini Splatling coming out from Q, I think could be really interesting.
Yeah, Q is so scary on the variants of the mini Splatling, and the vanilla mini Splatling, if you will, has been her primary selection with the Ultra Stamp in tow. But also, we've seen Falco today a good bit more heavy Splatling that was quite popular during the regular season, but there was some question about it with the 11.2 patch if it would fall off at all.
Yeah, and of course with Cube doing very well with the E-Leader as well. I know that was one of the big weapons. What do we want to change to? And Q's typically only played like a Splatling during Urchin Underpass, for example. So it doesn't come up as much in Undertow Spillway, but that stage is a lot bigger. A lot of uninkable areas on the stage that you want to have a lot of speed, and many Splatlings have quite a lot of speed too if they want to try and opt to go for it. But again, there's just a lot to consider when you're going to this stage and how you want to approach it, because it can spiral out of control very quickly after that first checkpoint.
Well, if you were keeping track of stages, the answer is none of the above. We've seen it for Splat Zones. We've seen it for Turf War. Now we're going to see it for Rainmaker, Milana. It's Urchin Underpass, hallmarked, I think, by that great that signifies maybe a good push from a not-so-good one.
You know, I think it's interesting for sure. We don't really see this too much, and I think it's because of that, you know, that great that is just vertical. It will stop your momentum right in your tracks. So I think what we really are going to be looking out for is something extremely strong, like a very strong push, because I think if you don't have that control, it becomes very difficult to move forward.
Control over the area you could call the hill next to that alleyway is going to be more important now than ever. It's where that first checkpoint closely is going to reside, and the second checkpoint is a far cry. You have to get through a grate, you have to swim up a ramp, and you basically have to walk part of the way through if you need to get to the final checkpoint, Falco. I'm not sure we'll see a knockout here. Just the best push wins.
Probably not. And for Milky Way, they can think of a stage. What would Moonlight not want to play? What would they not be prepared for? They could be prepared for Scorch Gorge. They could be prepared for Urchin Underpass. Or I'm sorry, the other stage. But Urchin Underpass might be the answer that Milky Way wants.
Well, we'll see if Moonlight can extend it to a Game 5 or if Milky Way will win this iteration of the bout between Moonlight and Milky Way. That, Milana, is a weapon that we have seen a little bit of this season, but it was not very common before. That's Omega going to the Luna Blaster Neo.
You know, we did talk about how beneficial an Ultra Stamp could be for your team, but a weapon like this, incredibly uncommon, not to say it can't be strong in the right hands. And, you know, if I was to trust anyone with a Luna Blaster Neo, Omega might be that person. But it is definitely an uncommon practice to put into comp Splatoon right here. Omega pulling out that Ultra Stamp, not really getting too much mileage out of it. And you know what? I think with the Ink Vac also down on Milky Way, I think, you know, both teams are really just trying to feel each other out in the center of the stage and scrap out in the battlefield.
We did correctly predict Q on a mini Splatling, but not the variant of mini Splatling. It's going to be the Zinc Mini as we see Omega going down to Bran. Again, you can see why so many players opt to just throw the Ultra Stamp when they build it up. Q, Falco, prioritizing that big bubbler to help Milky Way maintain that space.
Yeah, they want to take control because on paper, from the beginning where the Rainmaker is to the checkpoint is not very far at all. Those checkpoints you see are very condensed on that line at the top of the screen, so they want to make sure they control the zone and get that checkpoint if the game somehow ends with only a checkpoint tie, it's going to be the first team who gets it. So they're fighting for that territory. Moonlight's going to be able to pick it up. Omega opting to go to the side, but is going to have to retreat. But now we're finally in a game where the objective have moved, and that's going to make Q move up a little bit too. So it's a brand new game even right now.
And neither team has done it, but this is a stage where you can basically trip over your own feet and you land on the first checkpoint. It's the second checkpoint that's going to be the one that's much tougher to get to, as Basil, unabashed from being marked here, is going to move forward with the heavy splatling. You talk about the versatility of these anchor players. We have Q over on a mini splatling. You have Basil over on a heavy splatling. It's splatling city here as both teams, Milana, jockey for position.
You know, I think this pick was done deliberately so that both of these anchor players would have to kind of swap off of their tried and true, the E-leader, the snipe fighter, and I think this elevation of the stage is going to really make a big difference as to how these teams are playing. And we see, you know, Moonlight grabbing that first checkpoint, and like you said, it is not a safe push because, as you can see here, Jared really just taking 5 seconds to be able to kind of make it back to the opponent's checkpoint right here. But with 2 down on Moonlight, you know, this is a good position for Milky Way to kind of move forward.
Yeah, it's a long walk off a short pier here as these teams are trying to take it. We see Milky Way now on the back foot. They're really close to getting this first checkpoint. Jared just making sure they have enough ink to clamber up. Of course, the team that makes it to that checkpoint first is going to retain the lead. Milky Way, though, easily getting up there and claiming it. Backed up is Jared by the ink vac. Can they get through the grates? They will, although not landing Falco, so it will not count, and the Rainmaker stays on the opposite side of that grate.
And that's so difficult because if you're carrying the Rainmaker and you're fighting it in vac, you're doing everything you can. You're not even going to shoot your Rainmaker. You just need to go, but you need to make sure you land so you get those points. So it's not going to be there quite yet, but 48 is still a good push here for Milky Way. And when they had their push to go to 48, they did it so well to slowly approach that checkpoint. Players from Moonlight were moving in one by one, but by the time they got to the checkpoint, everybody from Milky Way was pushed up in front, and that's what got them all the way to the grate.
You're going to be sick of the word grate by the time we're done with this game, because all Moonlight needs to do is get past the grate in order to claim the lead, and they're starting now. Basil going to win the anchor battle against Q as Shadow's going to hold on to the Rainmaker. They're marked, but they're already marked anyway by holding on to the Rainmaker, and they have that full 60 seconds to try and move forward. That's a nice flick by Omega to keep the pressure onto Brand, the main offensive output for Milky Way here. As Milana, they're looking for a way to get over to that area, but Milky Way has blocked it off with a big bubbler. The triple splashdown comes down, and Moonlight in a holding pattern.
Yeah, and I think what makes this stage in particular very difficult to push forward is the fact that basically as you move forward towards that grate, you are basically meeting your opponents as they're dropping from their spawns. So it really is something that you need a lot of control, a lot of turf, a lot of, you know, numbers advantage to be able to move forward. And, you know, I think Moonlight is looking for the perfect opportunity, but that Toxic Mist is giving them a lot of trouble, and that timer is ticking down above Shadow's head. He is going to have to make this push happen, but, you know, with his feet turfed, it's going to be very difficult.
Shadow explodes at the 55-point marker as Moonlight scrambles to try and jump back in and maintain the momentum. We see Ice picking up the Rainmaker. There's not really a great way you can jump off the stage to reset the Rainmaker back to mid here, so Ice will take it the long way as we get 10 seconds remaining, but Milky Way goes 3 down. This could be an opportunity for Moonlight to come back in as the jumps come through. Brand not able to cement the pick there onto Omegas. They will now sherry forward onto Basil, who's holding the Rainmaker in this overtime. They have no specials, though, to contend with as the big bubbler is up for Milky Way, who has the high ground. Basil looking for an opportunity to come in as the tactical core is going to be out for Moonlight. Backing up as they look for an opportunity for this Luna Blaster Neo to use this special. Will the Ultra Stamp come out as Shadow's going to jump back in? About half the time gone by for this Rainmaker before it explodes. We'll see if they have an availability to swim through, but they've waited too long, and Milky Way's come out with the Ink Vac that goes down, so it's no longer a problem. Now, Moonlight with the backing Ink Vac at their disposal. They jump through, and Moonlight able to claim the lead. It's one jump through a grate that cements them and catapults them to a Game 5 against Milky Way. And Falco, what about this has been? The history of these teams continues as we're guaranteed a Game 5.
Well, you need some time to breathe, Zach, first of all, because that was a very long segment. But the patience there from Moonlight. You're thinking, oh, this is not going to end well. There's Toxic Mist. You have the Greats. You have the Ink Vac. There's no way they're going to survive all of this. But it's the patience from Moonlight as a whole team. Of course, the Rainmaker carrier, but the team in general just knows how to excel. I don't know how much time was left on the Rainmaker at that point, but you're thinking all you have to do, if you're Moonlight, get past the Great and land. Stick your feet, stick the landing, and you will be successful. That's much easier said than done. It's not hard. Not easy to do. A lot of things are difficult, including that. So the way that it ended, and now Moonlight still has to go into Game 5 and get the win, but they need some time to decompress and breathe too.
Milana, I want to come back to this theming for Moonlight of moments. Their career as a team, especially in the Splatoon 3 North American League, has been defined by these little moments that put them in the upper echelons of the teams that we've seen in the West here. I think one of the moments that I saw in that overtime was Milky Way brings out, they have enough time to get the Ink Vac online. They have high ground. You feel like it's over. And then somebody from Moonlight is able to flank around and take down that opposition. And now Moonlight has the Ink Vac at their disposal. It really seems like they're able in these pressure situations to dig deep and find ways to win.
I think it really has a lot to do with the fact that they've been an established team for so long. You might not find this kind of play coming out from a team that maybe is a pickup. Maybe you've only been playing with these players for a couple of weeks, a couple of months, just for the league, right? But this established team, they just know how to play together, right? And I think having that experience gives them a little bit of, confidence in when you're backed up against a wall. That's okay, because my teammates have got my back, and they were able to play so patiently because, like you mentioned, I'm pretty sure all of us were like, oh, I don't know if this is gonna turn out well for Moonlight. This looks
We've seen this story before.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but it turned out really well for Moonlight, and now they're going to be going to Turf War on Scorched Gorge, which is, Moonlight's bread and butter is Turf War.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I think Milky Way is gonna have an uphill battle right here.
Falco, this was the exact conversation we had before Game 4. We were like, oh, Scorched Gorge, it plays very well to Moonlight's play style, Clamblitz and Rainmaker. It's Turf War, but this still could be very much in favor of them. This could be scary for Milky Way.
I know, that's what's hard to tackle. You're not going to conventional competitive mode a lot of these players play. You're going to Turf War for a Game 5 here. So on Scorched Gorge, we don't see it that often as well. Typically, we see Rainmaker. We have mentioned that too. And for how strong that Moonlight does, we always see Shadowwind in the back on the Reflux. That's what they do. That's what the Reflux player do. I'm going to just spam the Reflux and then throw a Booyah Bomb in a way I don't want to go to try and cover some ink there. So it's really going to be interesting. Of course, the compositions are going to change too for Turf War with all this happening. And we're only going down to 3 minutes. All of these have been 5-minute games for real. Like, they all went into overtime at least, but this one's going to be much more condensed.
3 minutes of stress, determination, and potential victory separate these two teams from winners finals or a spot in the loser side of the bracket. How will this latest iteration of Milky Way versus Moonlight play out as we get into Game 5, Turf War on Scorched Gorge? And Milana taking a look at the compositions here. We see Brand back on that Slosher Ice as he is wont to do on the Reflux, and it is not the Milk variant, which is what Moonlight has selected.
Yeah, I think that could definitely make a difference. We have the Tenta missiles coming out from Milky Way, which could definitely be helpful in displacing anchor players like Basil away from, key areas on this stage. But on the flip side, on Moonlight, we have that Milk with that Booyah Bomb, which could definitely make or break, especially during that last 30 seconds when we are keeping an eye out for the turfing power that, having that special at the ready could definitely make or break the game.
Even Basil has to respect Turf War and go over to the Snipe Rider instead of that E-Leader. Shadow going to be the one piloting the Reflux 450 Milk as we get into this one, Falco. And Omega, importantly, on this Mint-Decapitator, as much as you need ink, you need picks to go along with it to maintain stage control.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the focus is going to be. First, it's going to be getting ink, then get the picks. And you, of course, want to do them one by one as Bran and their teammates do so. And guarding the ledges is perfect for a slosher player like Bran, as Basil's trying to find ways to push back into. Talking about the sprinkler position, Basil finally notices, like, wait, where is this ink coming from? I got to take this down. But pushing Moonlight into danger for a little bit. Of course, we're only about a minute in, so a lot of things can change, but the momentum is looking pretty good for Milky Way so
The
far.
Sprinkler is such an underrated sub for what it can do, especially on splat zones. And here, Turf War, of course, as we see Q maintaining and playing Queen of the Hill as she gets the pick onto Nolan here. They'll advance forward here, Milana and Ice. As is typical, they will save their special, although with a weapon like that, you may want to use it as soon as you've got it.
Yeah, you definitely do. And you know what? I think Moonlight just really has to be careful because Milky Way having control of this middle tower area is going to be incredibly deadly for Moonlight to try to get back into the zone. And we see that danger, warning popping up on the side of Moonlight. And with just over a minute left, Ice holding on to that Tenta missile, making sure that if, they get into a precarious situation, they can use that in a kind of a panicking way. But, with just a little under a minute left, Moonlight is going to really have to focus up on trying to move Milky Way back into their base, and it's looking like they're doing a great job.
Falco, we enter the final minute here as Shadow's going to put this Booyah Bomb down, and it's anybody's guess as who can control mid today.
Yeah, this was actually looking really good for Moonlight, but Milky Way going to target 3 with the Tenta missiles coming out as they try and break back in. Again, Q getting a lot of ink there on the stage, throws the cooler. I don't know if anyone besides Ice is going to be able to get close and get it, as one player from Milky Way is going to go down. Moonlight's still holding on, and remember, the ink vac is still used for Nolan, and you can't paint when you have the ink vac. It's just not possible, so Nolan's going to have to be really wise when they want to use it. Backs against the wall, the wipeout. This is huge. This is not looking good for Moonlight, even though they're in danger, Zach. We've seen how this has ended before.
Devastating. A wipeout against Moonlight as Milky Way turns it on late. They lose 2 members in the process, but Milky Way may have done enough to earn a victory and their spot in Winners Finals, and they will. It's a 64-32% win for Milky Way as they hold on and take down Moonlight to send themselves to Winners Finals. And Milana, this at this point has to be one of the most storied matchups that we continue to see in North America, if not all of the West. Milky Way versus Moonlight, what an epic.
If there was a match that we would anticipate going to a Game 5, this would be the one, right? We have, Moonlight and Milky Way just constantly going at it from tournament to tournament, from even just this season of the North American League. And I just, we talk about this like storybook, ending for these teams, but the story is not done yet. We see Moonlight constantly going into the loser side, but that doesn't mean that their run is over. We've seen some pretty insane runs coming out from Moonlight, so I'm looking forward to seeing how far they're going to make it continuing this playoff series.
Not only is neither of these teams' runs done yet, but I want to throw it over to a man who's been tracking the histories of both of these teams for years now at this point. Mr. Nine-Hole Grains has some replays. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Well, thank you, Zach, and you are absolutely correct. Another chapter added to this historic rivalry, and I'm going to take you back to the first page because, hey, there was an incredible Splat Zones game that happened like 4 or 5 games ago, so we'll take a look at it here. The scores at the top, you can note this was a big, big comeback by Milky Way. In particular, I want you to look at how the members of Milky Way are attacking these 2 portions of the stage. We'll go ahead and roll the clip now, and there is still more to be done in this clip. You can see everybody working up on this side. They've heard of them over here. The ink vac pops out. Omega goes out. It is a trade, but then Jared comes in right there with the big bubbler. And you can see any other situation, Jared is down here, and that ink vac is taking the zone. Instead, because of that big bubbler, you'll see it in real time as we play the clip through, blocks that shot. Nolan goes down, but there's still 20 ticks on the timer. Great job here. Milky Way is going to rotate back, a wonderful overhead view that you'll get to see at the end. And just look at how they have positioned themselves. You'll see one up on the top, one on the right, one on the left. They rotate around and they keep moving as they fire forward. This was the comeback that they needed to start this off. They needed every ounce of strength that they had, but Moonlight comes up short just again. Milky Way, another great showing. guys, they're going to be in winners finals once again. Back over to you.
Thank you, Nine. More than anything, I'm glad you got to witness that match, as am I, as we may see these teams yet play each other once again. Let's take a look at the bracket to show you what has transpired so far. One of our two winner semifinals is in the books as Milky Way gets taken to Game 5, but holds out against our number 5 seed, Moonlight. Moonlight now awaits the winner of Duck Motif and Heelbook in the losers quarterfinals. And on the opposite side of winners semifinals, we look at the match that is coming up next. Falco, we're going to take a look at Cream Soda versus NME, our 2v3 seeds. These are two winners of regular season weeks and two teams that are vying for that crown.
Yeah, and Cream Soda won in Game 5 fashion. That was on my bracket. I had that as a 3-0, so I was getting a little nervous waiting back for that match to start. I'm sure you guys were as well. Yes. We all kind of saw that. Yeah, this is such a fun matchup. You know, Enemy had a really strong showing in that 4th match that we saw too, so two really strong teams going head-to-head. Cream Soda coming in at that 2nd seed. We talked about who can take out Milky Way potentially in the finals. This is one of those teams, Zach.
Taking a look at Cream Soda, Zenith, Thunder, and Wave and Goss. We talked, Milana, about Goss and how difficult they are to counter on the 52. Even for the last game of their previous match, went over to the 96 gal, which they'd only played a little bit throughout the season, and showed that they've still got it. That is one of the main offensive advantages that Cream Soda has to offer.
I mean, if there's one player that all of these teams have to kind of watch out for, it's Goss. And what did you guys say? He was kind of like a ghost?
Ghost in the night, that's right.
Ghost in the night, right? So you have to really be aware of where exactly Goss is, and I think that's going to be something key that Enemy is going to have to look out for, because if you lose sight of a player as strong as that, oh, that's going to be detrimental.
Well, and on the opposite side of things is Enemy, Falco, and you take a look at their composition. We mentioned already 3 members from last year's Fofofo squad that placed 3rd. They were 3rd seeded, and adding Zero, who we saw play some interesting weapons, namely that Octo Shot that gave them the triple ink strike. They were using it for specials. They were using it for offensive output. That's going to be something that Enemy will need to rely on.
Right, and that's some old school Zero things that we had seen before. And we saw, I was like, okay, he's bringing it out for the triple ink strikes, but we have players like that Menace who are just so fun to watch. We've seen them use Zipcaster before. We've seen them just get in the little nooks and crannies that are going to serve as distractions. And as long as they can keep that up against Cream Soda, which is not easy to do, by the way, it's not easy to catch them off guard, that might be one of their paths to success, but it's going to have to be followed up by players like 3Z and Dark to try and get the job done.
Well, in Milana, you take a look at the anchor player matchup here. You have a player like Dark and a player like Wave. Neither of these anchor players have been married to one weapon the entirety of the time. There are other anchor players that you'll always see them on the Sniper Rider, or you'll always see them on the E-Leader. They've been flexible. If they need to be on the Sniper Rider, the Heavy, whatever they need to be on, they're up for the occasion.
Yeah, and I think what I really like to see throughout this season is this flexibility that anchor players have started to develop, and something that I personally would love to see Wave play more of that E-Leader, because we've seen some pretty sick shots coming out from Wave, and I would love to see that. But you know, having Dark standing toe-to-toe with Wave, both of these players are amazing anchor players, I think is just going to be just kind of explosive.
And Falco, I do think that's where these two teams are diametrically opposed, is that Cream Soda, one of the scariest parts about them is very limited weapon roster. You pretty much know exactly what you're getting, and Enemy's kind of the opposite. They're pulling out whatever is in their bag, and they're making it work, so it's this battle of conflicting ideologies.
Yeah, you have the team that just really knows what they want to play versus the team who we want to flex it up and switch it up depending on who we're facing, depending on the stage and the mode that we're going to. And when you're versatile, it's really nice to try and get the win. You want to catch players off guard, you want to make yourselves unpredictable. But again, for a team like Cream Soda, even when you know it's a predictable composition that you're going to face, doesn't make it easy at all, Zach.
Well, there is 0 level of unpredictability, Milana, with our stage and mode selection here. It's Splat Zones on Urchin Underpass to start us off. This is really, again, even with the one viewing of Mahi Mahi that we've gotten, it cemented itself as the premier Splat Zone stage.
Yeah, and there's just a lot to look for on a stage like this. We've mentioned time and time again, Urchin Underpass is a huge stage, but for something like Splat Zones where your objective is kind of oriented in the middle of the the stage, we don't tend to see too many players kind of moving out to the sides. But what is unique about this Splat Zone is that it is at a depression, which means that, you know, you have to kind of keep into consideration the area around the Splat Zone, that you have to keep your opponents away from the Splat Zone because, you know, shooting down at someone is much easier than having to shoot up and around.
Small Splat Zone, big stage. It's the great is not nearly going to be as much of a worry on Splat Zones this time around. Doesn't also appear as though Cream Soda will, at least in this game, be relying on their substitute player Hexen, as they will primarily stick with their starting four, as we are about to get into game number 1 of our second winner semifinals between our number 2 seed Cream Soda and our number 3 seed Enemy. Shout out as always to Czar on the Spec Cam, and Falco taking a look. I'm seeing Thunder on that custom blaster. Wave does have the heavy Splatling, and Dark countering them on the same weapon.
Yeah, heavy Splatling versus heavy Splatling, and of course we're going to see that kid on that Octobrush 2 coming out, and of course 3Z's sticking with the 52 gal. And again, we talked about grates not being an issue, but what about splash walls? That might be a problem, especially if Goss is going to be using that as well. So it's going to be a battle of how we want to break in, because there aren't a lot of routes that you can go. A lot of these hallways are a little bit crammed, and again, that Splat Zone is not that large.
Cream Soda going to take the lead first, and when you see a lot of teams going over to the heavy Splatling, the tactical or weapons that they are want to bring alongside it are much more limited in range, and we see that here with the NZAP and the Dapple Doolies that just went down.
Yeah, but you know, it is incredibly necessary to have a Tacticooler, and we see that on Enemy, the only player up now is the Tacticooler player, but we have to consider that, you know, these weapons are, while they are here to build that Tacticooler special, that, you know, because they are so short range, many of these players might treat it a little bit less like a support weapon and a little bit more like a Slayer weapon. I think that is incredibly interesting.
Well, Enemy needs to treat this as their last chance to get into the zone. They're being so far backed into this hill. That might open things up as Zero gets to pick on the Thunder. Looking for the second and gets it onto Goss. That's a major player down. Do they have enough time to take the zone? They stop it at 2, but nobody from Enemy is there. Finally, that kid will leap in. It's a wipeout against them, but they are able to stay alive, Falco.
That is huge, because I thought it was going to be very difficult. Zero originally was the only player who was still on the stage, and they had to backtrack a little bit to get a player from Cream Soda. That's just going to tick time off the clock, but you just need to stall it for 1 moment to get the rest of your team there. Dat Kid able to help clean up and get the wipeout. That is setting them up for success right now, and again, they're already down to 50.
Zenith going down as well, as Thunder is going to use that triple splashdown to ensure they can control the zone, but it goes right back over to Enemy, who does have a penalty to chew through, so that is going to open up once again a team fight opportunity for Cream Soda, as now Enemy is the one controlling this hill. And Milana, this seems to be the trend, is don't play next to the zone, don't play behind the zone, play in front of it so that Cream Soda can't get through.
And I think this is such a typical way that Enemy plays. We talk a lot throughout this season of how, you know, Enemy seems to be pushed back into a corner, but they always come back swinging, and I think this is a perfect prime example of it. And against a team as strong as Cream Soda, even though Cream Soda is back in the game, they have that high penalty right here, but really Enemy, it plays so measured in a way that they can kind of make it back into the zone. So I expect a lot more back and forth as this game continues.
I think Cream Soda swung harder than that tether ball that Nine was talking about earlier, as they look to keep this lead. It'll basically require a knockout on the side of Enemy. They do have a good amount of time to do it, and Dat Kid looking for the right opportunity to use this recently buffed Zipcaster from 11.2. The Killer Whale 5.1 is also going to come out, but it's not going to find much, and a lot of times it's used to just refill the ink tank of that 52, as that's a wipeout against Enemy. Cream Soda, Falco in prime position.
Yeah, this is really important for Cream Soda, and again, very difficult for Enemy. Cream Soda, this is the farthest they've been pushed up, and getting that wipeout. We already see the flank from 2 of their players. It's going to be Thunder and Wave pushing up here on the right side, splatting that kid. That is huge. You don't want to, if you're that kid, you don't want to go down in that situation, but other members of Enemy able to contest the zone, get the splat to keep this alive, but keep in mind they have a lot of penalty points that they still need to get through, and they need to get some of these picks in a 2v2 situation. That's pretty good, but you hope that you can get some more.
That is indeed a huge pick there from Wave, who's going to continue that flow aura state. And a lot of Anchor players, they live and breathe through either this hill or in that alleyway, that long, expansive hallway that's kind of out of the way, as Enemy once again is 3 down. They cannot find their footing. Even 3Z, who's trying desperately to contend against Gauss here, Milana, on that 52, go down as a result.
They do, and I think Enemy is really going to have to get it together to play together. They're going to have to build their specials. The Tacticooler is going to come out from Enemy, but they are going to have to get the picks to be able to get Cream Soda out of this zone area. But they're really kind of going down one by one, and this is not looking good for Enemy.
A desperation Zipcaster coming out from Dat Kid that may pay off as they take down Thunder, looking for the second, but they get distracted from their primary objective, which is inking the Splat Zone, and Cream Soda holds on to their push to 2 for a knockout there against NME. And Falco, the back and forth between these teams, I thought we were going to see a 4th time today where a team got into single digits and then got beaten as a result. Cream Soda instead holding strong.
I know it's the Splat Zones games we've seen today are pretty crazy, and I thought that kid at the very end was going to be able to contest some of their teammates, able to break back in, and they did everything they possibly could to try and do it, but your back is up against the wall so much for Cream Soda. I go back to that wipeout that happened where Cream Soda was able to just push up against the ledge. You have 2 players flanking. It's really hard to come back from that, and especially when there's about a minute and a half on the clock, there's no room for error.
And kind of to harken on one of the points that Falco made, Milana, it seems like in this match more than a lot of the others that we've seen, there have been more emphatic team fight victories. So you have more 3-down situations. You have more knockouts and wipeouts that we've seen, and that is just a testament to Cream Soda and the way that their offensive playstyle is so difficult to play against.
Yeah, but you know what? If it was one team that could play against that offensive playstyle, it would be Enemy. We talked a lot about, having this unstoppable force against another unstoppable force, right? And these 2 teams would be the top of my list of aggressive teams that really kind of push forward and they do the slaying. And I think that is what Enemy is going to have to just kind of get together, because, it really depends. A lot of what we have mentioned is that, sometimes it's the time of day that these players are playing that really makes or breaks how they perform. And if Enemy is really playing at the top of the game, if they can get the picks on Cream Soda, it really isn't an impossible journey.
I think I have that in my notes as well, that other than Cream Soda, Enemy is this aggressive juggernaut, and they are so similar in that way, but they're so different with the weapons that they select. Enemy will have to pull from that, Falco, as we go to Game 2. We will be maintaining, for now, the trifecta of modes as we go over to tower control, and the stage will be, of course, Inkblot Art Academy. I'm surprised we haven't seen it before this point.
Yeah, that's a good point. We typically see it almost every single match, but no, it's here this time around. What's going to be interesting to me is seeing if Zero is going to go to Octoshot. We had seen him play it before. Again, not a weapon that he plays very often, but a good weapon for the triple ink strikes to help stall the tower, and this will really slow the pace of the game, as tower control has a finite path with a finite speed that the objective can move. That might benefit Enemy with the playstyle that Cream Soda has, and we'll see if it pays off.
Well, we've seen Zero not just through different meta iterations, but through different Splatoon game iterations, and they're going to hope to take that knowledge alongside Enemy to tie this match up at 1. And we do indeed, Falco, good call, see the Octoshot return what is otherwise a pretty unassuming composition from Enemy. Lots to be expected here. On the opposite side, Milana, there goes Zenith on that Zinc mini Splatling.
Yeah, and I think for that Zinc mini Splatling, having that big bubbler is going to be incredibly beneficial for the tower. If you place that big bubbler on the tower, it makes it very difficult for enemies to be able to even access that objective. But, with that triple ink strike coming out fairly early on in this game, I think, Cream Soda is going to have to kind of move forward a little bit to get a couple of picks before they are able to move this tower even farther than they have.
Falco, I think honestly that was best case scenario for Cream Soda. You bait the triple ink strike out of Zero early. You wait to use the big bubbler until you're actually on the tower, on the checkpoint, and when the triple ink strikes had subsided, and Zero got taken down as a result.
Yeah, and that's a strategy we see all the time, and it's intuitive. I'm going to throw throw my triple ink strings at your bubbler because I just want it to go away as soon as possible. And if you can make sure that doesn't happen, that's really a net win for you. And speaking of net win, it could be for Enemy as they get some picks, have control of mid here. If the Rizy can get this pick on Thunder, no, it's not going to work, but Thunder's then going to go down to that kid. Still working with Dark and still in control for Enemy. It's about the momentum of what's going to happen next, and especially with the Zipcaster online for that kid.
That's an important distinction, the immediate effect that a blaster can bring versus the delayed gratification of a Zipcaster. That kid is going to delay it all the way to the grave as they were not able to get the pick they wanted. Zenith, though, helping to clean things up for Cream Soda and Milana. That will help force a 3-down situation and put Cream Soda right back on the tower.
And we talked a lot about the aggression that comes out of Cream Soda, right? We see already members of Cream Soda, establishing themselves on this platform, and Enemy is going to really have to focus to get them out of here even before they can focus on moving that tower towards that goal for themselves. But Zenith holding on tight, steadfast right here around this corner and allowing, the teammates of Cream Soda to kind of move forward and take position as well, I think is going to be huge.
As aggressive as both of these teams want to be, survivability is also the name of the game. Not all 4 players on both sides can trade out and expect a positive result as we see Cream Soda extending their lead to 60 just a bit before Enemy comes back with that resolution. And Falco, it bears repeating, this is not a huge stage, so they're going to be fighting early and often.
Yeah, they're really going to be doing that. And again, for Cream Soda, they're not going to overextend themselves in where they are. They're going to try and keep some control here into mid and really not do anything fancy unless the opportunity presents itself. But when you go 3 down or 2 down, you might have to reevaluate what you want to do, and that could be Goss trying to get a flank going down and taking 3Z while they do. But for Enemy, only pushing the 95, that's not much of a tower push at all, but you start it by getting 1 pick after 1 pick. But getting past his checkpoint is going to be pretty difficult.
Well, and we saw the matchup that we expected where DatKid just barely outranging Thunder on the blaster there and getting value as a result. This time, the big bubbler from Zenith was saved for the triple ink strike there coming from Zero. And now it's Cream Soda 2 down. So Enemy looking for an opening. Zenith not able to cement the pick, Milana. And now Enemy threatening and will indeed take the lead.
They do. And, we have many members of Enemy moving forward past this tower. Is the position that we're looking for as they are continuing this push past that 30-point mark. And I think we never talk about a safe push in general, but a push to 20, a push maybe even past this 3rd checkpoint here is going to be huge for Enemy.
Nobody even paying attention or able to get to Dark as we see a distanced hit from Dark getting the wipe out there to cement things. It was Cream Soda running the show for a good portion of this game too, but Enemy comes roaring back, Falco, and as a result, we have a tie match.
Yeah, where was the enemy during the first portion of that game too? Because it was such a slow game. He was going to take control in the mid. It wasn't until Enemy finally had that 2-player advantage of, we can take this 1 by 1. And it was a snowball, but it was like a small snowball that kind of built up. So again, a really good win for Enemy. And remember, that was Cream Soda's pick for the mode that they wanted to play too. So Enemy with a great job getting that win. That was really impressive.
Milana, I have to imagine there is some mindfulness that's required of pulling yourself, to Falco's point, out of the repetitive mantra of I'm just going to rush mid, I'm going to try to get picks, open things up for my team. If everybody's doing that, who's actually hopping on the tower and being the one to take advantage of those openings? So I think after all of that, Enemy, it was Dark, clambering atop the tower and took advantage of some of the picks that the rest of Enemy was able to get.
No, and I totally think that kind of measured level-headedness really benefited Enemy in the end. And like I mentioned before, Enemy is not a team that when you are in the lead, when you are, having them kind of fall back on their back foot, they're still in the game, right? Their head is in the game. They're able to kind of push back, and they push back with a force that is honestly really difficult to be reckoned with. So I think specifically for a team like Enemy, you just can't count them out.
And Falco, I want to take that word Milana used, force, and say that both of these teams are pushing back equivalently on each other, because on the one hand, yes, we saw Dat Kid or Dat Menace taking out Thunder from a range that they could not fight against, but Goss was winning the 52 battles against 3Z, so you're winning some places, you're losing elsewhere. There has to be a resolution out of all that.
Yeah, and the tricky part too is when you have those trades back and forth, it's really only going to benefit the team who's already in the lead because it's just taking time off the clock. And for Enemy, they just knew exactly who they needed to get in those moments too. You think about who's on the tower, where is our tower, how close are we to the checkpoints, and who's positioned a little bit further up, who on the enemy team has specials online. There's a lot that goes on, and we don't have a lot of time to think about it when you're playing the game. You and I both know that like it's much easier said than done in those moments, but there was just something in the second half of that game that just clicked for Enemy, and they were able to get the job done.
Well, call the trifecta completed here as we've gone to zones, we've gone to tower control, and now for Game 3, we go indeed to Rainmaker. This is going to be, Milana, the selection of NME, so they're opting to go to Rainmaker here. We're awaiting the stage, but maybe different from Moonlight, similar in that they might want to play on a Rainmaker or a Clan Blitz, but very different ideologies. You have this more aggressive NME team fighting an aggressive team in Cream Soda. It's not the patient battle that we saw from our two teams in the first winter semifinal.
Yeah, okay, this is a little bit of a a dream sequence, right? But I think that they should pick under Toast Spillway, and the reason being is because I would really love to see Dat Kid on that Sploosh-o-matic again.
Oh.
I know it's a little bit of a selfish request, I just have been thinking about it, but I'm like, wow, if I could see a Sploosh-o-matic in this playoff series, this just the stage at the top of the competitive Splatoon game, I think I would be like very satisfied.
This could prove if they have the broadcast on in the background while they're prepping, saying, "Oh, Sploosh, I didn't think about that. Oh, maybe we could go there."
That's a weapon we don't even have in our notes.
Right. It's a footnote, if anything. So, Falco, we have the stage selection that's coming from Cream Soda. It will be Scorch Gorge, so no major surprise here. But this is a combination we haven't gotten to see a ton of today. We mentioned it a little bit. That first checkpoint is going to be around where the basket is on Clan Blitz, and then you have this valley that you have to enter, and there's no real push that is strong enough until you get anywhere remotely into that valley.
Yeah, and that's one of those pushes where even if I'm the only player alive, I'm doing everything I can to try and pop that Rainmaker and push it, because I don't know when I'm going to have this opportunity again. So it's the strategic feeding, if you will, where you're just throwing all the bodies towards it and see what happens to try and push it. And of course, along with that, with how narrow it is, we're probably going to see some Inkvacs come out too to help support those pushes. We've seen a lot of great Inkvac plays, Inkvac versus Inkvac, offense and defense. I had a lot of fun with that earlier. So I do like this pick for them, for both of these teams, to be quite honest. And the battle's really going to be, as you mentioned, after that first checkpoint.
Last time we were here, it was Milky Way, both Ice and Jared, just hanging out in that side court area, taking advantage of the ramp for cover. We'll have to see if that plays through in our next game, as we have a tied match. This is a Game 3 between Cream Soda and NME. Thunder going to be on that custom blaster. It'll be Goss going back as we saw them in the previous Game 5 to the 96. And on the opposite side, Milana, the 52-96 composition from NME.
Yeah, I think it's going to kind of, we're going to have to see how this is going to play out, because we know that Wave is an incredibly strong anchor player, and without an anchor player on Enemy, they're going to have to get the picks to be able to make things matter and to be able to kind of hopefully displace, Wave as they're kind of moving forward. And with this, the Inkvac coming out from Dark, a Zipcaster also coming out from Dat Kid, they're going to be giving a lot of support to the players on Enemy, but they don't quite have the position to be able to move the Rainmaker towards that first checkpoint yet.
Yeah, effectively a 2v1 that's going to work out in Cream Soda's favor, and we see once again, Falco, that Venn diagram that happens between the two dueling Inkvacs as NME starting to try and force things, as is their aggressive nature, but ending up giving Cream Soda a way to push forward.
Yeah, this will be their first opportunity to try and do so. They have a little bit of space, but again, the Inkvacs are going to be coming out pretty quickly. I'm looking at the composition here from Enemy, and on paper, you don't have a lot of ink ability. You have two Gals and you have an Octobrush. You're really going to have to rely on that the N-Zap. Well, it's not going to happen right now because that dunk for Cream Soda is going to go in. And we talked about what happens after this checkpoint. I love where Cream Soda has positioned their players. Thunder's very wise to jump up, get some more leverage where Zenith and Goss are now pushing forward.
This looks much more like the Cream Soda from Game 1 as we see Thunder getting all the way up to 32. We talk about that valley. They reached the bottom as well as getting almost to the ramp upward. And now Enemy with lots to think about and lots of time, Milana, to do it in. They're investing some specials into this valley to make sure that Cream Soda cannot pick up this Rainmaker. Nobody wants to jump it off. It's just going to reset back to mid.
Yeah, they're going to have to be careful, and it's good that they decided to make that reset happen because we've seen some scrappy plays coming out from Rainmaker. If just one sneaky player really would kind of do it for them, but you know, Zenith entering that flow or state, and it almost feels like Zenith is in their base, but it seems, but they're really kind of making waves. Smile. In Enemy's base, and with Goss on that ink bag, they do make that push to 29.
They claim an additional point there, but more importantly, they continue this momentum, and a lot of that is on the back of Zenith. Yet another, just like Zero, one of these aggressive style of NZAP players who want to be in your face, and Goss gonna join them. It's not the 52, but it's darn close with the 96 gal. It can still hit like a truck, especially at range, and Falco at this point, Cream Soda's just trading off to see how many flow aura states they can get into.
Right, in Cream Soda, originally they had a wipeout while still having Zenith push all the way forward. That menace from Enemy was like, you know what, we're done with this. Give us at least 7 seconds to regroup instead of 2 seconds. We need to have this Rainmaker reset, but of course Cream Soda is going to pick it up once again. And the Wavebreaker is now deployed too to help target some of these enemy players, and I don't know how Enemy is going to really be able to break back in. You start with taking 2 players down, including one of the Rainmakers, forcing your backline to retreat. They finally might be able to regroup, but that's 3 minutes off the clock stack.
It feels like Rainmaker doesn't even reset back to mid at this point. It just resets back to the first checkpoint area that Cream Soda got to. It feels like forever ago as DatKid trying to make sure that nobody's hiding around. They did spot something and are waiting for the opportune time to use that Zipcaster, as well as having the ink back online. Zero seeing some approach there from Zenith, and they will take them out. The counter ink back is going to come out first as we see 2 go down. Nice work there. They'll have to use the triple splashdown to fight off DatKid. That does give a bit of an opening for Zero, who's having to play jump rope over that wave breaker. Now quite literally, Milana backed into a corner, and there's been enough time to build up another triple splashdown.
I mean, when you're stuck between a wall and a triple splashdown, sometimes the only way to go down is down. So, but you know what? They were just waiting for that perfect moment, but the perfect moment just never came. That's what Cream Soda does so well. They're able to kind of, you know, make these specials happen and use these specials to be able to prevent the objective from getting any closer to that first checkpoint, because as we see, Enemy still has not broken that first checkpoint, and that's going to be huge for them to be able to kind of like move forward past that.
Goss not one to wait. They were signaling this way, trying to get this push started here and keep the pressure on Enemy, who has a sizable amount of distance to cover in the final 25 seconds, plus a potential overtime. DatKid gonna bring out the Zipcaster, but will get taken down almost immediately by Wave, who gets another onto Dart, looking for the third onto Zero. They'll find it in the extension of yet another flow aura state as Goss dancing around 3Z, not able to survive DatKid, but I'm not sure there's going to be enough time. Enemy has picked up the Rainmaker, and there are multiple specials online as we get into overtime, Falco.
Yeah, we'll see what they can do here. Of course, the hard part is getting past this first checkpoint, knowing that Cream Soda is going to just build up all those specials. Zero's going to get the dunk. It's about what happens after this moment. Dark has the ink back out. Zero's going to pick it up once again. 1 player's down, trying to push forward. Got to watch for Thunder. Thunder's going to go down. So that's a really good pick, and it's just 1 player alive. It's just Wave. If they can take down Wave, that's going to be huge, but also Wave able to push forward as the only player alive. That is a fantastic win for Cream Soda.
The Rainmaker stuck at the most inopportune time. As you mentioned, Falco, it was just Wave trying to fight off the Rainmaker, and despite the nerfs from patch 11.2, the heavy Splatling still puts out more than enough ink to combat the Rainmaker in that tight corner position. Milana, that was as close as it gets.
You know, it really could, that scale could have tipped in either team's favor in that moment. And if, you know, Enemy was able to get that pick on Wave, it really could have been Enemy's game there. But, you know, I think this is how close these games are going to be when we're in the playoffs, right? It really is just, sometimes it's RNG. Did my shot hit my target or not? Am I playing the 96 cal and I'm not hitting my shots because sometimes that's just how the weapon is built. And sometimes it really is down to that narrow margin.
Falco, at the end of the day, I think the team that dominated that game for probably 4 minutes and 45 seconds or so came away with it. You have to commend NME for the late push, but Cream Soda is looking like the better team through and through.
That's true, and that's really difficult when you're NME, where that 5-minute game felt like a 10-minute game, and you're just waiting, when is our opportunity? We kind of want to just move on to the next one. You don't want to admit defeat, but you just want a clean slate of where you can start. And NME never had that, despite resetting it. And Zach, you called it out. We're resetting the Rainmaker, but what's going to happen in the next 10 seconds? The other team's just going to pick it up and bring it right back where they did. So that's what's really hard, and figuring out how you're going to counter that against a team like Cream Soda. I don't have the answer, but, you know, there's a reason why they're up this far in the winner's bracket.
Regardless, the Turf War tax not to be paid yet. It will be a mirror of our other winners semifinals match, where if we go to a Game 5, that will be Turf War. But for now, Milana, we go to Clam Blitz. This one always just about as hectic as Rainmaker.
Yeah, and, you know, if we expect to see something, say, like, you know, Museum Delfonsino, we can expect to see a lot of chaos, because sometimes these teams are going to have to focus on a lot of different things as they're going into Clam Blitz. They're going to have to think about their Clam's economy. They're going to have to think about the picks that they get. They're going to have to think about how to continue their push after they break the opponent's Clams basket. So a lot of things on your mind as we're going into a Clams Blitz match, and I think that is going to be maybe advantageous for either team, honestly.
Falco, I think NME has solved 1 out of 4 potential puzzles. I think Thunder has been mostly contained by Dat Kid, but they were effective. The remaining members of Cream Soda were trading outflow aura states. Wave was doing work, Zenith was doing work, Goss was just Goss, even with the 96 gal.
Right.
Those are the premier opportunities you have in Game 4 to try and extend it to a Game 5.
Yeah, and I think Cream Soda can get the job done when they do that. And you talk about containing a player like that, Menace. When you have an Octobrush versus a Blaster, that's really hard when you're the Octobrush player. The Blasters might barely outrange you, and you just have to be very careful about where you're going to present yourself. So, again, we still don't know where we're headed to for Clam Blitz, and of course, the stage is going to be at the mercy of NME trying to figure out where they want to go. But I don't know. I see it now. I like it. I want you to say it. I think
Mahi Resort is our destination. Milana, I don't know if this is a symptom of not wanting to play it on a Turf War, but this is almost exclusively reserved for zones. We're seeing it on Clam Blitz here. What's going on?
I love it. I really do. I think the thing about Mahi Resort that we've talked about over and over again is that it is such a small stage. And you know what? As you go from one Clams basket to the other Clams basket, you could have made a power clam in that distance. So I think it's going to be incredibly chaotic and very fun for us to watch.
It's not unheard of. There have been 4 instances during the regular season where we've seen this stage and mode combination, but you have Falco stages like Museum de Alfonsino still available, and they're still opting for, as we pointed out earlier, this stage that's going to be very little real estate in the early portion, and then eventually when you get that score low enough, fully open up.
Yeah, again, this was the choice from NME to figure out what they wanted to do, and I just picture these teams are doing a layup after layup, scoring these clams in the basket, and I mean, I'm here for it too. So I was on the cast when this popped up one time. I got very excited that I was able to commentate it. It's actually my favorite combination of stage and mode. So this is a good one. Happy to see it here. I don't know what Cream Soda expects seeing this particular stage, but hey, if they win, they move on to winners finals.
Maybe some mind readers on NME looking to make Falco happy, but I think nothing would make them happier than to at least take this one to a Game 5 against Cream Soda. Cream Soda looking to cement their place in winners finals, and taking a look, there is a weapon on here that I hypothesized could be played by Dat Kid. Milana, it's the Paintbrush Burns with that Trizuka.
I don't think I have seen a Paintbrush yet, but that's not to say that with with the paintbrush in the right hands, it can't be such a formidable weapon. You know, I think those specials are going to be invaluable when it comes to this, but like we said, this stage is so small. The action is happening so quick already with 30 seconds gone from the clock. We have 20 clams from Cream Soda, and they are already making scores happen.
Cream Soda wasting no time, backed up by that ink back. They're going to have the follow-through on top as Wave is going to dance around and get the score to 56 here. That's going to drop the water level in the first 45 seconds, Falco. Enemy trying desperately to fight them off, but this push may still continue.
Yeah, I mean, Cream Soda's going to do everything they can to just get at least one claim in, or a power claim. That works too. You know, you can get those in as well. And Goss is still alive through all this is happening. Wave is able to score. Will this be a one-push knockout? Zenith holding enough for a power claim. Will they get there in time? We'll see. I think that basket might close. Zenith had the backup. I think they just enjoyed the stage mode combination so much that they wanted to keep.
They just wanted to delay things a little bit. Nobody to jump to either. That's tough. If they had somebody under the basket, maybe a mid-air shot to end the game early. But for now, NME survives in a situation where if they lose, they go down to the loser's bracket. But Cream Soda Milana's right back at it. Zenith's back with the ink back. They have the power clam, and the big bubbler is up.
Yeah, all of the specials are coming out together in a synergistic way with that wipeout. Also, I think that was the quickest knockout we've seen so far in the season, I'm inclined to say. But that was just just so well played by Cream Soda, because we saw them at, you know, play after play, kind of utilizing all of these specials together. It was just, wow, that was so expertly played.
Cream Soda trying to make their case that they have a real shot to knock down Milky Way as they advance into the winners finals over NME 3-1. The NME, of course, not done yet. They will be in the loser's side of the bracket. Of course, we'll look at our bracket a little bit later, but we have some instant analysis coming from none other than the 9 Whole Grains. 9, let's check it out.
Well, thank you once again, Zach. The last game maybe not lasting as long as some of the others, so we're going to take a look instead at what ended up being a very scary moment for the members of Cream Soda. They thought they had this game on Rainmaker's Scorch Gorge, and then at the very end, Enemy scratched out a real opportunity to take this one back. We're paused right here. Everyone's at full strength. What I want you to look at is how quickly the members of Cream Soda right up here go down and who is left. We'll go ahead and roll the clip, and you can count them up. First off, it's Goss that's going to go down. Then it's Thunder that's going to go down. Then the NZAP follows up, and we'll pause right here because, folks, there's only one person who can do anything about this. Look at this. It is 4 versus 1 in overtime, and not that far that has to be gone. We'll run the clip here. Wave puts down the all-powerful special, the Wave Breaker, to get 0 over onto one side, jumps on top. The only player who could have saved that game for them got the momentum, and you saw what happened in that last game. We'll go back over to the desk because our winners finals is set.
Thank you, 9. Wave and the Wave Breaker, a match made in heaven there as we take a look at the bracket following our second winners semifinal match. And we have our winners final set up. It will be Milky Way, the #1 seed, taking on Cream Soda, our #2 seed. We've had some changes in our predicted brackets, but that at least has stayed true. That will take place tomorrow, so you will not want to miss it. We still have more action today as we take a look at the losers top 8 coming up soon with Content Cat and Scuba, and of course Duck Motif and Heelbook will round us out. Falco, just any final thoughts on our winners semis?
Again, a lot of fun. I was curious to see how that Game 4 was going to turn out with Enemy choosing Mahi Mahi Resort. Turns out it wasn't what they expected it or wanted it to be, but I still love the pick. Of course, I'm not surprised we're seeing Cream Soda where they are with a good 3-1 victory.
Well, I think after those 2 winners semifinals, we've earned a little break, and as you know, we like to have fun around here, and we did so this time in the form of a single-player relay race. Let's take a look at how that went.
And we're back with another matchup. Now listen, last time we got the best of y'all. It was victorious for no surprises, of course. Jordan and Pico pairing up once again. We're going to give Zach and Milana a chance for a little bit of redemption, possibly pick up one of the first dubs they've had in a while here. This time, though, we're going to change it up. It's going to be a race through Alterna. We're going to be going through kettles and sites, Player A will go through the first kettle on the first site, then pass the controller to the next player. They'll go to site number 2 and go to the other kettle there. By the time we go through a total of 6 kettles, the team that finishes first will be the winner. They'll have the bragging rights. Now listen, I've got my broom ready to go. You got your broom?
I'm ready.
Let's put these cats in the dustpan. You guys ready?
For redemption, no brooms today. Absolutely not.
Trash talk.
Not even worried. Let's do this. 3, 2, 1, enter. All right, Jordan versus Zach. We've got our first kettle in site number 1 coming up here. And of course, you can super jump there if you want to save yourself some time. So really just smashing through the buttons here will be very quick.
And
so
we're
going to be using a blaster here, I believe, right?
That's correct.
Look at Zach's screen.
He's screen peeking in real life.
No. Pick the wrong weapon. I want to give him a head start here.
Listen.
Here we go.
The noise is so satisfying, though. Oh my goodness. Bang.
Because you're getting the directs, you know,
And
snaps to that.
boom. Final checkpoint. Yeah.
Yeah, final. Hear that, guys? Final checkpoint.
It's a relay.
Here's something I
It's a
didn't
relay.
Hold on a minute. What?
Final checkpoint.
Oh yeah.
We're close.
Just hustling. I'm just trying to say focus it. It's just the first strike. It's the first strike. There we go. Okay, it's all right. It's all right.
All right. Good start here. Good start here. You're almost there. You're almost there. You're almost there.
Come on, hustle.
You're almost there. You're almost there.
No! Come on! Come on! No! Unbelievable!
Right there. Just keep going. Just keep going.
No! Are you serious?
Come on. There's only one weapon
There's
choice.
only one weapon. Oh
Send
my
it.
god.
Full speed.
Full
Just
speed.
keep going.
I'm just trying to get you the sticks at some point.
That's it. That's all we gotta do.
No, they call me big money, but I don't got too much of
Oh
that.
yeah.
There you go. Go. You gotta get us back in there. You gotta get us back in there. Okay, here we go.
Okay, hold on.
About time. We got
Milana, make sure you really take your time to read the text here. You don't want to miss a word.
I got a little problem, see?
You've got
When
this.
I got,
Don't
okay,
push
wait,
it.
sorry.
It's okay. No.
I would
Listen, we were
never.
having a conversation here.
we're
it's okay.
watching,
We're
we're
talking.
watching.
We're
I'm
chewing up some time. We're getting
gonna-
Squeal, squeal. We're getting there.
Okay, skip.
Skip
Yes,
it.
perfect.
Skip cutscene. Just keep going. All right.
Oh,
yeah.
Use that back.
Yes.
No, it's all right.
Oh, wait, that's it, right? There's no other phases?
No, you got more coming in. You got more coming in.
Big skipper. Oh, come on. I'm almost there.
You got them. You got them all. Just knock it. Take care of them all.
Hold on.
That's what I'm saying. Wait, there's a ledge.
You got it. One more.
What do I do?
Okay, there we go.
Oh,
Yes, there we go.
I grab it. Oh, you.
All right. Site 3. This is the one where I gotta lock in. I cannot look bad when I'm a panicking Tri-Slosher player.
Okay, here we go. All right, go. It's fine.
You got it.
Send it.
Wait.
Where am I actually going? I am struggling.
Oh, wait, down there. No,
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe
So
this
I'm gonna look.
Final.
Now is the final one. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, hit it.
Yep. You got it. Yes. Oh my gosh. Clutch.
Yes.
Take it away. Okay. It was a bit of a struggle, but we got there.
Yep, I see it.
That's right.
We're good.
Yes.
Mog on him.
So trendy.
Mog on him.
Oh my. Big
Okay.
penmanship.
Where's the other thing at?
No.
It's right down there.
Sounds like they're struggling.
You know what I mean? No, we gotta take all of them out again. Are you kidding me?
Oh, that's big. That's big.
Why is there not a checkpoint there? Are you serious? Oh, that is so brutal.
Yeah.
That is so unforgiving.
Sounding like a...
What is going on? Just trying to be much faster. They got me pinned down. No, just
You're looking like no brains out there with that penmanship.
Box
your advantage. Okay.
Power.
6,
I'm big money.
4. Okay. 3.
No, I got
Turn back around.
And then you climb back up.
Wait, I'm in the...
Oh my God, was that the last one?
Okay, wait, I'll take this. Okay.
Okay, the path is back.
Path is back. Here we go.
We're good.
We got time.
We're good. Just make it.
Oh, it's going up. We gotta hurry. Okay.
Keep going.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Oh, boy.
30 seconds. You can do this.
That's not very good.
Oh my goodness. You've seen the path once.
We're making progress. Here we go.
Big and tank. That's gonna help a lot.
We are going to go to the path to perfect penmanship.
Okay.
Site 4. She's running out of time. It should
10
restart
seconds.
again.
No,
It
you're
goes
in
back to
a much
neutral.
better place.
No,
You're in a
Milana,
much
you're not in
better
a good
place.
place. Site 12.
I had to look.
There you go.
Oh,
Site
beautiful.
12.
7.5
Perfect penmanship.
seconds.
You're looking for penmanship. There we go.
I was like,
You're
what is this? Certified Artiste.
What can I say? What can I say?
You got a chance.
No wonder I'm not doing this level. I am not an artist like you are.
Just get moving. Go as fast as possible.
You gotta keep hitting it. Okay. Oh.
There you go. You're running perfect penmanship. You have all this. Just follow the pink. There we go. Follow it. You're doing great.
I have to time them so well.
Hit ZL.
Nice.
Oh, that's adorable. Okay, let's go. Here we go. Get up there.
And another one.
You just made up so much time right there.
And it's giving me a pass.
Here we go.
Yeah. All right.
Keep looking.
There we go.
Don't need it now.
Finally, it was the hardest part.
Oh, yes. They swam too close to their ultimate demise.
Final checkpoint. Wow, we're doing
we're here so
good.
early.
Made a mistake
We're
earlier.
already here.
Wow, this is so.
Push me
What
on
a
board.
walk in the park
Oh,
this
we're
is.
high flying. Love that. Okay.
Where am I?
Jordan, you got this. Splash down, buddy.
Just keep using splash
Splash
downs.
downs, left and right. Splash downs is simple.
Just keep using it. Just keep using it. That's it. One and down, splash down. One and down, splash down now.
We're doing great still.
We're good. We're fine.
Right there.
Oh, I can see the end point.
There's a ramp.
We gotta find some high ground.
Ramp.
That was your shot.
Splash down.
Okay.
We got this. All right.
All right, no, don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. I'm drowning him out. I'm drowning him out.
Plunge off the side of the stage. There's a hidden key at the bottom that actually finishes
the shoulder, and I'm trying to be the angel. Come on.
We're looking for don't tease with the keys. Don't tease with the keys. Don't tease with the keys. Don't tease with the keys.
No.
Where is it? There we go.
Okay.
Gosh, it's like, okay.
Wait. Where does this unlock? Is it like?
We gotta find where it unlocks.
Let me see how many.
There's high ground you haven't checked yet. Yeah, it could be on the high ground. Oh, there's another one. Okay, I see two more at least. Bang! What a shot. Okay, he didn't have a key, but still a good shot. Here, right? Surely we can hit that.
Sure.
No.
Okay.
Okay, hold on.
Here we go.
He's coming closer to you a little bit.
All right. Just want to make sure
No.
there's a key
Okay, so this is the ending point. Okay, so let's go down here.
Go down
Charge
here.
it up. Oh,
Charge up.
Oh, he
Make your
tried
way
to
over to some of
flick
these
on.
crates.
Nice shot.
I think that guy's got our key. He's got our key.
Yeah. And
So
you know where to go
that's
now.
the thing.
You know
All
where
of
to
these
go.
guys have
Alright,
our keys.
I'm going.
I see it. Oh, you're so close. That should be it.
No, that's a thing.
That's a thing. Yeah, but there's an ink rail. There's an ink rail.
Oh, I must. Oh, I couldn't get it.
Let's do it on the ink rail. All right, get it. The bomb.
Okay, get the shot. Oh!
That works. Oh, look at that.
That's fine.
Ooh. Yeah. Suave and debonair. Yes.
Look, they're coupled up, right?
Well, all I can say is I need to be better overall. I go back to falling off the ledge. That just
set us back so much.
Of all the parts of this entire arena.
Man. It's okay. We're fine.
All right.
Yeah.
Good game.
Congratulations.
I realized
GG's.
Zach was an imperfect, just a perfect cyborg when it comes
Hey,
to
you put
going
the tri-slosher in the
playing
mix. I gotta lock in.
Let's see how I do. Oh, just flying through it.
Right?
Yeah.
Listen, you guys get the dub fair and square, and we'll recalibrate next time.
I've been called a lot of things, but a perfect cyborg was not one of them until I met Mr. Jordan Kent. Welcome back, everybody, to the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs. We've seen lots of action. Myself, Shiny Hunter Zach, joined by Milana and Falco. We've seen tons of great action in our winners, quarters, and semis. And now we go down to the losers' top 8 as we take a quick look, I believe, at the bracket to show you our two remaining matches of the day. Content Cat versus Scuba, and Duck Motif versus Heelbook to round us off. Milana, I want to start with you. Content Cat, the only team seeding-wise to get upset in round 1. What are you expecting from them in our losers' top 8?
You know, sometimes these teams take a little bit of time to warm up, and I think Content Cat we've talked about as one of those teams that maybe takes a little bit to be able to gather their footing when it comes to playing in these matches, and especially in these matches that are so high stake as the playoffs themselves. So I think I'm expecting to see them kind of warming up to the fact that, hey, maybe we didn't perform so well in our winners quarterfinals match. Let's make this one a better one.
Well, Falco, Content Cat chose the mode, and it will be Turf War to start us off, and to combat things, Scuba is going to take it to Mako Mart. Kind of an interesting stage mode combination to start us off.
Yeah, you know, that could be choosing that stage. We don't want to play it on Splat Zones or any other mode later on. We just want to play it right now, and for Scuba, they've worked so hard to get into this spot, into the top 8 of the bracket. I was on the cast during that week 8 of the regular season where they were on the cusp with a few other teams, and they earned their spot. And knowing that they were going to face Milky Way in the first round, very difficult, but now they're facing Content Cat, who is a very good competition for them to go head-to-head. But for Turf War, starting in Game 1, like you mentioned, Zach, that's pretty unexpected.
Even more difficult for them, missing their primary anchor player today in Kara. Mecha primarily taking over that sort of anchor role as Fornana slots in, has been in multiple different spots, has played the Slosher, has played the Tri-Slosher Nouveau, and Grape as well has been the Slosher player for this Scuba squad. So they are going to have to find something with this adjusted roster if they want to stay alive in this event against a Content Cat team, Milana, that you never know what to expect from them, especially weapon-wise.
Yeah, I think that's the most exciting thing about Content Cat, that, you know, because we don't know what to expect, that also means their opponents don't know what to expect either, so we'll see.
Well, let's take a look at our first losers top 8 match between Content Cat and Scuba. Shout out as always to Czar on this spec cam. We are going to see Hawaiian on their primary weapon, the Inkline Tri-Stringer. That's going to be joined with a 52 Gal Deco, which Falco, we hadn't seen a ton of before today. It's becoming more of a mainstay, especially from Pika.
Right, and that splatter color screen allowing to deter some of their opponents away too, and especially for Turf War, where turf is so important and that ink is so important too. You want to try and capitalize and maximize on that. And Hawaiian doing exactly what the stringers are supposed to be doing, which is I'm going to touch up every little part of the corner here. It's Turf War. We need to make sure we do that. So again, Content Cat is trying to find a way that they can break back into mid, but this is just how the game typically starts for Turf War.
Yeah, important to note, no reflux on the side of Content Cat. Really the only team that doesn't opt to play one. Scuba on the opposite side of things playing the Reflux 450 Milk, which has been the more common variant that we've seen, as Mecha does indeed go over to the Snipe Rider 5H Milana playing that anchor role.
Yeah, and I think that anchor role is going to be invaluable for them. As we mentioned time and time again, that Snipe Rider is incredibly useful for having that tacticaler at the ready, and for a mode like Turf War where there is only 3 minutes left on the clock, it is going to be invaluable. Grape with a narrow dodging of the splat right there, I think was just a very sneaky play right there.
Grape survives, gets a pick, and then is just the most random slosh or splat that gets them in the end, sends them back to their own spawn instead of their opponents, as we see Hawaiian taking up the avenue usually reserved for Charger players here. Important to note, Falco using that super chump. They didn't build it up that time as Content Cat gets fully wiped out by Scuba.
Yeah, this is a great first half for Scuba, but again, it's only the first half allowing them the setup of where they want to be. So Content Cat not out of it clearly quite yet. We have seen a lot of crazy things happen in Turf War, but Scuba knows they just want to keep up this momentum. They have a lot of real estate to work with, and they know Content Cat's going to have to try and drop down and make some riskier plays. So as long as Scuba is on guard and guarding these ledges, that might lead them to success.
Leafy's doing the same job there, and they'd enter that Flow Aura state on their main weapon, that Splatana Stamper, really the only player in these playoffs that plays it. Gimme rolled around and was able to get the second there in the form of a trade. That's no surprise to see them on the Dapple Dualies. Scuba now on the back foot. They go 3 down as Mecha nearly becomes the 4th there. The splatter color screen, Falco going to maintain the momentum here as Scuba looks to return.
Yeah, Scuba's trying to figure out how they want to continue this, but Content Cat's still breaking in, and again putting now Scuba in danger. So that is a really good transition for Content Cat, and Scuba's really trying to find the way that they want to break back in. But it's going to be Pika who's leading the Shark here, trying to make sure they could able to take down Leafy, trying to look for one more, but 2 are going to go down. And Milana, this might be where Scuba tries to break back in.
Yeah, and with just 15 seconds left on the clock, they really don't have that much time. But with the Zipcaster online here, they're going to need to get a couple of splats. Leafy getting a nice splat and going straight into the base of Content Cat. This is going to be anybody's game. We're going to have to leave it to Judd.
The Judds deliberating. It looks like a good amount of stray purple there, and it will be enough for Scuba to take game 1 over Content Cat. Falco, quite a back and forth first game here, but Scuba picking up in a big way against a team that they need to knock out.
Right, and that's one of those games where we've seen both teams in danger, I think 2 times each, which is a lot for Turf War, a lot for the 3 minutes that we played. It's not uncommon. We see it once in the beginning half for one team, once in the second half for the other, but there was just a lot of back and forth, and You know, we mentioned the last 30 seconds, very important, and it gets shorter and shorter. I feel like the more we see Turf War play, that time of what's really important, maybe the last 20 seconds. We've gotten to 10 seconds before during week 8 of the cast too, so it's really a good way for, I think, for Scuba to get this out of the way too. They got Turf War done. They don't have to go back to it, and they got the win.
And Milana, really interesting that Content Cat goes to Turf War at all. Yes, they have the #1 turf per game player in Hawaiian, but they also have the 3rd and 4th worst turf per game players in Pika and Gimme, so there's a major trade-off there, and as mentioned, they're the only team not relying on a Reflux 450.
Yeah, and I think that's really interesting because I guess, you know, sometimes we see double X comp with like a double Gal comp, or say like a double Anchor comp, and I'm sure they wanted to avoid having that double, you know, tri-stringer or stringer comp, and I think that maybe it could have been detrimental to them in the end because the Inkline, you know, tri-stringer just does not turf nearly as much as a Reflux does, and I think that could have been kind of make it or break it for them.
Well, Scuba says, hey, we're not complaining. We're not only going to take that victory in Game 1, we're going to take you to the most comparable mode for Game 2, Falco, in Splat Zones, and in response, Content Cat has selected Hagglefish Market. This was such a visible and constant stage at the advent or the beginning of Splatoon 3's life cycle. We certainly don't see it as much anymore, and it's even become more of a tower control stage, but it definitely feels like tons of neutral ground is available for the taking.
Right, when the game came out, when I thought of Splatoon 3, I thought of this particular stage and mode, so it's good to go back to the roots for it too. But again, what's really going to be important here is watching the sides of the stage. We talk about the flanks, and there's really only 2 alleyways along the side, and where are you going to position yourself once you have the zone and once you lock out? Because there are some ledges, and again, it can kind of snowball out of control, but if you're playing defense, you need to take control of those canopies up top. You need to have your backliners protected.
When I think of Content Cat, I think of their tower control game on this stage as we get into our game number 2, where they were beautifully trading out with Pika and Gimme way up at the front, watching the spawns come in, and Kronos monitoring over Hawaiian to make sure that they could do what they do best. And indeed, this is the weapon, Milana, that I saw Hawaiian on at that time. Instead of the Inkline, it is the Bulbs Tri-Stringer with that Inkjet.
I think, you know, we've seen time and time again Hawaiian pulling out that Inkjet, and I think it is going to be invaluable because with an Inkjet, you can displace your opponent's anchor players quite easily, and if you can get those picks, you can make opportunities for your team to move up. And as we see 2 down already on the side of Scuba, they are going to need to kind of focus up on that zone. They grab the zone, and, you know, Gimme in a position to be able to hold on to that zone in a way that maybe can get them a meaningful pick is going to be major.
Gimme doing what they do best. This has to be a playground for them. We mentioned earlier they're effectively a Dapples 2 trick. We haven't seen the Dapple Thuli's Nouveau come out today, so it's been entirely that vanilla variant. As Leafy looking to press forward here, Content Cat Falco able to take advantage of this stage in mode early, but now Scuba looking to advance.
Yeah, Scuba's doing a really good job holding onto the zone and pushing forward as well. We have Grape up there trying to get some picks, forcing Pika back a little bit. Pika's going to drop down. Grape says, nope, I am going back to the zone. I need some support. And Fernanda is now using that Ink Vac, stays alive, trying to take out the Inkjet. They're going to hold on long enough to take the lead here and regroup and see where they want to go. But again, they still have decent control in front of this zone and not a lot of picks going on right now. We see a lot of 1v1 fights going on, but all this is still favoring Scuba as they hold the zone.
We hadn't even mentioned Kronos on that Tenta Sorella umbrella, and they need that canopy more than ever. It's that same idea of not only do you have the canopy, but you also have Pika on this 52 Gal Deco with the even larger canopy that you could consider the splatter color screen to be. And Pika has loved this weapon in these playoffs as they try to advance forward here. Milana basically trading out, and Content Cat looking like they could retake this lead soon.
Yeah, they are holding on steadfastly to that zone, and, you know, but they do have 2 members of their team going down. Hawaiian really propping themselves up in a way to hold on to that zone. Pika coming out of nowhere and grabbing that pick for Content Cat, and this is going to be huge. This is going to be the lead.
And now it is going to be stopped at 34. So Hawaiian getting the high ground, but they're countered immediately by the Inkvac. You could even hypothesize that the primary reason for this Inkvac is to watch out for that Inkjet, because there is not a Zipcaster or anything else to deal with any type of aerial advance here. So Content Cat will get the lead. They'll go up to 21 here, Falco, but still plenty of game left to play.
Right, and now Scuba's in a really good position of how they want to try and make this work, especially taking out Pika there. That's going to be very important. And again, they still have some room to work with, not a lot, but they have to utilize some of these flanks and making sure you take down the Tentaprel. Chronos staying alive after all this in a 3v1 situation, finally able to go down, but again, Scuba had the zone. It was neutralized for just a little bit of time. I don't blame Scuba for really focusing a lot of attention on them, but it's going to be really hard for Content Cat to try and re-break into the zone, even if they have the lead.
That was a great pick by Mecha as well, and threatening to get another one onto Hawaiian. Hawaiian had to stay pretty far back on the Inkjet, which makes the shots coming out much more predictable. And I have to give a shout out to Chronos here. When I think of support players, they are probably the most purely supportive player that I've seen of these playoffs so far. Everybody else has this kind of aggressive or offensive edge about them, as we see Content Cat chipping away at this penalty. They did trade out with 4 Nana, so that's the Inkvac off the board, Milana. But great keeping the pressure on with that triple ink strike.
Yeah, and with that triple ink strike, they unfortunately are not able to take the zone even through all that. They do, Leafy cleans up and does put that control back into Scuba. The tactical are coming out, and now Scuba is in a great position to keep Content Cat out of the center of the stage. Mecha propping themselves over on that stack, and Hawaiian trying to use that Inkjet to be able to displace you know, the members of Scuba from this middle section of the stage. And again, Content Cat is able to make this push back into the center and grab that zone, stacking a penalty onto Scuba.
I was just fascinated by those shots passing each other in the night. One from the Inkvac, one I believe from the Trizuka at high velocity, as Leafy tries and is able to get out and hopefully regroup with the tactical lure that's just gone down. Just about 30 seconds left to go, and Falco, Scuba, 3 down here. Content Cat with not a big penalty to get through.
Yeah, and Hawaii needs to do everything they can to make sure no one gets in the zone. Can they take down Leafy yet? No, they won't, but they still hold on to the zone. Got rid of their penalty points, and this is great for Content Cat. You lose a player, but that's okay. Watch for these triple ink strengths. Will it be enough in time? No, it's not. So Content Cat getting that win. There are a lot of close calls there, Zach, but they're able to squeak away.
I don't know if the placement of those triple ink strikes was exactly where they wanted them to be. I'm sure some of it was out of desperation, but you could even see on the ending screen there, yes, one of them lands on the zone, but the other 2 are ahead. And Milana, maybe it's either muscle memory or they just miss, but you have to, I would think, allocate all 3 or as many as you can to the zone when you're about to lose.
I mean, that's what I would anticipate that you would do, right? We've seen that kind of tactic come out time and time again from different matches that we've seen over the course of the league, you know, having that triple ink strike and, you know, using that mechanical timing to be able to land all of the ink strikes on the zone at the same time as well. You know, so I think that maybe was just a misplay from Scuba, and I think that just cost them the game.
Regardless, Falco, Content Cat capitalizes on their stage pick of Hagglefish and has earned the right to choose the mode once again. Turf War and Splat Zone's out of the way, so we have to go a different direction here. I'm not sure what you might want to select if you're Content Cat. Their best likely Rainmaker of what's left.
I know, and they rank 4th in the league for that too, so that's not a great number at that point. But you know, when you're in this portion of the bracket, even though it's the first round of the losers bracket, you kind of throw these numbers out of the window. I don't know if they have these numbers that they've done, but here you just need to evaluate. We have 2 more things to go off of. We have the first game, we have the second game. What have we learned now that we want to implement forward? And there's a lot that goes into it, figuring out what you want to play, but you got a lot of the inking out of the way with Turf War and Splat Zones, so the pace of the game can change a little bit, but I still think it's going to be as chaotic as that game was.
Falco, what I've learned is that we're going back to the Horseshoe of Doom. We're taking it to Undertow Spillway for the stage here for Rainmaker, Milana, and this is Scuba's counterpick in terms of the stage. You have to think there might be an opportunity to exploit a potential lack of an Inkvac on the side of Content Cat.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to see as we enter this next game. Are they going to bring that ink vac or are they not? We see a double gal comp coming out from Content Cat, and I think that is going to be incredibly beneficial because we see that ink vac going to be invaluable coming out from Kronos. And like you said, Kronos is strictly a support player, and what better support than having an ink vac on Rainmaker?
Both teams with double gal compositions of 52 and a 96, and then a 52 Deco and a 96. As we also see it's now deceased, but the Wellstring V come out. Falco, I think, trying to use that Ultra Stamp to pick off the Rainmaker wherever they can.
Yeah, I know. That's going to be a good play here. And speaking of good plays, we're going to have Kronos there who thought they could make and break away with this Rainmaker, but Mecha able to spot them. You know, I also like the custom blaster pick to have the point sensors. Again, this is a pretty large stage. You want to make sure you catch all of your flanks off guard. Point sensors will get that job done.
It's like, I like the idea of back boosting as well. So you're just kind of shooting at the wall and you're giving yourself a little bit of momentum as we see Grape landing with the triple splashdown here, trying to survive. Nobody from Content Cat really daring to get into the range of Grape, who has been flexible. Milana, they had played blasters in the past, but now that Fornana is on the composition, they have stayed a little bit away from the Slosher, of course, not deeming that weapon necessary for Rainmaker.
Yeah, but I think they really have to watch out for Hawaiian on that Wellstring because that Wellstring has a lot of Rainmaker popping power. And so with that being said, they're going to have to kind of look out for Content Cat as they pick up the Rainmaker. I believe there's an Ultra Stamp somewhere on the side of Content Cat. The ink vac coming out. Pika now having a safe path to that checkpoint, getting that first checkpoint, and still in a great position to continue this push.
Kronos, that inevitable supportive edge, is going to allow them to get to that first checkpoint and dodge all the way through to 32, so they get to that kind of bridge area, and Scuba still on the back foot here. It's a 2v2 as Hawaiian's pushing forward. They have the protection of that splatter color screen, and at one point they're not able to make it. Is anybody still around? In fact, Falco, they are. They're jumping right back in.
Yeah, and their Content Cat's doing exactly what they need to do, which is we need to get as close as we can. They are going to get the pop. The question is who's going to try and pick it up. Gimmy's the closest. Are they going to get it? I don't know. They're trying to finally able to get the dunk. They get it. I think that ending was so chaotic, though. They're like, do I go for a player? Do I pick up the Rainmaker? Okay, no one's around me. I'm going to get the Rainmaker right now. And it's hard when you're a dually player, just the mechanics of the dually, too. But that was a great win for Content Cat and how they controlled the ending of that game, Zach.
I feel like if you're a Dapple Dualies player, you inherently have to fly by the seat of your pants no matter what. So their brain is already thinking a mile a minute as Content Cat is going to get a second victory in a row, and they are one game away from advancing to our losers quarters here. Milana, strong showing, and maybe the weakest we've seen from Scuba so far. Now their back is truly up against the wall.
Yeah, I mean, like, that was just so expertly played. I would even liken it akin to that one, the Clamblitz Mahi Mahi match that we saw. It really just was one straight path to the end, and that was great. That was great, Rainmaker.
Well, you mentioned Clamblitz. That is where we will go. So that's the selection from Content Cat for Game 4. As we've talked about on the broadcast, Falco, when you're selecting the mode for Game 4, you're also selecting it for Game 5, which if we go to a Game 5, we've saved the most populous mode from the regular season for last. It would be Tower Control that we go to last year. Clamblitz, though, the stage for this one, completely sensical. It's Museum de Alfonsino, as you well knew.
Yeah, no curveballs here. And again, controlling the spinners, figuring out what you want to do, and those follow-up clams after the initial power clam push are going to be very important. We've seen some games where it's just the power clam, nothing to follow up. A lot of my teammates are close. I have to drop down, so it's kind of a one and done. And Content Cat, they're one of those teams who it's hard to predict what they're going to do because of just how, well, we saw that Rainmaker game. So and their abilities to play too. So choosing Clamblitz, I think, is a great choice for them. And your Scuba, you choose a stage that's pretty tame in Museum d'Alfonsino. There's nothing too chaotic going on. So Scuba's just going to hope that they just have a better game.
You don't want any surprises. You want to play to what you know and what the people know and what the teams have known in the regular season and into these playoffs is Museum d'Alfonsino for Clamblitz. That also takes it away. Not that people typically go there for Tower Control, but that takes it away. And we would not have Hagglefish Market either for a potential Game 5 Tower Control, which takes one of the other more popular stage and mode combinations combinations off the board. I am looking at a player like Mecha to see if they will adapt as we get into our game number 4, seeing if Scuba can force a game 5, but Mecha, who's been all season on pretty much the Splash-O-Matic, now coming back to a weapon that they have played in the past in that Snipe Rider 5H as Milana. We take a look at the compositions here. There is going to be a Snipe Rider, and it's sticking with that Bulbs Tri-Stringer from Hawaiian.
Yeah, we do see again on the side of Scuba that double gal, comp, excuse me, coming out, which I think could be really invaluable with that ink fact. But on the other side, we have Content Cat. We've seen this comp before, right? We have that Inkjet coming from the Bulbs Tri-Stringer, which can be invaluable to be able to get picks, to be able to kind of move forward. And additionally, we have that Sorella Tentarella, which I think could be helpful in moving the Rainmaker, the Clams itself forward.
What a wipeout there, and that was, I thought, going to be facilitated by the landing on Hawaiian as they came out of that Inkjet, but Content Cat moving forward instead and has the Clams to back it up. 14 in total as Chronos not able to use all 3 shots there, Falco, on the Trizuka. They may have put the cart before the horse.
Yeah, I don't know how Mecha avoided that Trizuka shot. It seemed to just graze their cap there a little bit, so able to stay alive. That's going to be good to get Scuba back into mid here, and that's really what's going to be changing this, because Content Cat's forced the back up. They still have a power claim. One of their members was trying to push forward, but we'll see how far they can go. Hawaiian's going to be forced to retreat and use this Inkjet from a very high area, but they keep going down, so this is more of a slow burn for Scuba. They don't have a power claim quite yet. They have 13 in their possession right now, so it's going to be a matter of when they want to strike.
Well, Grape trying to set the table here with that big bubbler, using it quite early, and now facing the resistance of that canopy from the Tentarella as Scuba still holding on to a similar amount of clams, Milana, but now Content Cat has equivalently equaled them out.
Yeah, they do, but two down on Contact Cat is going to give an opportunity for Scuba to move forward. Mecha entering that flow or state. 3 down on Contact Cat. The Ink Fat coming out. They do break that Clams barrier. The Tacticooler also coming out, which is going to be able to support them to be able to kind of come back into the action in case they divert too many resources into this push. A push to 50 already, and with, this push is still continuing. Leafy in a great position to be able to kind of utilize this to move forward, but at this point I think they're going to have to cut their losses, but a push to 50 is pretty impressive.
We talked about setting the table with that big bubbler. That was just the appetizer. The main course was coming right back with multiple more specials, including that Tacticooler for Scuba that's going to lead them to a 50-point lead here at the halfway mark of this game, and now the onus shifts over, Falco, to Content Cat. Their amount of clams has dropped dramatically, and in fact Scuba looks primed to make a second push.
Yeah, Scuba was not done with their push, but they might go down to some Zukas there. Okay, 3 are down, and it's going to be Grape who picks up the the power claim, tries to keep it alive, able to do so and get a pick, so at least keeping that alive. And continuing what they're doing, entering that flow or state, well-deserved, trying to push forward. Another one against Chronos, so yeah, Grape is definitely on a roll here. And when we thought that push from Scuba was over, went back to mid, and now they're back. And the offense, is that 5 in a row, Zach? Can they get 6 right now? Look how far they're pushed up against his basket without the power claim. Finally, it's coming in. That is the Grape show right there.
That's going to be Mecha breaking open the barrier, and up to today, Grape had only played the Vanilla Blaster 6 times. They look like they've been on it the entire season, as it's just going to be the power clam going in. They're going to shave effectively 10 points off of their penalty. Milana, the only solace Content Cat can take here is that they have a good amount of clams and have forced 2 down against Scuba.
They do, with 16 clams in their economy. They are in a great position to make a push happen. Chronos sending out that Tentarella shield, the Inkjet coming out, hoping to get a pick. They do break the barrier, and they are throwing those singular clams in, and a push to 65, not quite enough what they need, but Chronos again with the special coming out, with the Tentarella shield coming out, that push now at 56. This is going to be huge if they can make it, but it looks like most of the members of Content Cat are down, and they're going to need to make another push happen if they are going to take the lead.
And Falco, they had the makings of a strong attack. They had the specials. They had the canopy protecting them. They even had reinforcements coming from the box, but it's just not enough, and as a result, they're going to need a power clam and then some if they want to take this lead.
That is really tricky. They do have the clam under their basket from when their basket was open previously, so they will at least have an opportunity opportunity, assuming they don't give it up too soon. But Scuba looks like they're ready to strike once again. We see the push with the help of the Killer Whale. Grape coming in once again, using that big bubbler as well. Fornana's going to get in there. So Scuba hoping that they can close it out right here. Again, they still have another power clam that might get jumped in, probably not at this point, but 10 seconds left. It is very difficult for Content Cat. They have no room for error moving forward.
Hawaiian sitting on this power clam. The other one will drop from the basket as we enter in overtime here, and Content Cat getting an opening pick onto that blaster. That could be important for them moving forward as Hawaiian's going to take high ground and use this Inkjet. Looking for a pick as Mecha's going to go running for the hills. Gets indirected and will land on the head of Grape as they are able to take them down, and here comes what could be the final push. There's the jump. Pika gets it in. They need 2 clams, and they'll get it. Content Cat secures it in overtime, and for Scuba, there will be no more Game 5, and there will be no more playoffs as Content Cat will secure it in overtime of Game 4 to move on to our losers quarterfinals. And Milana, what a last-second push. We've talked about plenty of other teams feeling comfortable playing from behind, not necessarily Content Cat, but they made it work nonetheless.
I just love Splatoon. I think having that comeback just at the last second of the game just makes it so exciting, and it's just the kind of level of play that we're going to continue to see in the playoffs, and it's just prime Splatoon. Like, it's just I have no other words. It's just so beautiful.
Falco, your immediate reaction on the back of that one.
Yeah, we see the power clam, or the basket open with the power clam, and you think, okay, what's going to come next? Oh, the other power clam's coming. Okay, that's great. Do we have more support? Yes, because typically those are the shots that Scuba's prepared for. They're immediately playing defense and just thinking, oh, we're doing everything we can to just block this basket. But Content Cat did such a fantastic job making sure that they were able to finesse their way in, and it wasn't a pretty push by any means. They don't need it to be pretty to get the win. More importantly, that's the win that propelled them to win the match and move up in the losers bracket.
Well, that was a hectic match, and who better to diagnose the hecticness of that entire match than Mr. 9 Whole Grains himself. 9, what do you got for us?
Well, Zach, I wish I could say I could make any sense of the end of that last game, but we're actually going to look to a previous game and to show you the monstrosity that Content Cat can be in Rainmaker when they make it happen. So for this clip, we're going to be looking at this splatter color screen that's right there. That's the big focus that we're going to take a look at here at the start. And as we roll the clip, you'll see how just this small window gives an opportunity for Content Cat to push this forward. Hawaiian is the player that will run this and almost get the knockout, but Hawaiian's job was not done at this point. That player was tacticalered up. You'll see they all come and land it at this point. We're going to pause it right here because I want you to look at where Hawaiian is set up. For those of you who maybe aren't familiar, this is the other side of this horseshoe of doom, as Zach would put it. But arcing the shots of that Wellstring V change entirely what this Rainmaker shield is going to look like. Right now, you can see all the members of Scuba firing at it, but watch how quickly this goes the way of Content Cat. Roll that clip. That pop suddenly starts to move over faster and faster. Gibby's going to dance around a little bit here at the end, get one more player, shoo the other one away to get the knockout. This was an emphatic knockout, Zach, to point it to you, and I have no doubt that this made them feel good enough to make that crazy comeback in Game 4, but what a fantastic showing here in our losers quarterfinals.
Well, thank you, 9, and I'm glad you mentioned Horseshoe of Doom. I was worried that it was going to be kind of a stop trying to make fetch happen moment, but I'm glad that it's catching on a little bit among the broadcast here. As we'll take a look at our bracket coming up following our first losers top 8 match. That's going to be Content Cat moving on, and they will take on NME in the 3-seed versus 4-seed matchup tomorrow. Moonlight and our other losers quarterfinals match still awaiting the winner of our last match of the day, which will be Heelbook versus Duck Motif. And Milana, this one should be very exciting, especially Duck Motif. This could be the start of a long losers bracket run based on their performance on the winner's side.
Yeah, I mean, none of us were expecting that they would have taken 2 games off of Cream Soda. And I know that Cream Soda was a fan favorite to win this whole playoff series for some of us on the casting desk. So I think having Duck Motif, having these these wins under their belt, I think can build that confidence that they need to be able to kind of move forward past this losers bracket. And we've seen some pretty insane losers brackets runs from some of these teams. Duck Motif is definitely one of them that could make it happen.
It was such a surprise. We look at a player like Caden, you wonder if they can keep up in the perspective of a 52 gal player with players like 3Z and Goss, and you look at other players like Red Shell, one of 2 premier Octobrush players. But now, Falco, they're taking on a Healbook team that has an interesting composition of their own. Namely, you've got JJ on that Sorella Brella, and Len and Adapt trying to be that offensive edge that they'll need against a team like Duck Motif.
Right, and we've already seen today some great movement from JJ, getting those great inkjet splats just over and over and over again, knowing when to pop it and when to get the splats. And they know how to move their team forward. Len, Prosper, and Adapt are able to guard those ledges and slay and get those picks that they need to get. And this is a very even matchup, I believe, for Healbook and Duck Motif. Duck Motif, they've been around for a while. Healbook, a team of players that we've all known for a while. They've played together, but this is really their first showing, and they haven't really shown what they've been doing until the later portions of our qualifier. So it's really important that they excel today. They don't want to go home.
I don't know that we'll get to see Content Cat versus Healbook, but I would love just to see some aerial warfare. The inkjets on both sides flying around, seeing if they can direct one another mid-air. That is a dream for me. But we have to stay in reality for now, Milana. And Healbook, they are the higher seed compared to Duck Motif, but one of the questions that we had about Duck Motif is which version of them are we going to get today? Again, based on that winner's side match, it's looking like we're getting one of the strongest variants of them.
Yeah, and I think that is definitely something that we all have to be looking out for. We talk about some of the inconsistencies of these teams, and I think sometimes Healbook can also play in that inconsistent way. And I know that they didn't really maybe perform as well as they wanted to on the winner's side of this bracket, but that's not to say we should count them out, because there is a version of Healbook that have made comebacks that were completely not expected at all. So, I think both of these teams fighting against each other, I think, is going to be really interesting.
Well, it was not the week 7 of the regular season version of Healbook, Falco, as we saw Duck Motif defeat them in losers quarters 3-1. So for Healbook, you're having to put the past sort of behind you in that regard and focus on what has been strong for you today. You look at a player like Prosper that's been invaluable for them on the Snipe Rider, Adapt helping to maintain that tactical with the Tri-Slash Nouveau when needed, and then Len, one of the 3 premier, I would think, blaster players. So you have a couple of players in Caden and Len that from an offensive perspective as a lower seeded team, they're going to have to keep proving themselves.
Right, and I think at this point you throw seed out the window. All it determines is who's choosing which mode first, and these players know it too. They don't care what seed they are, they just want to be in this position. And for Healbook, they are 3rd in deaths per game, and that's good. That means they have the lowest of the 3. Just want to be clear about that. And they do a good job on keeping some of their players alive, especially Prosper, who's their anchor player. If they can keep Prosper alive, they're going to do very well, because it's really Adapt who's going to be the player who has to guide the march to push forward, and JJ and Len are going to help support that too. And figuring out how they want to do that is going to be really important, of course. Figuring out what stage or what mode they want to start with too, we'll figure out what that's going to be.
Well, we had tower control reserved previously for a later game, and now it's going to be the first thing, Milana, that we see as we await the stage pick. It will be Healbook having selected tower control, and of course Duck Motif looking to pick the stage, which it looks like maybe Robo Ramen here. So we had that great match earlier where the tower got into that, I called it this sort of lower or dirty underbelly, that second checkpoint where you're right next to that overhanging hallway. You're going to have to be very careful when you push the tower on this stage.
Listen, I wouldn't want to be caught in the back alley of Robo Ramen. So you definitely have to have a lot of support from your teammates, especially as you're breaking these checkpoints. And that second checkpoint is going to be a key one because of how long it takes and where it is exactly. So I think both of these teams are going to have to look out for it. I think it's just such an off-kilter pick that maybe neither team kind of expected it. Even if they did pick the stage, I think it's going to be interesting to see how both of these teams tackle it.
Falco, we've talked about Prosper already on that anchor role. For Duck Motif, it's Kai, who's 2nd overall from our playoff teams in splat assists per game. They're 4th in terms of fewest times splatted per game at only 4.1, and 3rd in turf per game. So this is a real gem for Duck Motif, who you have to worry if maybe after that close match against Moonlight, maybe some of the feelings have dulled, or the heat, the hotness has kind of cooled off a bit.
Right, it's been quite some time since they had played, and I would imagine they had done some sort of team coordination to practice, whether that's playing the game, hyping each other up, all that, especially hydrating and drinking water and, making sure you're in a good headspace to play. And again, they knew that they were going to be playing Heelbook for quite some time now. So at least in the duration of when you play your first match to now, you have a lot of content you can review, because I know these players know each other. They know how to find more information about these players and where to look for replay codes of how they played games prior and whatnot. So that's going to be really important to try and translate that into how this game is going to work, Zach.
Maybe not as much content as Content Cat, but it's pretty darn close as we get into our final match of the day, our second losers top 8 bout between Heelbook and Duck Motif. Shout out as always to Czar on the Spec Cam operation. And Milana, you know I love my Tri-Slosher, but this is not one we get to see often. It's Adapt on the Tri-Slosher Ashen.
I think it's so interesting that all of these players have started pulling out these splatter color screen weapons, and I think the splatter color screen isn't necessarily a special that is designated to be able to kind of like get the splats. You do a little bit of damage as you send it out, but because of how big this wall it's such a visual, it's so much visual clutter when it comes to being on the stage at all, and I think that is going to be beneficial for sure.
So Adapt was able to get the screen out before going down. I also want to highlight, Falco, the Twinkle Splat Dualies, which makes a return. They're really prioritizing both the Big Bubbler as a special and the Splat Dualies as a main class of weapon.
Right, and we talked about how important the Big Bubbler is on tower control, and maybe not even using it on the tower, but in front of the tower of where the checkpoint can be, because it's going to detonate faster if it's on the tower. So the positioning is going to be very important on how they want to control this. And speaking of control, it's Duck Motif leading the charge. Kai is going to get that cooler out, but here's where it's really tricky to push the tower forward, because you have to drop down in this ditch to see where you want to position yourself next. And if you're JJ, you're the one who's trying to figure out where you want to go, but everyone is on you and you're staying alive. JJ did a very good job there. They're in the bottom corner of trying to figure out where they wanted to go, but still, this push is going all in favor of Duck Motif.
As far as that checkpoint is concerned, they made the quote-unquote seedy underbelly look like a walk in the park here, as Duck Motif is going to reach the third and final checkpoint here. They had forced a 3-down situation against Heelbook and have the tactical alert both as a resource and as a way to block damage, but not enough, Milana. Duck Motif finally stopped at the 7 points. It's mostly been for Splat Zones, but may we see from Heelbook a full turn on its head? They would effectively need a knockout in order to steal this game 1.
What is difficult about tower control is that we can't really speed up the tower too much, right? We have to wait for that tower to make it back into the center of the stage before we can even make a push happen. And by that time, Duck Motif is already back and in the action. And I think what Heelbook did was great. They were able to kind of push forward past the tower. They were able to get the turf control that they needed. And they're just going to have to make sure that they maintain this control. Nice trade right here. And, Duck Motif is going to have to focus on clearing this tower if they don't want Heelbook to be in their base.
Yeah, importantly, no Brella from JJ here in game 1, so that's taking them away from their primary source of force, if you will, as Heelbook looking to keep the pressure on. Adapt, no problem living on these walls. It's when, Falco, you're in the middle of the air and facing fire from potentially multiple members of Duck Motif, do you run into that problem?
Yeah, it's going to be tricky to figure out how you're going to do that. Len able to get a few picks when you're in that position too. And for the moment of where this game is right now, you have a major uphill battle for Heelbook, because you just haven't had much solid control at all. And you're allowing players from Duck Motif to just kind of hide and get in a very comfortable position. I'm looking at Caden right now, who's just waiting for moments to strike up. They know they have a lot of area and space to give up against Heelbook, and Heelbook is really going to have to be the team who has to stretch out a little bit and overextend, if you will, to try and push this tower. And right now, they're doing better than they had before. We'll see if this momentum can keep up, especially especially with the push of the big bubbler, still able to get some picks on Duck Motif.
JJ, no problem sharking around as the spotter color screen is going to go well into the spawn area of Duck Motif. JJ already half HP, but jumps back and gets the pick onto Red Shell, retaining their life. Very important here, Milana, as Healbook past the halfway mark, facing a little bit of resistance from Caden on the high ground, and you're getting to that part of the stage where there is a very apparent high ground, low ground disparity.
Yeah, and I think that is the most difficult part of this stage, where your opponents are kind of looking down at you on the tower, and it's going to be a really uphill battle for Healbook to kind of move this tower past, but no one is on that tower, and that tower is moving very quickly back to the center of the stage with a little under a minute left. Healbook is going to have to make these pushes happen.
High in the flow aura state, and Red Shell, no pressure felt to use that zip caster early. The onus, of course, on Healbook. They've gotten it to 33, which is not bad, but they have lots more to trek through. However, they will only have one checkpoint to contend with as Len is going off. Falco, this is exactly what you need from your Slayer.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need, and you have 30 seconds to get the job done now. And again, they have another checkpoint they still have to get through, and they've been getting closer and closer as time goes along to try and push this tower. And Duck Motif knows that they're able to give Healbook some space, but they don't want to get too comfortable. So it's about what's going to happen here in the last 10 seconds. But any player on Healbook who goes down is going to be very detrimental to their team. The splatter color screen is now going to come out, so we'll see in these last few moments of overtime, Zach, how Duck Motif is going to push forward.
Duck Motif held on to 3 specials for this exact moment as Len tries to find a pick. They're going to try and jump back to the tower as they see Caden flanking around, and they will indeed get caught out. Duck Motif with the great push up to 7, and Healbook not able to respond as Duck Motif picking up from their strong play in their first match of the day. Milana, they'll take game 1. As an aside, one of the most fitting ink color matchups that we've seen. Healbook with the pink that matches their logo. Duck Motif with the green that matches, I don't know, a mallard? You know?
Like a duck?
Yeah.
Go Ducks.
There. More importantly, though, lots of benefits that we could see from that game 1 for Duck Motif in particular.
Yeah, no, this is the Duck Motif that we were seeing earlier with Cream Soda, that they were just playing very dominantly against their opponents, and I think this is the kind of Duck Motif that will carry them far through this loser's side of the bracket. And I think what Healbook is going to need to do is they're going to need to find a solution to this, because this Duck Motif is the one that is going to be very challenging to combat against.
Well, Falco, I'm not sure what that solution looks like. You don't get to pick the mode. You do get to choose the stage, of course. The mode has already been selected as well, and kind of a strange pivot. We go from tower control to turf war. So it is, of course, Duck Motif's pick. They did not get to pick the mode for game number 1, but this is them trying to carry on the momentum and using that 3 minutes to bring themselves to glory.
Right, and I don't blame them for this pick at all. You had a pretty solid game on game 1. You were very respective of giving Healbook space. Again, that second half, Duck Motif did everything right. They knew not to overextend. They knew to back up a little bit. And for Healbook to try and come back in, figuring out what stage you want to go on for Turf War is going to be very important. You don't want to go down in an 0-2 situation.
And Milana, for JJ, this is another tough role for the mode for game number 2, because this is not the best opportunity maybe for them to go on the Sorella-Brella. They've been on both the Reflux 450 Milk and just the Reflux 450 variant, and that may be what they have to do if they want to maintain the same inking output that we know Duck Motif is going to have.
I mean, maybe that was Duck Motif's idea, right? That, you know, JJ is just such an incredible player on Healbook. We are going to need to do something to deal with it even before we get into the game. And having, you know, JJ being forced off of that Brella that we know them so well for, I think that can be definitely a strategy that Duck Motif wanted to kind of instantiate in order to be able to kind of be like, oh, this is going to be an easier win. Not an easy win, but an easier win.
Lots of weight maybe going to be on the shoulders of players like Prosper and JJ. As you look at a player like Len, and they have the worst turf per game of anybody among our playoff teams here, 974 Falco. I mentioned earlier, just one of 2 players under 1,000 on average.
As a Blaster player myself, that typically is what happens. You're not known for getting the turf. You're known for getting the splats here. And so I don't blame them. And again, those numbers don't transfer over to how successful Len is at this game. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they perform. And we do have the stage stage pick, Zach, it's going to be Shipshape Cargo Co. How often do we see that on Turf War?
Not very. I mean, you could just said how often do we see it, period. And the answer is not very often. It is a strange stage that has this split, this opening in the middle that is flanked by these ramps on the left and right hand side. So you have small areas of overlook. And on other modes, it is difficult to break through. It can also be one of the most difficult stages to get out of your spawn on. We'll have to see if it actually gets to that point here, Milana, as we see the return of a weapon that caught us by surprise earlier. It's Red Shell on that L3 Nozzle Nose D.
When I tell you that I was in the back looking and watching these matches from earlier, and I had to do a literal double take when I saw the L3D, I was like, wow, this is like such a 180 kind of momentum shift from Red Shell, coming from a brush player to the L3D. I thought it was just such an interesting pick, but maybe that Ultra Stamp could benefit, you know, Duck Motif as they kind of move forward. They toss that Ultra Stamp, barely missing Prosper by the hairs on their neck, or whatever the saying is. But yeah, no, I think having that kind of a special is going to be beneficial to be able to move forward with the rest of their team.
And Falco, as Heelbook looks for a way to get back into this one, how about the S-Blast 91, a weapon that was very strong in a previous meta, but has taken a back seat mostly to the Blaster and Custom Blaster, respectively.
Right, and I like that transition, especially for Turf War, going from Blaster to S-Blast, because you are a little bit more mobile, and you have that Booyah Bomb to try and cover some areas where you wouldn't necessarily be able to go to. So Len's going to try and capitalize on that. They're going to go down as Duck Motif is pushing forward. Red Shell with the Ultra Stamp ready as well, so Heelbook not in danger yet. They might be pretty soon based on how far some of these members are pushed up on Duck Motif, but a few of their players are going down as well, so Heelbook might try and respond and push forward.
You've heard of a dunk of the Rainmaker. How about a dunk right on the face with an Ultra Stamp? That one was emphatic, as Len is going to dodge just out of the way of the Booyah Bomb coming in from Duck Motif. And Heelbook, Milana, it does seem has rallied. There's lots of this stage that they don't seem to have explored yet, but at least they're creeping back into mid.
Yeah, and I think having a little bit of, you know, opportunity right here, and Red Shell getting a nice pick here, having opportunity being in the middle of the stage is going to be really important for Heelbook to even be in a position to think about moving into their opponent's side. But I'm looking at this stage, and it's looking awfully purple, and I think that Heelbook is going to really need to work together to use those specials and not go down in the last 40 seconds of this game.
Kaden on these custom dually squelchers helping to facilitate that, not just with picks, but by putting the beacon down, allowing Duck Motif to get back into the action quicker. Meanwhile, it's Len trying to find a pick here, Falco, in the final roughly 35 seconds or so. Heelbook, they're staying alive for the moment. Still lots of ground to make up, though.
Yeah, and a lot of Duck Motif players were really bunched up, and that's typically a Blaster's dream in that situation, to try and get some splats, but they're able to split up just a little bit, and two members of Heelbook are now going to go down. Adapt is trying to fight. They're able to help take down one, but Kai and Red Shell are there. They're going to go down to a Booyah Bomb now, and again, Duck Motif might be in the driver's seat in this situation. Neither team has really flickered danger quite yet. We finally see it in the last 5 seconds here, and Zach, Duck Motif is looking very strong.
Oh, and the Ultra Stamp to cement things at the end. The throw gets them the splat and puts them in the flow or a state, and the danger sign may have spoiled the result here, but the map shows it, or the stage just as equally, as we see Duck Motif getting their second game win of the match here. Well done from them. Falco, a pretty emphatic performance from them, and I want to take a look too at what Heelbook can now learn and take into a potential last game of these playoffs, because they've not had an answer to Duck Motif this whole time.
No, and you think of a mode like Tower Control, which I feel like Heelbook would do well on. Of course, that can't happen. They already lost it. The last thing I want to go to would have been Turf War, and of course they had to play it. So now they're in an 0-2 situation. They have to play Rainmaker, Clam Blitz, and Splat Zones if they want to get the reverse sweep, where none of those stage picks, except for the first one, will be in their control. So again, you're in a do-or-die situation right now, and you have to figure out how you want to push forward. But again, you're at the mercy of what the next game mode pick is going to be.
Milana, unusual on that point to see, particularly Splat Zones and Rainmaker left for so late in the match. So with the last opportunity here for Duck Motif to select a mode, they will be going to Rainmaker. So if we see a game 4 and 5, it will be Splat Zones and, of course, Clam Blitz that they will look at. But Rainmaker, Heelbook, not a great record record. I don't want to keep harping on records, but this jumps out at me from Healbook 1-7 during the regular season.
Yeah, I think, you know, if they had these stats on the ready and I was Duck Motif, I'd be like, hey, you know, stats are, you know, accurate for a reason. They're just data, right? So having that kind of information and being like, well, my opponents are maybe not the strongest at Rainmaker, and picking that, I think that could definitely be beneficial for sure. But, you know, it really depends on how they play and what kind of weapons they bring. We haven't really been able to see JJ too much on that Brella, and maybe the Brella could be a little bit more beneficial on something like Rainmaker. You have a little bit of that canopy to kind of work with as you move forward, but it's seeming like, you know, the comp that Duck Motif is bringing for game after game has just kind of been anti-Healbook.
Well, Falco, one thing that Healbook definitively hasn't brought to Rainmaker is a 96 gal. They do not have typically that Ink Vac weapon available to them. Is it too late to pivot, or do you stick with what you know?
I don't think it's too late for anything. You got to throw something to the wall and see what sticks. But for Healbook, against these top 8 teams, 1-7 in Rainmaker. So Duck Motif either took a random guess on what they wanted to do, or they did their studying and figure out what might work best against Healbook. So that's going to be really tricky to see how Healbook will respond to this. And again, I think you can still change up what you want to do, but of course you have to choose your stage first, and we'll see where we're headed.
Well, and interestingly, Milana, whether this is them thinking ahead to try and avoid it for Clan Blitz, they've elected to go to Museum de Alfonsino for Rainmaker. Not an unheard of stage or mode combination, but with Clan Blitz looming, if you want to make a reverse sweep, that's one that maybe they want to get out of the way.
Yeah, no, totally. I think we have seen Museum de Alfonsino as a very popular pick for Clan Blitz, oh my goodness. So, you know, having that pick for Rainmaker, I think will maybe make the uphill climb just a little less uphill, but something we have to keep in mind for Rainmaker on Museum de Alfonsino is that after that first checkpoint, those points can tick really fast. So that is something that Healbook is going to have to kind of work on to be able to recognize that this is a potential pitfall for coming to this stage as well.
Well, Falco, on this stage, it always feels like it follows this formulaic approach of you're jockeying for position in mid, somebody finds enough picks to where they can make that leap of faith right to the first Rainmaker checkpoint, and then you have to kind of hold back, build up those specials, and then make that push. You have another kind of Valley situation going back to that final Rainmaker checkpoint. So we'll have to see if we go to a game number 4 here. Healbook on the back foot, trying not to get swept by Duck Motif as we look at Rainmaker Museum de Alfonsino. Falco, what are you seeing from the comps?
Well, the heavy-edit Splatling, that is a weapon we have not really seen today at all. And again, similar weapons that we had already seen coming out from Duck Motif. So yeah, Prosper with the heavy-edit Splatling, giving the Tacticooler and giving, I feel like, more momentum for Healbook this time around. Zach, you called it on changing something up. This is that weapon.
Well, fine. I guess neither team's going to use a 96 or an Ink Vac. Sure, I guess that evens the playing field as we see both teams with a 52 and Duck Motif setting things up early, but they will lose the Rainmaker as they're making the leap of faith. That's why it's called the leap of faith and not the leap of guaranteed break the first checkpoint, Milana, as Prosper goes down.
You know, I think we should make that name stick more than the horseshoe.
It doesn't roll off the tongue.
But as we see, you know, Healbook was a couple members down, but Duck Motif not really quite able to break that first checkpoint. The tri-strikes coming out from Healbook, and now an Ultra Stamp from Red Shell. Getting a double on Healbook is going to be huge for stopping this push from happening.
Yeah, don't get to the first checkpoint. They get there, but they don't land atop it. So that's going to have to be on their agenda as we see Duck Motif advancing forward. Adapt will fall. Len will fall shortly after using the Rainmaker as a main weapon instead of advancing forward. Falco, they have the lead. It might be a little bit early, but they're showing off their offensive prowess.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job getting the lead and then continuing the work, even though they're not quite to where the Rainmaker was at that point. And again, they're still not at that checkpoint, and they might have to opt to go around this time, which, you know, fine, you have to do that. You can't take the leap of faith anymore in that situation. And Healbook's really got to find the way that they want to break back in, and Prosper has the cooler now. JJ's going to try and fight as well. Rainmaker might reset here, and that might be the move for Healbook to just try and get it back and neutralize and get some picks, but it's still all in Duck Motif's favor.
Prosper trying to see if they can track Caden down, but instead the hunter becomes the hunted there as Caden will enter the Flow Aura State with an additional pick onto JJ. They'll pick up the Tactic Cooler buff to boot, and although they're facing heavy resistance in the form of that triple Ink Strike, Duck Motif Milana will hang on to the Rainmaker.
They do have that Rainmaker, and yet we do have to mention they still have not broken that first checkpoint, which we have kind of talked about, that it is, you know, that very first step that they have to do. It is not something so insurmountable that you can't do, especially on a stage like this. Vexen popping themselves up with that crab tank. They do finally break that first checkpoint, but if they can position themselves well, this could be a runaway for Duck Motif.
You have to get that first checkpoint at some point. The first team to get it, as we see Kai keep advancing forward, has a big advantage as Kai is going to keep advancing to 26. Adapt will fall as well. Duck Motif going 3 down, but Falco, that is a small price to pay for such a voluminous lead.
Yeah, that is a great lead. You know, if Kai stuck that landing too, they would have netted even more points. And again, Healbook, even though they're trying to figure out a way to push forward, it's going to be players like Vexen who are able to just try and figure out how to get around and get some of these picks. And Healbook now, will they net some points? Yes, they get 1 right now. That one doesn't count because they're trying to push towards the podium here. But they look better, look in a better position. They're going to have to try and take out Red Shell and let them use that Ultra Stamp. So again, this could be the push that gets them to the checkpoint. It's not going to happen quite yet. It's actually going to be the wipeout. So again, Duck Motif in control, but that was Healbook's real first opportunity.
I think the fact that the middle spinner spins actually kind of was horrible for Healbook because it was tilted at an angle that they couldn't make the jump, so they had to say, okay, plan B, let's go over to the ramp, and that was playing into Duck Motif's trap there. So what could have been landing on top of that first checkpoint ends in somewhat disaster, Milana, as we get close to that final minute of play.
Yeah, we do. And you know what? With 2 down on Healbook, Duck Motif is in a great position to keep Healbook from even moving to the center of the stage. JJ hoping to get a cheeky flank right here, but being spotted out immediately by Red Shell, and I think they're going to have to win this 1v1, but unfortunately getting taken out as well. You know, with 3 down on Healbook, Kai going into that Flow Aura State, they are just camping onto that Rainmaker because at the lead with the 26 marker, all they have to do is just make sure they waste the time.
Snipe Riders are such underrated slayers. You can pick them off from range. It's a 2-shot splat. It's everything you want as Kai easily enters the Flow Aura State there with 25 seconds left to go. That's going to be another pick onto Healbook there as they were not able to do their best Goss impression and go away like a ghost in the night on that 52. Caden looking for a splat there, finds it onto Adapt, looking for another onto a Prosper who backs off but gets taken out instead, and Healbook trying to find a way to pick up the Rainmaker, but Duck Motif has beaten them to it. They'll take it back. Kai will keep being in that Flow Aura State, and it's a 3-down situation against Healbook that ends their playoff dreams. Duck Motif with a 3-0 sweep against Healbook that will propel them on to the losers quarterfinals. And Falco, what a job from Duck Motif. Such a close, edgy 5-game bout against Moonlight, and they look like they didn't waste a second, like they were put in the cryostasis chamber until this very moment when they sweep through Healbook.
No, I don't think they were too happy about losing that Game 5, but they took care of business over these 3 games. I go back to those final moments that we just saw where Duck Motif could have very easily picked up the Rainmaker and tried to push and extend their lead, but no, you had the Snipe Rider who's like, I'm going to stand by the Rainmaker, get some splats, go into Flow Aura State, and continue to make you work to get to this Rainmaker. I don't need to push it. You need to push to me. Well, it wasn't until the very end they finally went all the way back and stalled the Rainmaker a little bit. But yeah, a textbook win there for Duck Motif.
And Milana, what does this say about Duck Motif's chances tomorrow as they continue on in these playoffs?
You know, I might have been converted into a Duck Motif fan right here, you know? Go Ducks. So I'm just like, I'm really excited to see this version of Duck Motif as they continue through this losers bracket. And, you know, tomorrow they do have an uphill battle. We have them facing off against Moonlight, which we know to be a team that can stand toe-to-toe with Milky Way, our #1 seed. So I think seeing this play out, if they bring their best game, this could be a great match to watch.
Well, that's going to be the final match of the day. Let's take a look at our bracket to see what exactly transpired. We have a winner's final set up between the #1 seeded Milky Way and the #2 seeded Cream Soda. Down in the loser side of the bracket, Content Cat defeating Scuba 3-1. They will take on NME in the losers quarters. And as we just saw, Duck Motif with the sweep over Heelbook that will propel them into a rematch against Moonlight. That would be interesting there. So it's just been fantastic so far. I want to take a look, of course, at final thoughts, but there's a couple of other Splatoon action going on that you can take a look at, namely something that's happening right now. It is Big Run taking place from June 19th all the way to tomorrow, June 21st, ending at 5 p.m. Pacific. Multiple sites are available and randomly supplied weapons are also at your disposal. You can obtain that special reward as well. So exciting. I hope y'all will check it out while it's still active. So there's one more thing we want to take a look at as well, and it is going to be the Splatoon 3 x Splatoon Raiders collaboration Splatfest that's coming up. You can see there July 10th through July 12th, 2026. Which one will you pick between speed, power, and tactics? What is your fighting style? Milana, I want to get your impression as what you think you'll be picking.
Listen, I have a very unique way of approaching Splatfest. And for me, it's just Team Fry, so I gotta go Team Power, you know? Big money, big muscles.
Okay, Falco, what about yourself here?
I was gonna go Power in honor of our spectator camera operator Power, who's been with us all season.
Okay.
But, you know, Milana kind of stole that thunder. I'm gonna go Team Tactics.
Okay, I might have to also go Team Tactics. I'm quite a fan of Big Man myself, so if not, I can always round it out by picking speed, but make your selection close to July 10th through July 12th as we look at the upcoming Splatfest. It's been so exciting today. That was our final match of the day, so I want to get your ending thoughts here. Milana, we'll start with you. What did you think of our first day of playoff action?
If this is the first day of our playoff action, I can't even imagine what day 2 is going to look like. I think we were just kind of thrown off by some of these weapon picks. We were kind of a little bit flabbergasted about how some of these sets, these matches turned out, and I think if this is what is like you said, the appetizer, I couldn't even imagine what the main course is like.
The main course will be coming up tomorrow, and Falco, you got a front row seat. You got to bring us that wonderful analysis on the Telestrator, got to come to the desk and break it down in the final half. What are your thoughts on today?
Well, other than my bracket being busted already, as most of ours is a little bit, but it has been so fun. To echo what Milana said, we had seen some fantastic picks, weapon picks on players getting those splats,
Yes.
but then too, just how strong a lot of these players are. A lot of Game 5s we didn't think that we were going to see too, and that kept me on my toes. I'm so excited for tomorrow, Zach.
Well, just as it did today, be sure to tune in for the rest of the Splatoon 3 North American League 2026 playoffs happening tomorrow to cap us off June 21st starting at noon Pacific time. You will not want to miss a moment of the action. But for my co-casters, Falco, Milana, and previously Siren and Nine, my name is Shiny Hunter Zach. Thank you so much for watching, and we will see you back here tomorrow.